Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Well, good morning, everybody. I just learned yesterday that Steamboat Willie had been given to I guess returned to the public domain. And believe it or not, I'm 60 years old tomorrow. Have never seen it. So I figured I would premiere it on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. I'm sure nobody's played Steamboat Willie before, at least here. And nobody got arrested. So there's that. So all this fine morning, we have a bunch of news stories, all of them, kind of concerning our president. And I figured I would start with a little bit of an essay. And I'm just going to play it. It's surprisingly, I'll just play it. It's a good one. It's called The Upheaval by a Substack. Well, the Substack newsletter is called American Strong Gods. And the title of the essay is Upheaval. And, we'll just go ahead and start it.
Weakened, distinctions and borders torn down, and the disciplines of self-governance surrendered to top-down technocratic management. Unsurprisingly, this led to nation-states and a broader civilization that lacked the strength to hold themselves together, let alone defend against external threats from non-open, non-delusional societies. In short, the campaign of radical self-negation pursued by the post-war open society consensus functionally became a collective suicide pact by the liberal democracies of the Western world. But, as reality began to intrude over the past 2 decades, the share of people still convinced by the hazy promises of the open society steadily diminished. A reaction began to brew, especially among those most divorced from and harmed by its aging obsessions, the young and the working class. The populism that is now sweeping the West is best understood as a democratic insistence on the restoration and reintegration of respect for those strong gods capable of grounding, uniting, and sustaining societies, including coherent national identities, cohesive natural loyalties, and the recognition of objective and transcendent truths. Today's populism is more than just a reaction against decades of elite betrayal and terrible governance, though it is that too. It is a deep, suppressed thermotic desire for long-delayed action, to break free from the smothering lethargy imposed by proceduralist managerialism and fight passionately for collective survival and self-interest. It is the return of the political to politics. This demands a restoration of old virtues, including a vital sense of national and civilizational self-worth, and that in turn requires a rejection of the pathological tyranny of guilt, as the French philosopher Pascal Bruckner once dubbed it, that has gripped the Western mind since 1945. As the power of endless hysterical accusations of fascism has gradually faded, we have, for better and worse, begun to witness the end of the age of Hitler. Energetic national populism is, then, a rejection of all the core obsessions and demands of the 20th century and the open society consensus that so dominated it. The passionless reign of weakness, tolerance, and drab universalist utilitarianism being held up as moral and political ideals seems to be ending. And that means the gerontocracy of the long 20th century is finally dying off too. This is what Trump, in all his brashness, represents. The strong guards have escaped from exile and returned to America, dragging the 21st century along behind them. Dawn of a new century. Trump himself is a man of action, not rumination, let alone self-recrimination, and he clearly possesses a high tolerance for risk. He is instinctual, not actuarial. He is relational, not rationalistic, valuing loyalty and possessing a prickly sense of honor. He utters common truths with no regard for whether this offends the sensibilities of others, and has little patience for endless dialogue or established procedures. And, an unabashed nationalist, he doesn't hesitate to wield strength on behalf of American interests, or to put those interests ahead of others around the world. He is, in other words, neither cause nor mere symptom of populist upheaval, but in a real sense an embodiment of the whole rebellious New World spirit that's now overturning the old order. Trump's policies so far in his second term also reflect this new zeitgeist. His blitzkrieg of executive action has struck directly at the three pillars of the long 20th century, closing the nation's borders and purging the state of the latest ideological evolution of open society orthodoxy, diversity, equity, inclusion, while inspiring the broader culture to do the same, moving to dismantle the managerial state, including by affirming the elected executive's direct, personal control over the sheltered proceduralist, i.e. democratically uncontrollable and unaccountable bureaucracy, and transforming U.S. foreign policy by rejecting liberal proceduralism in the international sphere as well, putting national interests ahead of the interests of the international order, and declining to automatically play the role of global rule enforcer. The very boldness of this action reflects more than just partisan political gamesmanship. In itself, it represents the stasis of the old paradigm being upended. Now, you can just do things again. This mindset hasn't been seen in America since FDR and his revolutionary government remade the country and established the modern managerial state. No one has dared to so much as jostle the machine he created since the end of World War II. Now Trump has. Abroad and in Washington, this brash attitude has caused much consternation and confusion. Why is Trump threatening to invade Mexico, bully Canada, and annex Greenland from a NATO ally? Wasn't he supposed to be an isolationist? But the principle behind all Trump's behavior here actually appears to be quite straightforward. He is willing to use American might, however, may benefit the nation, rather than caring very much about protecting the status quo liberal international order for its own sake or adhering to polite fictions like international law. Turns out, you can just do things on the world stage too. Diplomacy and alliances are logically seen as of value only insofar as they benefit America. This is indeed what America first always meant. In this way, the Trump doctrine is simply a rejection of the neurotic, confrontation-avoidant post-war consensus in favor of the restoration of standard muscular, Western Hemisphere-focused, pre-20th century American foreign policy, in the style of a President Andrew Jackson, William McKinley, or Teddy Roosevelt. New Secretary of State Marco Rubio has even explicitly described the idealism of the global U.S.-enforced liberal international order as an anomaly, noting that it was a product of the end of the Cold War, and that eventually you were going to reach back to a point where you had a multipolar world, multi-great powers in different parts of the planet. This revitalization of the spirit of national sovereignty and international competition seems to already be spreading and inspiring a turn back towards stronger guards around the world. As Hungary's conservative nationalist Prime Minister, Viktor Orbán, recently put it to a gathering of European populists, our friend Trump, the Trump tornado, has changed the world in just a couple of weeks. An era has ended. Today, everyone sees that we are the future. So while at a surface level, the vibe of the Trump revolution might be mistaken as merely marking a return to circa 1990s libertarianism, with its individual freedom and greed is good free market mindset, he represents a far more significant shift than that. Back, or rather forward, more than a century. The globalist neoliberalism, interventionist one-world internationalism, and naive social progressivism of the 90s open society is dead and gone. Despite his political alliance with the right-wing progressives of Silicon Valley, Trump's new world is in a real sense distinctly post-liberal. Reactionary remnants. It is little wonder then why Trump so horrifies the aging aristocracy of the long 20th century. They fear above all the return of the strong guards, which their whole project of moral and political world-building was conducted to preclude. Note, for example, the appearance of increasingly panicked admonitions, in between or in haphazard fusion with accusations of fascism, about the imminent danger of Christian nationalism. This is a term that welds together two strong guards, nationalism and religion, and so is a particularly triggering phantom. This is also why a certain type of limp conservative, known most politely online as the cuckservative, displays particular hysteria about Trump and populism. This type really is a conservative, in the sense that his priority in life is to prevent change to the status quo, decrying any decisive action, including any legitimate exercise of democratic power, that risks disrupting the open society consensus. Although he may mouth selective disagreement with progressive excesses that also risk undermining that consensus, at his core such a man is foremost a servant of the weak gods of managerial timidity. For 8 decades now the old elite, left and right wings alike, has been unified by their shared prioritization of the open society and its values. Although it may have surprised some Americans to see previously right-coded figures like Dick Cheney side with the political left in the last election, it should not have. Cheney was a radical proponent of the open society consensus, just in the form of neoconservatism, the American church militant of imposing the gospel of openness around the world at the point of the sword. In this, he was never that different from dedicated leftists like George Soros, who founded an activist institution named quite explicitly after his objective, the Open Society Foundation, and used its vast network of influence to subvert and deconstruct conservative cultures around the globe, including in the United States. That both men would do this as powerful scions of the same Western establishment is not contradictory, but completely logical, given that what united that establishment was the open society consensus. Even the most radical, countercultural rebels of the 1960s were really no such thing, given that their goals were identical to those of the post-war establishment, to progressively advance the opening up of society. They disagreed only on the pace of change, and the establishment soon accommodated their zeal and brought them into the fold. Trump and populist nationalist movements are the first real break from this consensus since its conception. They herald the arrival of a very different world. A new world opens. Despite its obsession with openness, the world of the post-war open society has in truth always been, in its own way, a strictly enclosed and deeply stifling place. It is a world in which human nature, indeed our very humanity, is viewed with great suspicion, as something dangerous to be surveilled, suppressed, and contained, or, even better, remolded into a reliable cog to fit safely into a predictable, riskless machine. Its dream of a world of perfect freedom, equality, rationalism, and passivity has always been one in which no great heart could beat and no great soul could breathe, as Ernst Jünger once put it. From the very beginning of the long 20th century, some clear-eyed liberal thinkers, such as Leo Strauss, could foresee that attempting to entirely ignore the realities and banish the values of the closed society in pursuit of a pacified planet, without rulers and ruled, was always liable to end only in rebellion, bloodshed, and self-destruction. Open society liberalism's dogmatic pursuit of negation would, Strauss warned, undermine the very virtues, like loyalty, duty, courage, and love of one's own, that all societies rely on to survive and sustain themselves. As Matthew Rose astutely observes, Strauss understood that the strong gods of the closed society are permanent truths, not atavisms, no matter how unpalatable they are to the progressive-minded, and that a society that cannot affirm them invites catastrophe, no less than does a society that cannot question them. Such warnings were ignored, however. The traumas of the 20th century made ideas like nationalism, or even any clear distinction between us and them, into taboos that were impossible to discuss seriously. That finding the proper balance between closed and open values is necessary to maintain a healthy society was a fact carefully ignored for decades. Now the strong gods are nonetheless being haphazardly called back into the world, as the vitalistic neo-romanticism of our revolutionary moment of reformation tears down the decaying walls and guard towers of the open society. Their return brings real risks, of course. Although the return of risk is kind of the point. The thing about strong guards is that they're strong, meaning they can be fearsome and dangerous, which is precisely why they also have the strength to protect and defend. It remains an open question whether this necessary renewal of strength and vitality can be reintegrated harmoniously into our societies, or whether our world will again be plunged into a time of significantly greater strife, danger, and war. But we no longer have much of a choice in the matter. The strong god's restoration has become inevitable, one way or another. We're living in a whole new century now. The long 20th century has run its course, the world it bequeathed to us in the West having proved a wholly unsustainable mix of atomization, listlessness, self-abnegation, and petty impersonal tyranny. Our societies will either accept the offer of revitalization or fade out of existence, to be replaced by other stronger, more grounded and cohesive cultures. As Reno rightly concludes in Return of the Strong Gods, our time, this century, begs for a politics of loyalty and solidarity, not openness and deconsolidation. We don't need more diversity and innovation. We need a home. God willing, we can all find that home again as we enter the 21st century.
Oh, so many comments, and unfortunately, I was not writing them down. Um, this basically, I don't know, it sounds like this dude's an adherent to the great man theory. And Trump is no FDR. That's where I'm going to start this. We are not at war. And bottom line is that it sounds good if you're going to sit down and you're going to write a hero story, or you're going to sit down and write the Odyssey or something like that. But the reality is, Trump is not that smart, and neither is Elon. And I will take a well thought out liberal consensus over a flawed man trying to be great. So I'll leave it at that. If anybody wants a copy of this hero myth, just let me know. I'll drop it into the chat. So let's get back to reality. By the way, this is for Kelvin, who doesn't seem to be in the audience. This is London. It's close to live, probably from last night, but the site says it's live, but could be live. You know, London's one of those cities, but can't be live because it's almost 9 or 10 o'clock there. But anyway, this will be our background for the day. Unfortunately, I've never been to London, so looks interesting. So, like I said, back to the reality. Justice Department official says she was fired after opposing restoring Mel Gibson's gun rights. And you all remember Mel Gibson. He's the troubled conservative Catholic who did everything from getting drunk and being stopped in Hollywood and calling the cop a Jew to, I think he beat a wife or two. So he seems to have been doing pretty good here. He's put some movies out, and, you know, he looks like crazy old man, but in this one, he's well dressed. So who could ask for more? So I'll read a little bit of this. Again, the title, Justice Department official says she was fired after opposing restoring Mel Gibson's gun rights. Elizabeth G. Oyer, the former pardon attorney, said she was not told why she was dismissed, but that as events unfolded, she feared they might lead to her firing. She should have got while the getting was good. The Justice Department's pardon attorney was dismissed a day after she refused to recommend that the actor Mel Gibson, a prominent supporter of President Trump's, should have his gun rights restored, according to the attorney and others familiar with the situation. Elizabeth G. Oyer, the former pardon attorney, described the sequence of events as an alarming departure from long-standing practice, one that put public safety and the department's integrity at risk. Mr. Gibson had lost his gun rights as a result of a 2011 domestic violence misdemeanor conviction. This is dangerous. This isn't political. This is a safety issue. Ms. Oyer said in an interview with the New York Times as she described the internal discussions about whether to give gun rights back to people with domestic violence convictions. Oh, that sounds real bright. Ms. Oyer's account of a series of Justice Department discussions about guns, domestic violence, and star power was confirmed by two other people familiar with the event, speaking on the condition of anonymity because they feared retaliation. She was one of a number of high-ranking Justice Department officials who were fired on Friday, the latest in a series of moves by the Trump administration to remove or demote senior career lawyers who played critical roles in department decisions. She was not told why she was dismissed, but as events unfolded, she feared that they might lead to her firing. A Justice Department official, speaking on the condition of anonymity to describe internal deliberations, said that the disagreement over Mr. Gibson played no role in the decision to dismiss the pardon attorney. A representative for Mr. Gibson did not immediately respond to a request for comment. About 2 weeks ago, Ms. Oyer was put on a working group to restore gun rights to people convicted of crimes, she said. That effort has been championed by some on the right who maintain that not all people with criminal convictions are dangerous or deserving of such a ban. Others contend that doing so, particularly when it comes to people with domestic violence convictions, carries significant risks. Here is the deal. Just a quick aside here. Not all people with criminal convictions are dangerous or deserving. Okay, the whole reason we have laws is to make application of justice even. Okay, all men and women, they forgot to add, are equal under the law. It does not matter whether you're a star or whether you're, some bum or hobo catching trains from town to town. Basically, not applying the law evenly, as we already don't do, that just leads to chaos, favoritism, etc. And this doesn't seem like a big deal, but just that sentence alone is part and parcel of, I get to say it now daily. Said it before the election, and I was a Kamala voter, by the way, but I told you so. And I don't know what else to say because I'll be beating a dead horse with a baton, like that little girl did last night to her opponent on the track. It was an it was an unusual assignment for the office of the pardon attorney, which typically handles requests for clemency and tries to focus on people who cannot hire well-connected lawyers to plead their cases to the White House, where the president has vast power to grant pardons in federal cases. Mr. Trump has a history of making pardon decisions without substantial input from the pardon attorney, but in this case, Justice Department leaders plan to make the decision about gun rights on their own. Federal law prohibits those convicted of crimes, including misdemeanor state domestic violence cases, from purchasing or owning a handgun. For decades, the law has technically given the Justice Department authority to restore gun ownership rights to specific individuals, but in practice that has not been done, in part because of significant limits imposed by Congress, Ms. Oyer said. She said she was told that the working group would generate a list of candidates to get back their gun rights as part of a longer-term effort to have the Attorney General restore such rights to some individuals. Her office, she said, came up with an initial batch of 95 people she considered worthy of consideration, made up principally of people whose convictions were decades old, who had asked for the restriction to be lifted, and for whom Ms. Oyer's office thought the risk of recidivism was low. The list was given to advisors in the office of the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, one of Trump's trial attorneys, by the way, which whittled the 95 candidates down to just 9. Ms. Oyer said she was asked to submit a draft memo recommending that those 9 get their gun rights back, which she did on Thursday. Then came the request. They sent it back to me saying, "We would like you to add Mel Gibson." We would like you to add Mel Gibson to this memo. Why didn't they just do it? She said. Attached to the request, she said, was a January letter that Mr. Gibson's lawyer had written to 2 senior Justice Department officials, James R. McHenry III and Emil Bove III. Emil Bove's name has come up. He's the one who was involved in firing that lady, I forget her name, who was acting United States Attorney for the New York's Southern District of New York. Arguing for his gun rights to be restored, saying that he had been tapped for a special appointment by the president and that he had made a number of big, successful movies. 2 weeks before Mr. Gibson's lawyer sent the letter, Mr. Trump announced on social media that he had named Mr. Gibson and others special ambassadors to a great but very troubled place, Hollywood, California. Ambassador to Hollywood. The letter said that Mr. Gibson had in recent years tried to buy a gun but was refused because of his prior domestic violence conviction. Just this past weekend, Mr. Gibson was sported at a UFC event sitting with Mr. Trump's new FBI director, Kash Patel. In 2011, Mr. Gibson pleaded no contest in Los Angeles Superior Court to a misdemeanor charge of battering his former girlfriend as part of a deal with prosecutors that allowed him to avoid jail time. He received a sentence of community service, counseling, and 3 years of probation, and was ordered to pay $570 in fines. To Ms. Oyer, the request to add Mr. Gibson to her list was worrisome on multiple fronts. The other candidates had all undergone a significant amount of background investigation to measure their likelihood of committing another crime. She did not know nearly as much about Mr. Gibson's case. Giving guns back to domestic abusers is a serious matter that, in my view, is not something that I could recommend lightly, because there are real consequences that flow from people who have a history of domestic violence being in possession of firearms, Ms. Oyer said in an interview. Law enforcement officials at the state, local, and federal levels often fear that domestic abusers might reoffend. Separately, Ms. Oyer was vaguely aware of a highly publicized episode in 2006 when Mr. Gibson was caught being verbally abusive and anti-Semitic to a police officer who had stopped him on suspicion of driving under the influence and recorded at least some of the exchange. Mr. Gibson has denied that he ever treated anyone in a discriminatory manner. He just called them names, drunkenly, while driving, and also called the details of the 2011 domestic violence episode terribly humiliating and painful for my family. In a brief email, she responded to her Justice Department superiors that she could not recommend that the Attorney General restore Mr. Gibson's rights. Several hours later, she got a call from a senior Justice Department official in Mr. Blanche's office who'd been working on the issue. The official asked her, "Is your position flexible?" "It was not," she responded. Well, in their defense, the senior Justice Department officials, she should have gotten a hint when they asked if she was flexible. He then essentially explained to me that Mel Gibson has a personal relationship with President Trump, and that should be sufficient basis for me to make a recommendation, and that I would be wise to make the recommendation. Wise. His tone in the course of the 15-minute discussion shifted from friendly to condescending to bullying, Ms. Oyer said. In response, she told him that she would think about whether there was a way she could thread the needle. And she spent a sleepless night trying to figure out how to navigate the predicament. "I literally did not sleep a wink that night," Ms. Oyer said, "because I understood that the position I was in was one that was going to either require me to compromise my strongly held views and ethics, or would likely result in me losing my ability to participate in these conversations going forward. I can't believe this, but I really think Mel Gibson is going to be my downfall, she told a colleague. On Friday morning, she wrote another draft memo to the Attorney General's office, trying to present the issue in a more informational way by saying she did not know many particulars of the Gibson case and that it was ultimately the Attorney General's decision. Ms. Oyer said, again, she did not recommend that Mr. Gibson get his gun rights back. Hours later, she was sitting in an unrelated meeting when she got a frantic call from a member of her staff saying she had to come back to her office right away. When she got there, two building security officers who were waiting to hand her a letter from Mr. Blanche firing her. They watched as she packed up some of her belongings into boxes and escorted her out of the building. The general feeling in her office was one of shock, she said. Ms. Oyer said the entire plan seemed to disregard the type of care and attention to detail that the Justice Department typically uses in evaluating cases. And I guess I'm going to stop there. I think we get the gist of this. Yeah, I told y'all so. Let's see. Only Mel Gibson can tame Mel's erratic behavior. He doesn't deserve to own a gun. That's completely BS. Yeah, well, you know what? Trump is an American god. She should have restored Mel's right to bear his lethal weapon. Hey, that's pretty good. You know what? That's in contention there, humble presidents. Anyway, I don't know. I just think that, everybody's equal under the law, and apparently some of us are more equal than others. And Elon is our big brother, by the way. So, next story, who likes tariffs? Some U.S. industries are eager for them. So, let's go ahead and read this story. This is one I didn't get to yesterday, by the way.
Who likes tariffs? Some U.S. industries are eager for them. This article is by Peter Evis and read by an automated voice. The United States buys more steel from Canada than from any other country, and those imports will become much more expensive under tariffs President Trump intends to impose this week. That's good news to Stephen Capone, president of Capone Iron Corporation of Rowley, Mass., which makes steel stairs, handrails, gratings, and other products and has around 100 employees. For too long, he said, Canadian competitors have been flooding the New England market with cheap steel products, preventing his and other local companies from winning business. No matter how low we bid, they can underbid us on any job, Mr. Capone said. They're decimating our market. Many companies oppose Mr. Trump's tariffs, fearing that they will push up costs and provoke retaliation against their products by other countries. Ford Motors chief executive Jim Farley said last month that tariffs could blow a hole in the U.S. auto industry, and retailers have warned that they will lead to higher prices for consumers. But there are deep pockets of support for his trade policies in the business world, particularly among executives who say their industries have been harmed by unfair trade. In particular, the leaders of American steel and aluminum companies have long contended that foreign rivals undercut them because those rivals benefit from subsidies and other government support. And they say that tariffs, when imposed without loopholes, have been effective at spurring more investment in the United States. Mr. Trump on Thursday suspended broad tariffs that he had imposed 2 days earlier on imports from Canada and Mexico. But tariffs on steel and aluminum products, authorized under a national security provision called Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act, are scheduled to take effect on Wednesday. President Trump was elected with a resounding mandate to level the playing field for American manufacturers and workers using tariffs, and he is committed to delivering on that mandate, including for our keystone steel and aluminum industries, Kush Desai, a White House spokesman, said in a statement. The tariffs apply a 25% levy on steel and aluminum imports from Canada, Mexico, and other countries. In his first administration, Mr. Trump imposed Section 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum, but Mexico and Canada gained exemptions from them when a new trade agreement among those countries and the United States took effect in 2020. Jesse Gary, chief executive of Century Aluminum, an American aluminum producer, supported the aluminum tariffs during Mr. Trump's first term, but said the exemptions had made them less effective, and was glad to see them being reimposed. The new tariffs will close those loopholes back up and enable us to begin investing again and bring on more production here in the U.S., he said. Philip Bell, president of the Steel Manufacturers Association, an American trade group, said there had been a surge of steel imports in recent years. He said Mexican companies were importing cheap steel from China, making slight alterations and exporting it to the United States as if it were produced in Mexico. The Biden administration moved last year to stop the practice by applying a 25% tariff on Mexican steel that was melted or poured outside of North America before being turned into a finished product. Mr. Trump's tariffs go further by applying to all steel from Mexico. The president is sending a clear message to our trading partners that it's time to get serious about their trading relationships with the United States, Mr. Bell said. Canadian steel companies reject accusations that they are breaking trade rules. Our members are deeply committed to a North American steel market that is protected from unfair trade practices, and we do not contribute to global overcapacity with our production levels remaining below Canada's steel demand, Catherine Cobden, president of the Canadian Steel Producers Association, a trade group, said in a statement. While the tariffs could enable U.S. steel and aluminum manufacturers to take a bigger share of the domestic market, the question is whether they make the large investments needed to expand capacity. Steel companies did so after the tariffs of the first Trump administration. Timna Tanners, a managing director at Wolfe Research covering metals companies, said U.S. companies could add enough capacity to replace imported steel in many markets. But she added, fear of creating a glut might temper their plans. The mills don't seem to want to run that hard because they also think that could pressure prices lower, and they'd rather enjoy higher prices, Ms. Tanner said. Last year, imports of finished steel accounted for about 23% of the market, according to the American Iron and Steel Institute. The United States is far more dependent on imports of aluminum. American smelters used to dominate the production of primary aluminum derived from raw materials rather than from recycling. But today, China makes far more than any other country. The Commerce Department found that the United States imported 90% of its primary aluminum in 2016. The Economic Policy Institute, a left-leaning think tank, credited the Section 232 tariffs of Mr. Trump's first administration for somewhat reviving the primary aluminum industry. Century, the largest producer of primary aluminum in the United States, plans to build a new aluminum smelting plant, the first in the United States in 45 years. It aims to do so with a grant of up to $500 million that was awarded by the Biden administration using funds from the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment Act. Century must still obtain significant additional financing to build the plant, and the Trump administration is reviewing grants made under the Inflation Reduction Act. Asked whether the review puts the plans at risk, Mr. Gary said, "We think the new project altogether fits exactly the sort of investment that this administration wants to do," adding that building the plant could create 5,500 jobs, and that operating it would require 1,000 full-time workers. Still, the U.S. aluminum industry is divided on Mr. Trump's latest tariffs, in large part because American companies have plants in Canada that would be hit by the levies. Charles Johnson, the president of the Aluminum Association, a trade group, said on LinkedIn last month that while he supported some aspects of the Section 232 tariffs, the United States needed a reliable source of metal from Canada to support the jobs and investments happening today. If tariffs push up the prices of steel and aluminum, companies using the metals in their products may pass the extra costs on to consumers or find substitutes. Unions also support Mr. Trump's tariffs, but have at times objected to how he has imposed them. The United Steelworkers Union has criticized his targeting of Canada, where it has over 225,000 members, saying the steel trade with Canada is fair. We call on the President moving forward to differentiate between trade cheaters and trusted allies that reliably work with us to advance our national and economic security, David McCall, International President of the United Steelworkers, said in a statement. Mr. Capone, the Massachusetts steel executive, wants Mr. Trump's steel tariffs to be even tougher. They exempt steel imports from Canada from tariffs if the Canadian company is fabricating steel made in American mills. He said much more labor was involved in fabricating the steel, turning it into products like stairs and grating, than in manufacturing it, and said that should be reflected in the tariffs. The 232 tariffs favor the mills, not the fabricators, Mr. Capone said.
All right. You know what? Humble presidents, and this is going back to the last story. Uh, yeah, that firing's nefarious, but here's the deal. Way back in my 20s, I learned when that captain or your boss calls you up, and these really high level jobs, a lot of things are just beneath the surface. And this young lady looks like she was fairly young, but I don't know actually how young she was. She might serve at the pleasure of the president. It depends on how high level she was. But the thing is, when you submit that work, her boss should have added it and just moved on. But when your boss calls you up and goes, "Hey, can you can you sneak that name in?" That means you either do it or play ball, and your boss will remember that, or you go against what your boss wants and stand your ground. And when you stand your ground, she should have spent that sleepless night looking for another job because the writing was on the wall. Anybody who's ever had any sort of job in that government sphere, it was kind of like that in the Navy and in Fortune 500 companies. You know, when that boss is asking you to do him a solid or her a solid, that is office politics or politics in general. I'm just shocked that she was surprised. Now, maybe she was shocked that it happened so quick. But especially if your boss has hiring or firing capability, uh, it I don't know. It's big news. You know, it's problematic. But that first phone call, she should have been looking for another job if she couldn't find a way to suspend her belief in that brave new world that first essay was talking about. So, next story is a story that I didn't get to yesterday. Trump declines to rule out recession as tariffs begin to bite. But I'm going to skip ahead to this story from CNN from last night. Dow falls by 900 points in market rout after Trump says he won't rule out a recession. All right. Well, let's see. There is no reader for this. I think that the headline pretty much says it all. My thing is, this was an article a interview he did with Maria Bartiromo. I guess it was on Fox Business or something like that. I think Trump in his second term must surely understand that when he gives interviews like that, especially on a business channel with Maria Bartiromo, Wall Street and the other markets and people just in the financial industry are going to be watching that interview in the office. They're going to stop what they're doing. They're going to turn on that big screen TV, and all the little stock brokers and all those financial analysts and everybody's going to be crowding around the TV, hanging on his every word. It's hard for me to believe that he did not know what he was doing. And he's pretty much indicated that there's going to have to be a little pain endured for him to, basically no pain, no gain. And a few days ago, I guess it was last week, I was watching some financial clip on YouTube, and they were saying like let's just say 2.9% growth was expected, and 2/4 of recession would maybe result in like 2.2% growth. So it's not going to be like a negative growth situation. It's just not going to be as robust as predicted. So, Wall Street is kind of fickle. It's not a leading indicator. I think I don't even remember if it's an indicator at all anymore. But I would not be that worried about the stock market this high falling 900 points. If it keeps falling, if it goes into a free fall, that'll be a problem. But, this is a little bit of the sky is falling ism, in my opinion. But it doesn't look good on the surface. But I just get the feeling that it's one of these things where, Trump Elon feels that all they're doing is ripping the bandage off, or the Band-Aid off. It'll hurt for a minute, but it'll get better once the wound gets aired out. So, that's my take on it. And I am not Mr. Finance, so it's my man on the street, Joe Plumber, or American Plumber. It's my American Plumber take on it. Yeah, Phoenix. Yep, she's a scapegoat, all right. But again, she sounds like she was relatively high level. It's hard for me to believe that she didn't know that something was up. Maybe she just wanted to test the system. Maybe she was just ready to go, and she wanted to put her foot down. I don't know what the circumstances are. But anybody working that level of job, maybe she was new. I don't know. But, she was there after the initial purge. The one thing I have to say about Trump, let's give the devil his due. He telegraphed all this. We knew stuff like this was going to be happening before the election. He literally said it. And if he didn't say it, it was in Project 25 or his little minions out on the Sunday morning news shows were saying it. There is nothing Trump has done so far that really is surprising. And, having people like Viktor Orban hail the new dawn, I'm not going to even say we're in trouble, because we're probably not, but there's going to be some pain. And, hey, America gets what it voted for. And that's what free and fair elections are all about. So next on the hit list, the parade of hits, not the hit list, stalled audits and a skeleton staff, just the way rich guys like Trump like their IRS. President Trump is planning to gut the workforce while trying to turn the IRS into a more political agency. Let's see what he's got going on.
Stalled audits and a skeleton staff, inside Trump's war on the IRS. This article is by Andrew Duran and read by an automated voice. Beth Crowell was proud to work for the Internal Revenue Service. She had spent much of her career as an accountant for large corporations, gaining intimate knowledge about how they do, and sometimes don't, pay the taxes they owe, Working for the IRS in Colorado, she hoped to put her skills to a new use. She wanted to help collect more money for the federal government. Not long after joining last July, she had her chance. Ms. Crowell, 64, joined a team that had started an audit of a company earning roughly $3 billion a year. The IRS had never examined the firm before, Ms. Crowell said, because the agency hadn't had enough employees with the skills for such complex cases. They're a large multinational company, and it is not a normal thing to not have been examined, she said, declining to name the firm. By hiring Ms. Crowell and thousands of other experienced tax professionals like her last year, the IRS was trying to fill those gaps and rebuild its ability to enforce tax laws after years of decay. The effort was expected to help the United States recoup billions in additional tax revenue. Then the layoffs started. With Trump administration targeting recent hires across the government, the terminations hit particularly hard in Ms. Crowell's division, large business and international. Of the more than 7,000 people laid off from the IRS so far, roughly half worked in her department. As a result, the IRS may struggle even more with its basic mission of collecting taxes. Work-intensive investigations into large businesses and rich Americans could decline, a drop in enforcement that would add to the deficit, even as Elon Musk says his team is helping narrow it. The audit Ms. Crowell was in the middle of conducting is now adrift. 5 of the 9 people working on it, including Ms. Crowell, were laid off. What she called a slam-dunk case for the IRS may not be finished. We were going to work through these issues and have it done in an effective, professional, and collaborative manner, she said. All of the momentum we had is gone. I'm not sure they're going to be positioned and have the support they need to restructure and reconvene to overcome all of this. Firing probationary employees like Ms. Crowell was just the beginning of President Trump's far-reaching agenda for the IRS. The administration is preparing budget cuts and further layoffs that could ultimately force the IRS to shed as much as half of its 100,000-person workforce. A drastic reduction that could mean many Americans face less scrutiny and receive less help on their taxes. At the same time, Mr. Trump is asserting more political control over an agency that has historically been insulated from changes in leadership at the White House. Soon after the election, Mr. Trump chose Billy Long, a former Republican congressman and vocal supporter of the president, to lead the IRS. The choice of Mr. Long was unusual. He'd never run a large organization, and his only background in tax consisted of pitching small businesses on a fraud-riddled tax credit. And by deciding to replace Daniel Werfel, then the head of IRS, years before the end of his term in 2027, Mr. Trump was upending the norm that commissioners of the IRS stay in the role even as a new president comes into office. Mr. Musk, who claimed to hold the record for the largest tax bill for an individual after having paid more than $11 billion to the IRS in 2021, has dispatched technologists to the agency with the goal of automating many of its functions. The presence of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency is growing at the IRS, where Mr. Musk's allies are preparing to cancel scores of contracts with outside technology vendors. And with Homeland Security officials already asking for the IRS to help with deporting immigrants, some agency officials and tax experts also worry that the Trump administration could try to use vast stores of taxpayer information to execute political goals. This article is based on interviews with more than a dozen current and former IRS officials, aides on Capitol Hill, and others in Washington who closely follow the tax agency. They described deep uncertainty as the IRS cycled through 3 leaders in a matter of weeks, and Mr. Trump's team moved to rapidly remake one of the government's most fundamental agencies. An IRS spokeswoman declined to comment. A Treasury spokesperson said the Trump administration was exploring different options for streamlining the IRS. While no plan has been approved to date, modernization is necessary to keep up with the process by which Americans file their taxes, including the reality that over 90% of individual tax returns are filed electronically. The spokesperson said, these changes are aimed at improving taxpayer customer service and ensuring a smooth and successful filing season. Uncharted situation. Even with his successor picked, Mr. Werfel, a Biden appointee, had wanted to stay in his job for as long as possible. While the generational overhaul of the IRS he was hired to lead was now under threat by Mr. Trump, Mr. Werfel thought he might still be able to stay on for the first few months of the Trump administration. Mr. Long's Senate confirmation would take time, and Mr. Werfel wanted to help the IRS get through filing season, its most high-stakes period when millions of Americans file their returns. Throughout the transition, Mr. Werfel repeatedly asked members of incoming Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's staff whether they would want him to keep working. But Mr. Bessent and his staff never asked Mr. Werfel to stay, nor did they explicitly tell him to go. So he decided he would resign, hoping to avoid drawing any additional attention to the IRS, already a target for Republicans. This situation would have been somewhat uncharted, Mr. Werfel said in an interview before he stepped down on January 20th. I wasn't able to predict what this uncharted situation would entail, and all of this would be happening while the IRS has some important obligations in the medium term. As the agency responsible for taking money from Americans to fund the government, the IRS has long been unpopular with the public. In that sense, it was a natural target for an anti-government crusade, even if it could mean bringing in less tax revenue. Mr. Musk, Mr. Long, and members of Mr. Trump's staff have even raised the possibility of abolishing the IRS altogether. Even before Mr. Trump took office, associates of Mr. Musk were scrutinizing the IRS, asking about the agency's information technology and headcount during transition meetings. The IRS, under its modernization plan, had been working to update its rickety technology system. But the Trump team quickly made clear that it believed the agency was moving far too slowly and employed far too many people. When he arrived at IRS headquarters in February, Gavin Kleiger, a 25-year-old software engineer on Mr. Musk's DOGE team, wanted broad visibility into the agency's databases, which are full of personal information about Americans' jobs, earnings, and families. While IRS officials agreed to eventually let him see anonymized tax data, a court order barring DOGE employees from Treasury systems has so far prevented Mr. Kleiger from actually doing so. In meetings, Mr. Kleiger, who wears all black clothing, has often been impatient, accusing officials of stonewalling him and disobeying White House executive orders when they raised legal concerns with his requests. According to people who have interacted with him, Mr. Kleiger did not respond to a request for comment. When IRS human resources staff did not spend a weekend readying the agency to host another DOGE aide, Sam Korkos, a technology entrepreneur and a self-described minimalist who has repeatedly said he only owns one pair of pants, Mr. Kleiger blamed the chief human capital officer at the IRS for not moving quickly enough. A new IRS chief, promoted under the Trump administration to temporarily lead the agency, agreed. Melanie Krause had taken over after the last interim leader, Douglas O'Donnell, retired. Last week, she put the chief human capital officer, Tracy DiMartini, on administrative leave for not accommodating DOGE requests and her performance during the first round of mass layoffs, according to two people familiar with the matter. My taxpayer dollars were wasted. Karen Burns had long been frustrated with the IRS. It took too long to get a call back, and the IRS staff she dealt with over the course of her career as an accountant could be underwhelming. But when she started working there herself in September, she started to get a sense of why the agency so often seemed to fall short. The technology was archaic and took 2 weeks to learn to use. And while the workforce was growing rapidly under the Biden administration, with the number of employees rising by 20,000 over 3 years, Ms. Burns said the IRS still seemed short of staff. They couldn't hire people quick enough to start making the necessary changes, she said. Once I learned all of this, and once I started and I had access to all these programs, I realized this isn't what I thought it was. There really aren't a lot of people there. Ms. Burns, 58, had also worked in the large business and international division in the Phoenix, Arizona area before she was laid off last month. She said she was close to completing an audit that would have generated a significant tax payment to the IRS. She's not sure if her former colleagues will have the resources to finish it after the layoffs. I voted for Trump. I do like Trump, she said. I like what he did the last term in office and all of the things he stood for. But now that he's brought in Elon Musk, it's a mess, she said. IRS leaders had scrambled to identify all of their probationary employees, whom the Trump administration had directed should be laid off, It was a struggle to quickly put together the list. Employees deemed necessary for filing season, for example, were supposed to be spared. The day before the firing started, several top officials at IRS headquarters were not sure exactly how many people the agency would ultimately let go. Amanda Musgrave, 41, showed up to work expecting to be laid off quickly. She had started working at the massive IRS campus in Austin, Texas last June, so she knew she was vulnerable. Mrs. Musgrave had enjoyed the job and was frustrated that it had to end. Even with security officers and human resources staff on campus to facilitate the layoffs, Mrs. Musgrave said she and some of her colleagues waited for hours for the official termination notice to arrive in their email inboxes. The stress started to build, and she got tired of waiting. In the afternoon, she demanded that her manager just fire her so she could go home. I ended up having a panic attack, and that was not fair, she said. It was completely degrading and disgusting what I went through. More broadly, Mrs. Musgrave has a lingering feeling that the layoffs directed by Mr. Musk's team would create more government waste, not reduce it. Not only might Americans find it easier to avoid paying all of the taxes they owe, but all of the time and money the IRS spent on hiring her and thousands of others were ultimately for nothing. I'm appalled my tax dollars were wasted on getting all those employees trained, and they didn't even get the chance to get out of their probationary period, she said.
Yeah, I highlighted my favorite part. I voted for Trump. I do like Trump, she said. I like what he did the last term in office and all of the things he stood for. But now that he's brought in Elon Musk, it's a mess, she said. Well, it's not like he didn't telegraph it. Um, gosh, um, I I do feel for her, but Trump is nothing. You know, I've heard so many times, oh, well, Trump was just kidding about that. Trump is crazy like a fox. You know, he didn't survive in New York real estate for all these years, being dumb. Now, he may be many things, but he is definitely open and I won't say honest, but he's open about what his plans are. It should surprise no one. So, and I wouldn't, I mean, I would think that anyone, you know, any billionaire that gets in office, they're, you know, the IRS is not going to be their pet project. And Abiola, I don't know. Those loopholes are theirs, are there for a reason. And I think it's really the corporations paying zero taxes that are the big problem. They use a lot of infrastructure, and Ryan and I, every now and again, go back and forth about corporate taxes. And he is right about, you know, any taxes they pay are just going to be passed along to the consumer. You know, ultimately, taxing corporations is going to make prices go up. And the remedy for that would basically be a form of socialism. So we're in a pickle when it comes to corporate taxes. Um, I think that rich individuals actually do pay taxes, and the loopholes are there. It's legal to use them. You either close the loopholes, which isn't going to happen under a Trump administration, or you raise their tax rates. Tax rates historically, right now, for the rich, for the ultra wealthy, are fairly low. So we have two choices. No one has the balls to make those choices. And quite frankly, the right thing when it comes to taxing is not going to be done when you got 10 billionaires and the world's richest man in the current administration. So we can hope. It's not too much to ask, but it's definitely too much to expect. Good morning, Dave. How you doing? What's up, DiCapriono? So that's my thought on that. And April 15th. don't expect don't expect to get, if you're mailing your taxes in this year, people, don't expect your check to be you know coming to you in a timely fashion. Don't be planning your tax check or like buying something on layaway expecting that tax check to come before Christmas. All right, my next favorite story. U.S. Energy Secretary pledges to reverse focus on climate change. Um, to applause from oil and gas executives. Yay! Chris Wright said natural gas was preferable to renewable energy. No duh. We don't have, renewable energy to a point to where it can be replaced. Of course, it can be developed. Of course, we should develop it. We have no choice but to prefer renewable energy till we can, do otherwise. And I was talking with a guy the other day who has a hybrid. It's called the Toyota Crown. It's a hybrid um, gas electric, and he said that he's getting like either 500 or 600 miles to a tank of gas. So you know, at some point, the next car I get, and it might wind up being for my son. To be honest, I don't really need a car that bad. Yeah, definitely get a hybrid. You kind of get the best of both worlds. Anyway, in climate change, a side effect of building the modern world. Sometimes the side effects are what kills you. My wife's uncle, this is shit, probably almost 20 years ago now, Navy veteran, retired Master Chief, fisherman, awesome guy. Uncle Bob was awesome. He got lung cancer, but died of a heart attack. Side effects. Sometimes the side effects kill you. It's not the actual like big cancer. It's the heart attack that'll get you. Um, so anyway, have the reader read this story. One other thing I want to point out: when I lived in Northern Virginia, in Warren County, there was a Superfund site. And for those of us who were too young to remember the 1970s, this particular site, I think the company had been around since like World War II. They manufactured rayon, which is a synthetic fabric that's, I guess it's similar to nylon. I don't remember the chemical properties and all that. However, um, it was dumping water into the Shenandoah River and all this stuff. And here we are, probably 50 years later. It's still a Superfund site, and they're still cleaning it up. Um, that just that example right there um, is enough to basically tell you, hey, pollution has effects, and it's just foolish not to at least understand what could happen and not do things ahead of time to mitigate it. There's still sections of the Shenandoah where they go, don't eat the fish if you catch them. So, and this is like 50 years after the company was closed. So look up Superfund site, folks. It's a thing. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning.
I'm doing my liberal ranting about climate change.
Yeah, while you're wearing your fashionable rayon clothing.
I am wearing a nylon sweater.
Remember those rayon shirts that had all the pictures on them back in the day?
Oh yeah, well, shoot, I had someone. Disco was king back in the
Mm-hmm.
day. Back when I was in 8th grade.
Rayon's made from like some sort of plant fiber. It's synthetic,
Is it
but
really?
yeah.
It was some sort of synthetic, or maybe it was the process or something. But that Superfund site is still in Front Royal, Virginia, and that Shenandoah, you're still, there are parts of the Shenandoah you can keep, but when I've used to fish the Shenandoah, I didn't keep anything.
I was waiting last night. I was listening to Portia's program to find out how I was a threat to American civilization.
What? I had to go to sleep. As a matter of fact, I've been missing your show because I'm usually asleep by 8.
Yeah.
But I stayed up just to see what Portia was up to.
I did the first assassination attempt on Gerald Ford.
Was it the one, that woman?
Well, they were both women. There was one 17 days later, actually, both of them in California. But then there was Squeaky Fromm from the Manson family.
Oh, that's right.
And she
he was
pulled out.
such a nice guy.
Well, she pulled out a 45 and was less than 2 feet away. And, that 45, you got to rack around into the chamber. She didn't do that. If she had, she would have killed him. It was point blank range, but didn't fire.
Well,
but no, the title of hers is like, what's the biggest threat to American civilization? I don't know what. It was 3 different things, I think, and then one of them was white men.
Who said that?
That's the title of Portia's show last night.
Okay, I have to go back and look at the title. Okay. Well, it was probably tongue in cheek.
Maybe, but I don't know. She kept saying she was going to talk, but I eventually had to go to sleep. She got into her Jasmine Crockett mode.
Yeah, I saw the Jasmine Crockett stuff, and then she got into this. You were there for that track. Two track teenagers.
Yeah.
That just, and I guess being a parent of an 18-year-old male, thank goodness, I was shocked that could even happen. That was just blatant. And that child, her parents better be circling the wagons and getting that child. Maybe I'm overreacting, but it was shocking to me.
She's real close to change your name mode, because if she plans on going to college, it's going to follow her there. And if she plans on getting a job out of college, that incident will follow her forever, at least until her 30s. And the thing to me is, I guess track can be a little bit physical when you're jousting for position in the turns and stuff, but it's not like football or soccer or basketball or certainly wrestling or something. And, those sports, there's absolutely no excuse for that type of behavior anyway, but I can see how someone would, after getting roughed up or in an act of a very physical sport, if they get cheap shotted, might react, in some sort of fashion.
Yeah, but you would think a high school senior, she's been to the state before. You would think she would just be a little bit more prepared.
Well, or
she was a freshman.
Turn that energy into running faster. So, I don't understand. I just don't understand. It's like this other person's running around me. So I'm gonna that there's something deeply wrong there.
Yeah, it was shocking that they didn't know each other. The victim lives in Roanoke, and this girl lives in Portsmouth. So, that's hours apart. That's like 6 hours. You have to cut on I-64 to get over there off of 81. And even that's like, gee, that's got to be 5 or 6 hours. But anyway, I was kind of, somewhere between sad and shocked.
I was happy that it pushed my threat to American civilization back further into the news.
Well, I wouldn't take it too personally. No one here thinks that white males are a threat to civilization. I have to go back and look at the title of the show. Believe me, I have heard nothing but the praises of white males and white maledom sung to the high heavens by people like Solid Snake and even John Galt himself.
Well, this is on the heels of me finding out yesterday morning the shocking revelation that my bloodline would be tainted forever.
Would
Genetically,
you hit somebody over the head with a baton?
no, genetically it would be tainted forever. Checkmate. And there's nothing I can do about
Oh
it.
yeah, mulatto. Yeah. It was such a good comment. I had to adopt it for today's show name. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I hope he comes back. I've known of him. I think I've seen him more over at Chaotic Truth, but he's over here every now and again. He's been up on the panel before.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see Checkmate if that happens. Checkmate.
Well, I hope he comes up today. He ought to become a regular part of the show. Kind of like you remember. You were probably past that age, but Bunny Rabbit on Captain Kangaroo. Always
Oh, I
drop,
remember Buddy Rabbit.
always dropping the ping pong balls. As host, I felt like Captain Kangaroo and Mulatto came up here was just dropping, raining ping pong balls down on the whole panel.
And I felt like he was raining air, most of it hot. He wasn't really saying anything. Like I said, it was like that 4-year-old that gets a football that's half his size and runs past you and goes, "I scored a touchdown," and throws it, just spikes it, and starts dancing. And you're like, "Yeah, sure you did. You scored a touchdown."
Well, he didn't win. He did not win any genetic, winning scoring a genetic touchdown.
It's like and of course he was just wouldn't shut up, so nobody could say anything.
Yeah, that was annoying.
I was like, the bloodlines of humans and frankly all creatures to a certain extent have been, since the beginning of time evolving. So it's to be expected. Doesn't bother me in the least. Why are you making it out to be such a big deal? Am I supposed to go cry in the corner? It's a part of evolution.
The funny thing is, and this is the lovely part, I recommend 60 years old for everybody. You just know what to give a damn about and what not to.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially now that my son's out of the house, my blood pressure is awesome. Every day is awesome. Dinner is awesome. Lunch is awesome. The show is awesome. And you know what? I get to see him this weekend for a week to drive him nuts for a week.
What?
Me and his grandfather are going to have a good old time making him cringe.
Well, and I'd be bringing up that knife every time I got a chance. But I probably am more concerned about it than you are. I'd say my show is awesome, but one thing that I've learned just recently about my show is people really don't care that Gerald Ford was almost assassinated. It's extremely unpopular. Oh, yeah. It's amazing to me which shows.
I was a kid, 76. I was about 10. So, 11, going on 11.
Well, assassinations in general, very popular. The Gerald Ford one, not very popular. And
was it because he didn't really have a chance to establish a record?
I don't know. I think it's just amazing to me. Some shows I think are going to do well and that one did just abysmally. and other shows I think won't do well, and they do great. So it's just the nature of the topics that I cover. But the thing about it is, my show, now this show and all the shows on this channel kind of have up to the date, current news and things of that nature. There's other things, of course, but I think it would be, I used to do a show like that, and once that show aired, it would get some views for about 24 hours and then never again.
Yep.
The shows that I do kind of continue to pay off a little bit. Constantly, over a long period of time. They don't really go out of style to.
Well, I think let me tell you I think that's clever as hell. I don't, because I like history, for starters. So,
I think the internet, it just roundly rejects your opinion on that. Which has made me a completely anonymous figure on YouTube. But we'll see how it goes. It's just kind of the way it went. Maybe they heard I was a threat to American civilization, and that's the reason that.
I think that, I have literally, and I'm not, that really up to date, believe it or not, on presidential biographies or anything. I'm no Doris Kearns Goodwin. I've never heard a bad thing about Gerald Ford. If anything, it was kind of, Chevy Chase made him, super famous, but I've heard he was a nice guy.
And famous for being a klutz. There's so many notable things about Gerald Ford. Of course, not elected at all, was just appointed, right. And when Nixon resigned. But the thing about it is, by the way, he was on the Warren Commission.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, verily. And so one of the things is Chevy Chase made him look like a real klutz.
Exactly, yep.
He probably was the most athletically accomplished and gifted president of them all, by far. He was a two-time All-American in football. He was the captain of the undefeated national champion Michigan Wolverines when he was in, college, and was drafted into the NFL. He was not, a klutz, as it were. He fell down a few times.
Did you didn't happen to show that cold open that Chevy Chase did, where he and I'd have to go back and watch it again, but I remember I actually saw it live when it premiered, where he stumbles around for 5 minutes.
Well, he tangles himself up in the phone cord, and I think he did it more than once. I don't think he did it just once, because Ford, I know that he fell down the Air Force One steps once, which, to be honest with you, if you've ever taken the steps off of a plane that size, they're very, very steep. And it's almost like walking down an escalator.
Yep.
They're difficult to tell whatever. And he's, by the way, saluting the whole time as he's going down. But he was not a klutz. And he actually, had a pretty rough go of it as president. To say nothing of the 2 within 17 days assassination attempts in California. He had the tremendous inflation, and then the oil problem while he was in office.
Yeah, and then I don't remember, and you probably, you weren't that much older. When he pardoned Nixon, was that a popular move? I can't imagine it would have been.
It was a controversial move. Mm-hmm. There were some people that were like, hey, we do not want the spectacle of an American president being
Right,
found
yeah.
guilty of a criminal act and all while in office and all that. But there were a lot of people that did want Nixon's head on a platter. So it was a very, very controversial move. A lot of historians believe, and I personally believe, that Gerald Ford took the fallout for that move, knowing it was the right thing and not caring what, that loses you the election, so be it. But the real reason he lost to Carter was, you remember the win buttons?
Yes.
Whip inflation now, and the alternating days at the pump.
Oh, I remember the lines.
Yes, the huge lines, and based on your license plate number, if it ended in an even number, there were even numbered days, and if your car had an odd number, there were odd numbered days. You couldn't just go buy gasoline whenever you want. They turned the temperature down.
Yep, I remember that.
In the schools and all federal buildings was it to 60?
I don't remember the number.
It was either 60 or 65. And I mean, he was on national TV going, well, so wear a sweater, and all that stuff. And so he had a lot going against him. And the fallout of Watergate. Let's not forget that either. The Russians were very aggressive during that period of time. And, he had a rough go of it as president. And everybody does say he was a super nice guy. Had his wife and her well-publicized problems.
Yeah.
And then her sobriety. And then, becoming actually the de facto go-to rehabilitation center of the, rich and famous and everyday regular people. The Betty Ford.
Yeah, I remember Betty Ford clinic.
So Gerald Ford was an interesting guy. Oh, but you know what? So Squeaky Fromm waits for him. She's upset about his environmental stance, and in order to, prove how much she cares about living creatures on the earth, decides to shoot him. She's using a .45, by the way, a Colt 1911.
I know what they can do.
That was government issued, by the way. I mean, it was actually made in 1911. It was an M1911, and was issued to the military, and then sold during one of the surplus sales. Of course, they tracked the gun, so it's about a 64-year-old gun. But as you know, Colt 1911, if properly cared for, will last forever. They weren't the official sidearm of the U.S. military for whatever it was, 70 years. Or
I carried one summer in the Red Sea.
And so, that super dependable, super lethal. And if you ran out of bullets, you could just beat someone to death with it. I mean, it was so heavy and huge. Anyway, so she's 2 feet away, 2 feet, and she points it at him right at his midsection.
Oh,
and of course, the click, because she didn't have a round in the chamber. She didn't rack it.
She forgot to attend that training class.
Well, no, apparently the guy that gave it to her, loaned it to her for her own protection from Charlie's enemies. She said she needed it to be protected from Charlie's enemies, Charles Manson's enemies, because she was one of the most earliest and loyalist followers of Charles Manson. And the Charlie's enemies is a pretty big list back then, probably, every human on Earth. But so click, it doesn't fire. 4 minutes later, he's at his appointment with the governor of California, Jerry Brown, and doesn't even mention that it happened. Like, no big deal. He's walking to the appointment and shaking hands with people.
World War II, right?
I don't believe so, but you know what? He might have been. I
seem to recall, or maybe I know Nixon was.
Let's see. By golly, he was. He was sent to the pre-commissioning detachment for a new light aircraft carrier, the USS the USS Monterey, if you're familiar with that one, from the ship's commissioning on 17th of June 1943 till the end of December 44. He served as the assistant navigator athletic officer and anti-aircraft battery officer. So yes, he was lieutenant commander.
Oh shit, he made it to 04. Wow.
Yeah, so he joined after the attack on Pearl Harbor into the Naval Reserve and was commissioned as an ensign.
Damn.
And,
well, during wartime, they accelerate those promotions.
and he was honorably discharged from active duty in 1946.
Wow.
So, but they asked him, he's like, well, I knew I'd better get going to my next meeting, or I had things to get done or whatever. If that happened today, he would have been under lock and key for 3 days. No, Gerald Ford just kind of 4 minutes after somebody tries to kill me in the park, I'm at the office in the meeting with Governor Jerry Brown.
For the audience, that's back when presidents were men.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And
Not like these namby-pamby, whiny presidents of today.
Well, the presidents of today would never walk across an unsecured ground like that.
Right.
Just decide to walk from your hotel over to the State House. They just would never do it. They're only really seen in areas where people have been searched or vouched for. And if you want to take a pop at them, you better do so from a top of a roof.
Yeah, you better. You better be a good shot.
Yeah, because they scout all of that out. I remember in Indianapolis one time, the president, I'm going to say it was the Bush the Elder, was coming down the big main central artery, Meridian Street, and the business that I worked at was on Meridian Street, right on it. And my gosh, the Secret Service or the FBI, I don't remember which one it was. I assume it was the Secret Service, came through and checked out all of our windows, and they were scoping out the place to see what was what for that parade route. So, but anyway, Gerald Ford, not a big deal. Just kind of, he said he wasn't scared.
Yeah, I have a feeling that he was on a pre-com, but which is I've been in the yards anyway. They build those ships in the yards, so it's not like being at sea, but it has its own challenges. But I would just imagine back then, the Greatest Generation and all that. They probably, maybe I'm just kind of, I just think people in World War II, and I've met one or two at like the old VFW, they tend to be fairly stoic.
Well, the attempt on Harry Truman's life was...
I don't recall that one.
Oh my goodness. The White House was being remodeled. So he was at, the vice president's residence.
It's not the Naval Observatory, right?
No, it's something house.
Something house.
It's I want to say Heath House, but I don't think that's it. He was staying there because of the remodeling, and some Puerto Ricans, nationalists, that were very upset at some things the United States did to quell the Puerto Rican rebellion of late 1949 and 1950. They attacked and they killed an officer, and several others were wounded, and one of them was killed. There was a big shootout. Blair House is the name of it.
Yeah, okay.
And so Truman was only, he was only 100 feet from all this shooting. He went to the window And of course, his guards were freaking out about it. Now, Truman had served in World War I, and the press asked him about it, and he commented that he was not frightened by the attack because he'd been in World War I,
Right.
and said that he'd already been shot at by professionals. meaning the German soldiers. Yeah, he said, it didn't bother me. I've been shot at by professionals. So, I mean, that they were just cut from a different cloth back then. It
Right.
was, a lot of heavy military experience. And, most people don't realize that most of our presidents for a long period of time were all generals.
Yeah.
They were military heroes. And I mean,
Up until
Ike,
what?
Jackson.
Well,
we had
technically Reagan.
Grant. Well, I mean,
When I was thinking
technically
about the
Eisenhower.
last president to have done military service was Reagan.
Uh,
Well, kind of Bush. Well, no.
Bush was,
Matter of fact, Bush was a hero.
Bush was a badass. What, 54 bomber missions or something like that? I mean,
Yeah.
and was shot down, over the sea. Eisenhower, come on, man. He ran the war. He was the supreme
Right.
commander. And so, yeah, a lot of them, Ulysses Grant, a lot of them were military heroes. If you were a military hero, that was seen as nationally known as a path to the White House. So,
Well, we dodged a bullet. Thank you, President Truman, with MacArthur.
yes. Yes, because he was very much being considered for a run at the presidency. And, then we had a lot of governors for a while. Now we have a reality show guy.
Did you hear? It was on your show talking about Carter. That one, like they had a meltdown, and they were lowering people in for like 60 or 90 seconds at a time to turn a screw.
Well, I think it would be a mistake to assume that I heard anything on my own show. I'm really
you talked
even
about it.
even I don't listen to my show even while
You don't
I'm
listen
doing
to
it.
the replays?
Even as I'm doing it, I'm not listening. Why should I be different than anyone else? No, there was a nuclear issue up in Canada. And so the United States was tapped to help them out.
I see.
And yes, Jimmy Carter was one of the people because he was, as you know, extremely nuclear savvy.
Yeah, he was Hyman Rickover's flag lieutenant. And Rickover, at least when I was in the Navy years ago, was still famous for just being a bastard, but a smart bastard.
Well, and the one that had pushed so hard for the nuclear subs.
Right.
We wouldn't have had him if it wasn't for him.
Right.
And so Carter was actually qualified to run a nuclear reactor plant.
Yeah.
He had gotten all those qualifications, and because he was part of that, kind of service, yes, he was one of the guys that was lowered down. They could only be down there for 90 seconds. So they were lowered down and just turned the screw and then up again, and another one goes down, turn the screw. Yeah. So he was, come on, think of it, being put in one of those protective suits and lowered down there. There's no guarantees.
Oh, yeah. Well,
when
the
you're going
long-term
down.
effects.
The long-term effects, and what if the cable
I
snaps?
lived to 100. He was well preserved.
What if the cable snaps? What if
Oh.
with the winch breaks? What if you slip and fall?
Yeah.
What if? But so yes, he did do that. He was a stud in that regard. So anyway, but Gerald Ford not getting the love from the next one I'm going to do is the FDR assassination. Not the next show. Today's show's on Hoosiers, the movie. But
I want to watch. Yeah, I've been watching them after the show, but yeah, I'm a huge Gene Hackman fan, so might have to bite the bullet on that one.
Well, Hoosiers is revered where I'm from, and
Right.
it makes me homesick to watch the opening of that movie where he's driving across the post, the early spring,
Right.
cornfields and all of that. That's the way it still looks to this day, and basketball is so popular for there. But the next assassination, and by the way, there are way more failed assassination attempts than you would think.
Oh, I
a
can
lot
believe
more.
that.
A lot more. So I'm doing the FDR assassination attempt. And that one ended up being fatal for the mayor of Chicago, who he was seated with in a parade in an automobile with the top down. And FDR didn't get hit, but the mayor of Chicago, who was sitting next to him, did, and fatally so.
Right.
So there's a lot. I mean, most Americans have no idea that occurred, and that there are a lot of them. A lot of them.
Yeah, it brings to mind. You remember that Richard Pryor bit, the first Black American president? You remember that?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. The Richard Pryor show, when it was on, if you can see it free streaming online. He had his own sort of variety show for a season.
I remember it, but I don't remember watching it because I'm sure my parents had us in bed by that time. By the time he came on,
It's amazing, and Robin Williams was on it.
Really?
Yes, yes. I don't know whether it was on a season or 2 seasons, 3 seasons. Of course, Richard Pryor famously he wasn't going to take any crap from anybody, and I think that was part of the deal. It also may have been ratings. I don't know.
Least of all, Milton Berle.
Pick your shots, kid. Okay, sweetheart. There are only 4 episodes of the Richard Pryor show.
Is that right?
Yes, yes. But you can see them, and it was opposite, Laverne and Shirley and Happy Days. So his show was an hour long.
What? I remember watching those two. I don't, because I think we used to watch it as a family. So I don't know that my parents would have. They weren't Richard Pryor people. I'll put it to you that way.
Well,
they were probably more Bill Cosby people.
Any show that went up against, Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley was going to just get destroyed. But Richard Pryor's show had Robin Williams, had Paul Mooney.
Oh, well, yeah. Paul Mooney, that dude. That dude.
Had Tim Reed from WKRP,
WKRP.
Venus Flytrap, had John Witherspoon. I don't know if you're familiar with him or not.
He's the perennial old guy.
Well, he's in Friday. I love him in Friday. He's great. Sandra Bernhard, the comedian.
Really?
Yes. Also,
I never found her funny.
Also, Edie McClurg. I don't know if she is.
That.
Oh, you remember Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, where Steve Martin?
I never saw the movie.
Oh, well, there's a famous scene with her in it. She did a lot of cartoon voices, but she always played like this really kind of white suburban mom kind of character or office character. Well, she was the secretary in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, that said, well, he gets along with everybody. The freaks, the hipsters, the neo-zoom dweebies. That meant she's going through the whole list. And Marsha Warfield was also.
Oh, really?
Yes. So look at that cast.
Roz.
And it was a comedy variety show. It was only 4 episodes. Very controversial skits. I should do a show on that, as a matter of fact. I think I'll do a show on that this week. There was a very controversial sketch where Pryor was he was shown nude, but with no genitals, like a Ken doll.
I made
And,
that joke about Ryan yesterday.
yeah, he's smooth down there like a Ken doll. He did. There obviously were very, 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 controversial sketches on it. Very, very. So, and the very last show, I think, featured a roast of Richard Pryor, and it was just it's often listed as the series that was canceled too soon. But I'll do it.
We got a new guy up here.
I'll do a show on it.
Free Tory, you're on mute.
Bro, it's God is real, John. What do you mean, you guy, bro? What the fuck?
How you doing? No, it's not John. It's Stanley.
Stanley, you've always been John Galt to me. Don't lie to me. Come on now.
Okay, yeah, I recognize the voice. Where you been? I haven't seen you in quite some time.
Well, I don't know what the fuck happened. You guys went from 24-hour streaming to just, I don't know, a truck trip or something. It got crazy.
Well, Portia's been ill, kind of under the weather, and she's just getting back. She did a show last night, so we'll expand our coverage a bit. I had been doing kind of after midnight, then it gravitated to 2, and I'm very comfortable at 3. I get enough sleep, and it's a little bit more news oriented, as we drift into the morning drive hours. So we'll get back up to speed. And to be honest, I think some of the gaps may wind up being filled by reruns. We've got like an insane amount of hours of video, and we probably need to start leveraging those. So I guess we'll cover.
Well, shit, a lot of news is fucking
Your mic's
happening.
fading in
Is
and
this
out.
the Jewish brother on the panel that we were talking?
No, this is the great Tom Gully of the Tom Gully Show.
Oi, Gewalt. No, I'm
It's
not Jewish.
Yiddish with a Midwestern twang.
Yeah. No, I'm not Jewish.
Well, no, I remember I had a debate with a guy about Israel, and his voice is very similar to yours. I don't know if you're the same dude.
I'm trying. Was I on the panel?
Yeah, it's just like that's the only time I hop on, bro. I think I hopped on once when Portia was running.
Are you sure he was Jewish and he wasn't Indian? Like Muslim?
No, I'm the Indian one, motherfucker.
Oh, okay. Well, you have to forgive me. I have an old man's memory these days.
Nah, remember we talked about Sikhism and all that, about like Asian
I remember.
America and all that. Yeah.
Did Khalistan come up?
Nah, yeah, probably. Yeah, you were bringing that up in Canada.
Canada, yeah.
But let's get to the real joint. Because I think before we spoke, the election was still.
Oh yeah.
Right. So now we got all this popping off. So how do you guys feel? Like, what do you guys think the current scenario is? Is it better or worse?
I thought I would be able to say "I told you so." So now I get to do it almost daily.
But like, I don't know. I guess my first impression with you was that you didn't like Trump. So like, do you think this is good or bad?
I have nothing against him personally. I don't think he's got good character. However, I will say, having Elon as his right hand man, it doubles the fun.
Elon Musk is getting a lot of hate for all that. It's crazy.
You want to know why? Because he's treating it like a business. He's basically employing the same methods he did to reform Twitter, and he basically formed Twitter into X. I don't know. I just think a corporation's way different than a government, and these are real people with real consequences.
Right.
The thing is you can leave your job and go home and sleep in your own bed more than likely. What happens to you in a country is 24/7, 365, the consequences.
And
So,
by the way, great job rebranding Twitter. Nobody calls it X. Even when in the news, it's Twitter.
Right.
X, formerly known as Twitter. So great job there. Really brilliant. Stanley, did you cover the huge argument that went on in the White House either yesterday morning or the previous evening?
in the cabinet meeting?
Oh, when Elon was yelling in the White House?
Yeah, and Marco Rubio was screaming at him, and a whole bunch of people. And apparently, I think it was behind closed doors.
I can't find any footage for that, Tom. If you could,
I don't know.
No,
if you could play that would be epic.
I guarantee you, I would like to see it too. But it didn't strike me as an actual shouting match. I covered the story.
What I read was behind closed doors.
Okay.
Oh, so there was no cameras.
Well, I mean, we'd have seen it everywhere if there was, but I know that it wasn't just Marco Rubio.
Sure.
It was a lot of sort of long-standing,
Republicans, conservatives. Yeah, I think there's a huge divide between the conservative and I guess what you would call the
it's populists versus, what they're calling broligarchs.
Well, I think what's happening really, Stanley, is that you have, I guess, you could say broligarchs, but I think there's establishment regimes, right? So you have the elephant, the donkey. And well, this is what I think. I think there's an elephant and a donkey regime, the Democrat and the Republicans, and what Trump has brought is a completely different, angle to all of this. So, I think people like Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz. They're hopping ship and they're freaking out because they don't know where to put their.
Let me tell you my assessment. Okay, Marco Rubio was kind of like a straight line, establishment Republican. I think Marco Rubio, and I'm not a Rubio fan, but I think he's kind of like the perfect Secretary of State. He's got a foot in both worlds. He might bring some establishment values to the MAGA cause. The thing is that this can blow up in Trump's face because these guys that are actual Senate approved cabinet level secretaries, they are legitimate. Okay. Doge is not in an actual cabinet position.
But that's what Stanley. That's what I'm saying. Like these guys, you can see video footage of them from years ago talking shit about Trump. Even JD Vance.
Oh well, yeah,
the internet is undefeated, right? Like the internet you can find footage of these people from years ago.
The thing is that I think Trump has brought them to heel. Okay, he is the head of the what we're calling the Republican Party. The problem is legitimate versus illegitimate. Musk is there literally at the president's pleasure and no one else's.
Well, apparently what happened was during this meeting that Musk was very critical of Rubio during the meeting, indicating that Rubio hadn't fired anyone. He's pushing for all these cuts except for a Doge staffer. And Rubio responded, and Rubio, he got ticked off, and he's been ticked off with Musk due to Doge's role in shutting down a lot of things that are making his job harder. Yep. And he pointed out that over 1,500 State Department officials had opted for early retirement or buyouts and said those effectively are layoffs. And then he sarcastically, I love this, by the way, he sarcastically asked Musk if he wanted to rehire those people so that he could make a public demonstration of firing them again. and as
Tom, you faded out. We can't hear you.
Oh shit! I thought that was me again.
No, Tom, your mic's gone silent.
Yeah, that's really Oh, he's back.
You're still kind of.
I don't think that was the end of the exchange. Donald Trump kept mostly quiet, but at a certain point, doggone it, here we go. Come on, you piece of junk. At a certain point,
it sounds good now.
I don't know if you can hear or not. At a certain point, Trump stepped in and defended sites that have 9,000 pop-ups are just awful.
Well,
here we go. So at a certain point, Donald Trump stepped in and defended.
Well, from what I understand,
he defended Rubio, saying it was doing as he said. Go ahead, Stanley.
No, I was going to say it was, to me, it sounded, and this is reading it, it sounded like, not a robust defense, but you got to be careful because the State Department, the Secretary of State is in the line of secession. So it's actually a prime cabinet position. The Attorney General's pretty high level. But the State Department's literally somewhere, I can't remember where in that line of secession. You remember Haig saying I'm in control, and he actually wasn't?
Yes. And I also...
But he was Secretary of State, so he is a pretty important cabinet level position.
Well, and Elon Musk may have he may have the ear of Donald Trump and be the, flavor du jour, but... Marco Rubio is politically and intellectually 9 million times smarter than he is. I mean, he may have done a lot and a lot of good things with the money his mommy left him, but Marco Rubio in a debate, I would not.
Well, Marco was coaching that guy in Florida, the governor, for the presidential campaign, on how to talk and all that. So yeah, but I guess the reality really is, and I don't mean to be pessimistic here, but what we're looking at right now is, even whether it's the QAnon movement or JFK Jr. coming back, all this stuff, what we're looking at is
QAnon still around?
I mean, I guess so, but what we're looking at is a scenario where I think trust and faith in our government or the two-party system has become so devoid, with not just the older generations, but not just the older generations, but the newer generations. If you're actually engaged, hold on, Stanley. Let me just finish this out.
You will stop right there and let me address this point.
I just wish you would let people finish their sentences before you interrupt them.
I don't care if your feelings are hurt.
It's not it's just a matter of formality.
Let me address your point.
Yeah,
I don't agree that there is a big movement for a third party.
I never said that.
Right. Well, you're saying loss of faith in the two-party system. I don't agree with that.
Okay, I didn't ask for an agreement. I was trying
no. You need to understand the pecking order here, son.
I do.
It hasn't.
We've butted heads multiple times.
It has not changed since the last time.
Yeah. We butt heads all the time, bro. God is real, bro. We do this all the time.
We will continue to butt heads, and I'm the head goat.
Right, and I've never told you you're not, but the reality is we have to acknowledge.
No, the reality is.
Oh my God! See, there we go. Mid sentence.
You need to understand the actual reality.
You can't cut a motherfucker off mid-sentence and think you're having a conversation.
Have you ever, what? This is my defense.
It's not a conversation,
Have
Stanley.
you ever heard a Supreme Court session?
Stanley, I'm an attorney. It's not a conversation when you cut people off before they finish.
Hold it. Am I supposed to be intimidated?
Stanley, you already know we've had this conversation multiple times.
We have had it before. That's why I'm surprised you're still giving
feedback. So just because you're a veteran doesn't mean you're having a conversation when you cut people up. Stanley, you're not my drill sergeant. We're on an open panel. Let's just have a conversation.
Whoa. This isn't where does it say open panel in the title?
Oh, God almighty. Here we go.
Wait, no, I don't have. You know what? If I want an open panel, I will literally put it in the title.
Stanley.
No, I
All
don't
I'm
do.
trying,
No,
all I'm
no, no.
trying to tell you
I,
is,
I
do
am
you
not
think these
mandated.
kids?
See, I do
Okay,
get
okay,
your
Stanley. Let me ask
confusion
you a
now.
question. But you the boss.
So
You the
hold on.
boss.
Let me make this
No, no.
point
Let me
because
ask you a question, Stanley, because it'll give
you
you a
might
chance to
not
talk.
be the only one under this misconception. I
Right.
literally, I have done maybe like they wind up being de facto open panels. You should never assume I'm
Right.
assuming an open
Right.
panel.
Stanley, listen,
That's
listen. Let me
John
ask you. Let
Galt
me
and
ask you a
everybody
question.
else.
Let me ask you. No, I agree. This is your show. I need to shut the fuck up. But let me ask you a question so you got the
But
space.
before you get to that,
This
let's talk
motherfucker.
about something important. How are you and your family making out?
Great, great, great. No, we don't need it. We don't need to discuss all the fires and stuff.
Okay, well,
Let's stay on
if
topic.
all's good,
Let's stay on topic.
I just thought I would ask.
Yeah, let's stay on topic. No, my life is great, man. But let's stay on topic.
Did your
So,
house burn down?
huh?
Did your house burn down?
The roof did, but you know, the insurance is a wonderful thing. So
Well, you better enjoy it now because it's probably going away.
well, I sold the property already, but I got
Oh
compensated
wow,
for
did you?
everything.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So again, we don't need to talk about my personal life, which is
Okay,
kind of
no, no,
weird.
no. I understand.
So Stanley. I
I
mean, like,
thought
you
I
know,
thought as you.
we talked about it when the fires were national news because you like talking
Yeah,
about
but you
news.
never called back to give us the aftermath.
I couldn't because you guys went offline. There was something going on with the channel, and I'm very
Oh
busy.
yeah,
So
we did go down for a week.
yeah, so I wasn't able to check back in, but now I'm back. So Stanley, come on, we don't need to
All
do
right,
this stuff.
go ahead.
Okay,
Now
okay,
you're
okay.
plucking my heartstrings.
All I'm trying to ask you is, do you or do you not think that children and young adults under the age of 30 in 2025 have or have not lost complete faith in our political and governmental infrastructure?
Well, you're going to love this answer. I don't think they've taken the time to understand it to lose faith in.
I do respect that answer, but okay, that goes
No,
to my
that's
point
actually
even
what I
more. Do
think.
you and I have faith in it?
I do, but
So why didn't Kamala win?
I'm a
Why didn't
lot.
Kamala win? Why
I'm
didn't
a lot.
Kamala win?
Well, I think mainly because as an after fact, they basically lied about Biden's health, and I was probably one of the ones going, nah, it's okay, and immigration. And it's after action. I'm willing to take it on the chin that I basically flub that. But you win some, you lose some.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. If the adults and their faith in the governmental and political infrastructure was valid, wouldn't the majority of the educated people in this country get the decisions of democracy they deem fit?
No, I think there are probably more non-professional people, and I mean, if you go back and you look at history, that's why I'm not overly concerned. Populist movements throughout American history have their election or two, and then they go the way of what is it? The Wall Street Tea Party, all those populist movements like burn hot and then fade away. Occupy Wall Street, that faded away. Tea Party faded away. And I think MAGA is going to go the same route. Now, I think MAGA will have more of an after effect, but even the Reagan babies, even Reagan is kind of like faded away. And that Reaganomics, that Reagan way of being,
Right.
that was a Generation X thing. And I think and I never thought, I thought they would be singing Reagan's praises forever. And even that has been supplanted. MAGA 2 shall pass, but I think it will have, historical tendrils.
If it's make anybody happy, I think the current way that we administer our government is horribly broken and has been for quite some time, many decades. And as I say all the time,
it's been broken since Andrew Johnson.
The long ago abandoned, and I know I've said these exact words here before, saying long ago abandoned even any attempt to pretend that they are doing the people's work. Both sides.
I would tend to disagree. I think there's some of that there, but I don't know that I think I have a little bit more faith, but I tend to be more of a
somebody with a germ of faith has more than I do. And that hearing we watched on the sanctuary cities, to me, was a perfect example. No attempt.
I think specifically Congress is broken. And it's supposed to be the premier, Article 1. Like I said, I think they listed, the branches in order of what the framers thought was important. So, I get your point about Congress.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what's attractive about Doge is auditing all of these,
Okay, well, see, the problem...
Hold on, I didn't finish.
Well, no.
Hold on,
you don't
Stanley,
need to
because
go
what I'm about to
farther
say
than
you
that.
might agree with,
I
but you
need
didn't even
to
let me
add
make the
caveat.
point.
This will affect
You just
the rest
heard
of your
Doge.
argument.
You just heard Doge, and you just went crazy.
I don't know what spoiled Indian aunt.
Oh my God,
relatives.
Stanley! It's a matter of education and basic formality.
Are you used to getting your own way? Are you an only
Oh
child?
my God! What? No. If I was ranting for 5 minutes and you said that, I would understand. But I don't even get 3 words out. You just get triggered because I said Doge.
Okay, well,
you would have agreed with me.
No, I think Doge is an extra thumb. It's unneeded.
Right. I was just going to say that, but you didn't even let me, Stanley. What I was trying to say is that's what's attractive about Doge, because it claims to audit all of these positions in government. But will the outcome or the result be what we're being promised? I would argue no. I would argue no, because over time we've been told things, and things just don't end up the way we're promised they are by politicians.
Judges often tell you to move on, counselor.
What do you mean? So you don't think Doge is just smokes and mirrors?
Oh, I think that you using the word audit in the same sentence with Doge is ridiculous. They're not doing, all they're doing is firing people.
Department of Government Officials. You know what's crazy? He had a crypto coin called that too. Like, what are we in?
Oh yeah, I remember. It still exists, right? Solid Snake, you can stay your ass down there where you're protected and safe.
Yeah.
Well, I think my big problem with Doge is that it is not constitutional, and I know I sound like George Will here. I never in my life thought I would sound like George Will, but it would get a lot more oomph if it were constitutional and it had congressional oversight. Even though, Congress is a clown car, I would feel better with more eyes rather than letting Elon Musk run rampant.
Well, I think that's the biggest argument, Stanley, is the people in charge have not been doing their job. Yes or no?
Oh, 100%. Congress, the administrative, what people won't say, and I'm sure somebody must have said it somewhere, the reason the administrative state is the way it is because Congress delegated all that responsibility, and they could take it back. But that might mean they have to work hard instead of having show trials.
They're all bought and paid for. Bunch of crooks. Yeah. They're not even a farthing's attempt to do the work of the people. And the funny part is we the people have the power, but we're so ununited we will never vote them all out. and get people in there that
Right.
should be in. And frankly, most of the people who should be in there
Yep.
wouldn't do it because of the hell that it brings with it in terms of
Yep.
scrutiny.
What do you,
Yeah,
120?
it's really a crazy
Hey,
place to be in as a human species. I agree.
are you saying that, are you saying Doge is like McKinsey? Okay, well, McKinsey usually doesn't have hire and fire power. You know, they let the president or somebody actually holding an officer position in the corporation make those decisions. Seems like, and maybe the newspapers are exaggerating, but it seems like um, these hire fire things are being directed from Elon, himself or his, deputized lieutenants. So this, I'm sure you must be kidding there, Kendall Manioni.
Oh, hey.
You know, it's
All
the
right.
crazy
Well,
part. The crazy part is Stanley. I think and brother Stanley. I think you and I, when we get, when we exhaust our debating argument, emotional crap,
oh, you thought
we
this
always
was
come
a
to the same
debate?
place.
Oh
We
no, no,
always
no. I don't
we always
debate. I
come to the
discuss.
we always come to the same page, right? And I think it's really just we're sick of the bullshit, man. Left or right, donkey, elephant, whatever you want to call it, Democratic, conservative, Republican, libertarian, all these things. Like we're all just sick of the bullshit, I think, and I think that's why people are getting so fed up with all of this.
Well, I have come under the sway of something called the theory of stupidity, which is kind of like a novelty song. But I just think, I don't know. I don't even know how I came across it. It was Dietrich Bonhoeffer somehow or another wound up in an essay I was reading. And, it explains a lot of things. You've heard that, some of the stupidest people you'll meet are the highly educated. I just think that, you know, people are just doing things and they should know better. And I don't know. Only a moron like Trump would think bringing Elon into the government after the turmoil. Of course, I think those guys are into great man theory and creative destruction. They are very sure of themselves, um, and they shouldn't be. Oh, and I was going to go into the history of populism. Their populist movements tend to be very short-lived. You'll get an election cycle or two out of them, and then they fade away because they're inherently unorganized. MAGA is better organized, and they actually have a president, so that makes a huge difference. But the thing is MAGA is already factionalized between, the tech bros and the Steve Bannon quote. He thinks he's a populist, and that's not true.
Right.
But
Well,
he's a little bit more unshaven, unkempt, and unshowered, so at least he might smell like a working man.
well,
But
Trump is very, very aware of the number one most important thing to anyone in Congress, which is to keep their seat.
yeah.
That's it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There
For
aren't
sure.
there
Yeah.
aren't a lot of people in Congress that have the attitude of I'm going to do this the right way, and if I can't, I don't want to be here.
But
There aren't
Tom,
many
you
of
know what
those.
kills me about that, Tom? I'm sorry to interrupt, but you know what kills me about that?
You can't
It's
interrupt me. You don't know where you are. What's wrong with you? I'm not just some guy off the street in the next cubicle, buddy. No, I'm kidding. Go right ahead.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. That was hilarious. No, I mean, like when you say that, I agree with you. But my inner moral compass starts to go haywire because I think about the Democratic Party and I think about people like Pelosi and Schumer and how much money they've accumulated, or like Pelosi's husband with the stocks.
Well, Pelosi actually comes from a political family. She was never poor, and her husband is actually now I'm sure her connections have gotten her richer than they probably would have been. But it seems her husband's pretty. He's that good. He's that dude. They wouldn't be poor, I'll put it that way. They're richer because of her connections.
I mean, I can think of one shining example of I'm going to do what I think is right, and I don't care what the fallout is, and that's Liz Cheney.
Oh, right.
I'm sorry, say that again, Tom.
Dick Cheney's daughter.
Yeah, I know,
She went full left.
I said I can think of. Well, there was also the representative from Illinois whose name escapes me.
Adam
but
Kinzinger.
Yeah, he kind of knew what was coming and said, "I'm not doing this anymore." But Liz Cheney.
How about Mitt Romney? We forget about Mitt Romney. He's the only guy that stood strong against Trump and never said anything solid about him. Unlike Ted Cruz, unlike Marco Rubio, unlike JD Vance.
I think.
Think about all these Republicans we have footage of talking shit about Trump. Mitt Romney has never said anything nice about him. So, hey, man.
Well, I don't think he's. Well, no. Mitt Romney's had dinner with him. Believe me.
Shout out to the Mormons. No, I'm just fucking with you.
Well, hey, I've been to Utah a couple times. My wife has a side of her family that was Mormon, so. So I have hung out with Mormons. I think they're wonderful people. But Mitt Romney was a politician. Don't be fooled. He's had dinner with Trump a time or two, and the thing is that there's some lines Mitt Romney wouldn't cross. But had Trump been less of a Trump and a little bit more moral, Mitt Romney would have fallen in line like any other of those politicians. Look at McConnell. 1 week he's damning Trump in January 6th, but when it came down to party first, party over doing the right thing. And all these politicians are like that. Yeah. Romney might be on the edge. Kinzinger, probably in that Romney mode. Liz Cheney, I don't have, it got into the red zone before she said, "Oh wait a minute."
You think it was political boycott?
I think the road to Trump was paved with Liz Cheney's.
Oh shit. I'm going to let you and Tom talk about that. I'm way past my bedtime. I wish I was like you, Stanley, living the American dream, but unfortunately I got to work. I love you guys, man. I love you guys, bro. Stanley, thanks for not kicking me out.
I am pretty much doing the 3 to whenever. I think I'm going to start taking Saturday night, like the Sunday morning.
Yeah.
I'll do it if I feel like doing it. If I don't expect it. But
for what it's worth,
I'm going to stay 2 or 3, right in that range.
For what it's worth, Stanley, anybody in the chat, if you're listening and you're a hater, you're just too stupid to get Stanley, man. Stanley's a smart motherfucker. he plays this shit a certain way, and guys like Tom and I, we know how to talk to Stanley, man. So if you're not patient enough to deal with Stanley, you're just too stupid. I love you, man. John Galt, I don't know if John Galt ever listens to me because I jump on during night hours, but I've talked to Portia. I think you guys are super awesome, man. Like, it's one of my favorite channels. I always say that when I jump on.
Well, we definitely appreciate it. Speaking of which, folks, hit the like button. I'm forever forgetting to do that.
Yeah, hit that like and sub, you little communists. I love you guys, man. Have a good night. I'll catch you later, Stanley.
Take it easy.
You too, man.
Guys, make sure you hit the like button, and if you're new to the channel, subscribe and share the wealth. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. That's my channel, which never seems to do much these days. But
what's the 6000 for?
You know what? It was YouTube tacked it on.
Okay.
It's Stanley. The channel is Stanley Cross, but it's at Stanley Cross 6000. I don't know why, but it sounds pretty cool, like Mystery Theater 2000, 3000.
Yeah, it's you should make something up. It should have it sounds like the model of a car in a science fiction movie.
It's a sports car.
Yeah.
It's a sports utility vehicle.
Indestructible composite, deflects bullets, talks to you like Kit on Knight Rider.
That's right. And if you don't treat it right, it will have a one-liner for you.
Yes, exactly. And if you say something that it likes, it'll rename itself the next night.
Checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate. God, can you
All right. Well,
imagine going
let's
through going
let,
through your life like that? You know, talking to other humans, and I'm going to the grocery store. Checkmate.
oh, my son's gonna love me next week when I keep going. Hey, I need you to do this. Checkmate.
Yeah, I just had
Oh,
about.
he- I am looking forward to all those rolling eyes for a
Hey,
whole.
yeah, he probably won't want to do it, and there's certainly no reason he should. But man, it would be great to have your son on the show.
One of these days I'll warm him into it. I think I'm an older dad, and the gray hair and the straight. Hey, let me tell you something. When my son got accepted to college, there are two cycles. There's that cycle in the winter where everybody picks their first choices. Well, he got picked up like in that first cycle. So this we're kind of out here in the boondocks, and there were three kids, believe it or not, from his school who got accepted. Him and two girls. So his counselor calls me up and he goes, "Well, hey, Mr. Cross, can we get you to come in tomorrow?" And I'm like, "What the fuck is this kid done that that I have to get up in the cold and go all the way to the school?" So I'm like, I literally said, "Okay, well, what has he done that?" He's like, "Oh, no, 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 no. He got accepted, and they're sending people out here. There's going to be a newspaper story. Apparently, where I live, there's not much news going on. So I make it all the way there, with my big old fro and my tweed jacket, and so where my brother and I went, because my brother he was in Atlanta and decided to come down. So we're checking out after the little ceremony and stuff is over. So one of like two little young girls are checking out for some reason or another. So the black girl whispers to the white girl, "Oh my, he looks just like Frederick Douglass," and they start tittering. So my brother is kind of annoyed and he goes, "Well, you do you." So I'm like, "Hey, don't worry about it." I turned around and went, "I'm just impressed they know who Frederick Douglass is."
Yeah,
So so my point is that, gray-haired afro, kind of eccentric, I understand my son's wanting to limit exposure to his old ass father, among his friends. So I give him some grace.
I think many of the viewers would love to hear your son's thoughts on a lot of things involving
Parenting.
growing up in the Cross household and what that was like and expectations and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, you know what? He, I'll ask him, but I doubt he'll want to do it. He
Yeah, there's no reason he
But
should.
the thing is that I'm sure my parents were fairly strict, and I swore there were a lot of things that I wouldn't do, and I didn't do when I raised my son. I hope there are things that he doesn't do. But my apologies for being so strict is that what when his mother died, for probably like 2 or 3 years, I was just in fucking bunker mode.
Yeah,
I've got to make sure he's taken care of. I pretty much exhausted myself making sure all the bases were covered, and I was commuting to work every day.
yeah,
So, I went into panic mode, and, over the years, I started kind of like, oh, hey, I can do this. Oh, hey, I can do this. But no, it is what it is. And he is where he is. And I'm not going
sure,
to apologize for it.
sure. No, nor should you.
And he's okay. Shit, I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, and he sounds like he sounds happy. I don't think he's missed home.
Stanley, when I went to college, I didn't come home unless I was required to. Unless it was, Thanksgiving, they closed the dorms, and then winter break, and then spring break. That's the only time I came home, ever. Ever, ever, ever. I was, freedom and on my own, and it wasn't anything to do with any dislike or anything like that.
Oh, yeah,
it was
leading your own life.
Yeah, it was, oh boy, why do I want to go back to that?
No, I can tell you the only thing to do around here is play Xbox and go fishing. So I mean, every now and again I'll get a little twinge. Why doesn't he call me? But we text every now and again, and he will call me this morning because I told him once, you know what? I pay your phone bill and I don't even mention it. So if I take the time to tell you to call, you better be calling because I don't require you call every week or anything like that. If I'm telling you to call me, it's important.
Right.
So, because I'm a guy too. I know. Hey, he needs his own space as long as he's not fucking up. I trust my upbringing, or I trust his upbringing.
Right. No, I still talk to my parents every single week, but I remember back then, I would get a letter from never my father.
I remember those days.
But my mother would write me a letter, and I'd write her one right back. That was
Right.
during the days of letter writing. It was
hell, yeah.
expensive to talk to people on the phone, and
It was.
you didn't even know if you'd get a hold of them. And of course, my mother had 5 kids still at home.
Oh, wow.
So she was kind of
Were
busy.
you the oldest?
Pardon me? Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am. And so, but I remember writing letters to all sorts of people. It was,
Oh, yeah. I used to write friends at other colleges.
that's me too. And you'd get a letter and it'd be like, oh boy, here we go. But now I haven't gotten a letter from a person in, oh God, it's got to be
There
30,
wasn't a bill.
30 years, handwritten. This is from me to you, and maybe it would have a newspaper clipping or some other thing in it.
You know what? That might be a project. I'm going to sit down and write me an old-fashioned letter.
You're going to sit right down and write yourself a letter?
No, not me. An old-fashioned letter.
The old
You know
song?
what? Honestly, I have no clue where the post office is in this burg. I have never been to the post office, and I've lived here for 7 years.
Wow. I don't know that I know where the post office is near my residence, but I know where it is near my workplace.
Right.
Now, I generally always know where the post office is because now in big cities, many times, part of Amazon is they deliver it to a drop-off there at the post office. But there's other reasons, I guess, to go there. Some
To
people
get stamps.
mail their taxes in or whatever. I don't. I do it electronically, but there's reasons that you do need to go to the post office. Sometimes, if you're sending, something, you might have to go to the post office, a box, something to ship or whatever. You might go there, but yeah, the post office isn't what it used to be. And I still have most of the letters that I got or that were written to me. I mean, I would meet, girls that were visiting from other colleges that came to Ball State, and we'd exchange addresses and write each other letters.
Solid Snake, is John Galt on another panel somewhere? I can't imagine he'd be up this early, but
he might be watching an encore an on-demand presentation.
Okay, well, you know what? He is in another like time, space, dimension sort of deal. So he could be actually listening to us and listening to John just in two different dimensions.
Yes, and we don't want to cross.
He's like one of those Star Trek, the new Next Generation characters.
Yes.
He just kind of
don't cross the streams, Solid Snake. Don't cross the streams. Which is weird because the way they finally defeat the monster at the end is to cross the streams.
All right, well let's deal with this energy thing. You know what? I've kind of lost my taste for this story. I think it pretty much explains itself. My only comment is that, like I was saying, the side effects are sometimes the thing that kill you.
Mm-hmm.
You're really ill, and I just wish that this pretty much acknowledges that there is climate change, in my opinion. This last sentence here.
Yeah.
Climate change was a side effect of building the modern world. They're pretty much acknowledging that we are causing it, and they don't care.
Well,
so, at least they acknowledge it's happening.
We used to put lead in everything we made, and then coat it with paint.
I remember when we switched,
and
I was in high school.
Well, even before that, all the toys were made of lead and then just painted over and stuff. I mean, lead was in everything. But once we found out, we stopped. We're not doing that with other stuff. So.
Yeah, but even today, there was lead in the pipes. Up in.
Oh, sure. Sure, there's still remnants everywhere. In old buildings, there's lead in the paint.
And asbestos.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is, Miss America.
How y'all doing, everybody in the chat? I know y'all miss me, and I miss y'all too. I couldn't let Stanley just put y'all to sleep like that. But I gotta go and let it know. Let me tell you something, Stanley. The whole reason of the article right there is because they finna shift the paradigm away from climate change as an excuse to steal taxpayer money. They're just gonna find a whole new way of doing it. That's all that is, Stanley. They ain't saying nothing wrong. They just saying, hey, our old way of stealing y'all money through the lies of climate change, we're going to have to shift our policies to something new. That's all it is, Stanley.
We're not shifting,
good morning,
South
shifting
to new.
What's up, Don? What's up?
South Snake's got an environmental degree.
Yeah, all I'm saying.
South Snake!
Come on, man. Come on, the minute I get on Ryan and Tom.
What's up, buddy?
They sabotage me. Where you at, 12th man? Where you at, man? I need you.
Stanley's probably heard bogeys bearing 949er coming in hot.
This is Bunny Rabbit has arrived.
Yeah, we're talking climate change. I like it.
Well, I'm not talking it anymore. All I'm saying is at least they acknowledge that it's man-made climate change, at least tacitly. So, now it's up to politics to figure out what's more important. So I do appreciate that. They're not denying it.
Well, they've got so much money into it, I don't know if they can back out of it,
Well, I mean, the other thing that article says is that, they prefer natural gas over alternatives. Of course they do. We're not ready to switch over entirely to wind power or anything like that. So obviously, you're stating the obvious when you say you're going to prefer it.
And also, wind power is very inefficient.
Well, yeah, so what?
It just sucks.
Okay.
It's like bicycling versus a dragster.
All I'm saying, and I don't want to go farther than at least they are tacitly admitting that building the modern world is causing climate change and that their priority is not climate change.
Let me tell you something.
That is one of those. It is a At least I know what their priority is. And you know what? I don't have a problem with that. It's their priority. You're not going to get me, out hugging trees or picketing, clear
You probably
cutting of.
would. You probably lay down in traffic with these things.
No, dude, I'm not a protester. I'll give to the cause. I'm not gonna go out there in the cold.
Lay down in the street, shit like these nut jobs.
I leave that to the young folks. Even when I was a young folk, I remember
Well,
years ago.
everything we do is going to affect the earth, man.
Well, yeah, and like I
And
said, I have a relative who was diagnosed with lung cancer and died of a heart attack. So, side
yes,
effect of the medicine apparently, and sometimes the side
well,
effect is fatal.
we have slowed the spinning of the earth with buildings. We've slowed the spinning of the earth. It spins slower because we've built shit all over the planet. Isn't that crazy? Like we affect the earth no matter what we do.
Okay,
So,
and your point being what?
point is, uh,
Change is inevitable.
I believe. I'll just give you my synopsis, and Snake probably agrees. The only way we're going to fix all the because the whole world wants to burn fuels. I mean, that's reality. We're not going to
Hey,
stop it.
what you are
Oh no, oh
fueled.
no. Let me bring it in. Let me bring it in. Let me land the plane.
Human rights are powered by whataboutism.
We're going to be able to build. We're going to build like air scrubbers to clean up the carbon dioxide. That's the only way to do it. Is build units for that, which they're starting to.
And what's gonna
Exactly.
what are gonna be the side effects of building the scrubbers, and how will the disposal work?
Well, essentially, they are able to capture carbon, and I think they dump it into the ocean somehow. The Swiss have done it, or the Swedes.
Yeah. Let's put all that in the ocean to
Well,
affect
listen,
to,
it's just
to affect a
it's carbon
major
dioxide.
food.
It's carbon dioxide. That's all.
Okay,
My
well,
thing, why
you
don't
So
we
do
just build
realize
more
we
trees? Why
are,
don't we plant
dude,
more trees
dude.
in the
there
ocean?
you go.
Apparently you don't have a passing knowledge of oceanography. We
Well, I'm
already
just
have
saying, we
Oh yeah,
build
we
you're a regular
more
fucking Jacques
already
Cousteau, ain't
have
you?
gigantic
carbon
south-based trees
You got
in the
dioxide
fucking
ocean.
Jacques Cousteau over here and shit. What are you talking about? What do you know about it?
all I'm saying is that carbon gets returned, carbon dioxide gets returned. There's a cycle, and I don't
I
remember.
understand this cycle.
All I'm saying is collecting extra carbon dioxide and putting it in the ocean or whatever. I just know that that's going to have an effect too. And
Well, sure there is, but
not saying we need to be Luddites or go back to the days of yore. I'm just saying that we should plan to use sources that are less impactful. And maybe there's no way to do it.
that's
Maybe
not. You
there
can't.
is
It's
no
just
way that we're not going to send the Earth extinct in 200 years. It is what it
well.
is.
What I'm
The other
saying, though,
thing is
Stanley,
nobody
don't you
says.
think it's just an
Go ahead.
oh, no? I
Go
was
ahead,
just
Snake.
saying,
You're
don't you think it's just an over fabrication? I
No,
mean, let's look at the Gulf,
no,
The
no,
Gulf
no.
of
My
Mexico
answer is
just
no,
had an
it's
oil
not.
spill. We had the
Gulf,
Nord Stream
Gu-
pipeline
Hey,
Gulf
explosion.
of
I don't.
where?
With all
Damn it,
that
dude.
oil in the ocean, don't you think you
Ask a
wouldn't have seen
question
an
and then you
environmental
need to
effect
tack
in
on
all this
stuff.
time, Stanley?
You
Something
have
he said
no
the
more
Nord Stream.
drastic and dramatic than what we were proposed and taught over the years of what
why
would happen
is
if
he
we had
droning
such a
on when he
massive oil
already
spill in the
made the
Gulf of
point?
Mexico. Where all that damage at? We
Okay,
don't see it
dude,
too.
The Gulf of where?
The Gulf of Mexico. Remember that
thank you.
explosion we
No, it's
had
the
a
Gulf
few
of
years ago?
America. It's the Gulf of
Oh
America,
yeah, my
Snake.
bad.
Get it
Oh,
right.
you right. You right. Yeah, I stand corrected. My bad. My bad.
I didn't know where you were
My
talking about for a second.
Oh man, me too, man. I don't know what
Yeah,
planet that was
your
on.
compass
I must
started
have been in one of my
drifting off
other
course.
realities where Biden won. My
Okay,
bad.
dude, I'm not in the mood for this solid state drone on. You asked a question and I answered it. Do you want answers from the other panelists?
I was just saying. I think it's
You were just saying
over
too much.
exaggerated. Okay.
How about just
Oh,
ask a question for the answer?
nobody wants to point to the obvious. There's too many of a certain species on Earth.
Of what?
Bugs.
There's too many humans, man. I mean, we can't.
I don't.
There's so many freaking humans, man. Look at where we're going.
I think we're
No, it's
starting
not
to
too many
see a little
humans. We
bit of
got
a
too many
thinning of
mosquitoes.
humans with all these falling birth rates.
That's what I'm
There's a
saying.
lot of
Why
them.
would the birth rate be falling? How could the birth rate be falling, but the population size growing?
Immigration.
That's because we living longer.
Immigration.
And you telling me we living longer
Oh,
with a
goddamn, you
pandemic?
ask a question and won't wait for the answer. Immigration.
Well, that's only in the U.S. Globally, there's a lot of countries, like I think maybe all the affluent countries, that's the only common denominator, by the way. As soon as you got money, you're not having kids. That's just the way it is.
Well, the
Throughout
rate
the world.
will continue. The population and number will continue to grow. It's just that the rate has slowed down.
Yeah, big time. Well,
I think the rate of support has stalled out. I think that's what stalled out. I don't think the rate of the population growing. I think that's a misnomer. I think the population decrease, call the adverse side
But
effects of
nobody's
climate
saying the
change.
population
I
is
think that's a
decreasing.
lie.
I think
it's all balanced anyway. I think what we need to do is start building up on infrastructure and supporting the civilization that we have.
Okay, well,
and,
you know what?
and
Why did
money on
Trump suppose
bullshit
that?
ass
Of course, you're
transitional
not in Congress, so I
platforms
forgot.
in other countries.
well, concerning climate change, I don't know how. I mean, I've looked at this from many angles, being in commercial building and whatnot. And I mean, I'm not an environmental guy, but I've looked at like the footprint from concrete buildings are 11% of the climate issue, right? Like our industry is under pressure because we're 11% of the carbon footprint on the planet. It's just concrete construction. It's very, very, very environmentally intense. And the thing is, we can clean up ourselves, even clean up China, which is a real bad actor, and India, another bad actor. And still, most of the world wants to industrialize and they want fossil fuels. And I don't know how we're going to stop them, right? Like, because people want to advance, and fossil fuels are the easiest way to do it and cheapest. So, I mean, we sent envoys to the countries that hit oil, like Guyana just hit oil, and we were sending, the Biden administration was going to a coal burner, I think it was Nigeria in Africa, and saying, please stop using fossil fuels. And the guy in Africa was like, Biden said we need to transition off fossil fuels. And he said, we're transitioning off wood. Get the hell out of here. So I think these countries want to industrialize, and they want money and they want fossil fuels. I don't know how we're going to stop it. That's all. So I think just air scrubbers.
I basically really didn't intend on going this far with it.
Okay, well, you did, Stanley. You brought Snake and me up. What you think was going to happen?
I meant to. Yeah, I have to stop doing that. I basically just wanted to keep focused on the foibles of Trump.
It's an anti-Trump show. Anti-Trump show.
Wait a minute. You're talking about a country that literally just got rid of all its beef production based on cow farts. I mean, we literally killed cows and animals, and we took the meat away from the American production plant because of the cows farting.
What country is that?
America. Go look it up.
You know what, dude? Let's move on. To
methane.
2016, yeah, man, we was killing our cows just due to the EPA regulations that the cows were producing too many farts, and it was affecting the ozone layer. You don't remember that?
Can I beg you?
Hey, what if we give them Beano? What if we give them Beano?
Can you provide a source?
The 5 minutes is a have a conniption. I'm telling you.
All right, next story.
These farting cows, we need to kill them.
Now we got to give them Beano,
Import our cows from China and India.
or maybe Gas X. If we gave them Gas X, we could prevent all that shit.
Yeah, man. I mean,
All
come
right.
on, man.
So the next
They
story.
want to kill. Yeah.
The next story is Department of Education in student repayment plan applications. And this time it wasn't the Department of Education's fault. There was an injunction placed on this program called SAVE, which stands for Saving on a Valuable Education Plan that Joe Biden introduced.
Yeah, I know about that.
So basically, Education Department's going to stop taking applications for it. So Joe Biden, they're stamping out the last vestiges of Joe Biden.
I thought that was a bipartisan plan. Well,
I think
they read about the same.
I think it's coming back. I think it's coming back. I think that's going to have to come back. I don't
What's
see no
coming back?
The repayment of student loans. I think they're going to have to bring that back. We're going to have to.
Yeah, they haven't got. Wait, hold it. What the hell are you talking about? They haven't gotten rid of student loans.
No, it's not. I'm talking about the repayment of the debt that the government was supposed to be.
It was some new program where the payments were based on income. It was something Joe
Same
Biden.
program.
Yeah, they reduced it from 10% to 5% of a person's income. So you still have to repay it, the whole thing. You just don't have to repay it as much as fast.
The article says you should expect the rates to go back up.
I don't agree with that, though. I think
I'm sorry, not the
government
rates.
should pay
Well,
for
the
it
rates
anyway.
too, but expect the payments to go up.
Well, it probably should.
I think it's difficult for a college student to repay the loan when all this bovine flatulence is in the air.
And you know what? God help that college student if they're working for the
There you
federal
go.
government. Isn't that ironic? You get fired from your federal job, but you're expected to pay more on your student loan. That's
that's what I say.
Oh, you think it's not me? I guarantee it's means tested, and if you lose your job, you get a delay. I'm sure. I guarantee they'll make you.
I don't believe that they can run a pyramid scheme where they teaching kids about cultural history and creating college programs based on that, and knowing that the person can't get a job. I think that should be a government funded program through and through. It should be just like welfare and food stamps. It should be a subsidy.
Well,
I'm just saying because it's useless. It's useless information. I mean, it's not important.
How close are you to passing out?
Well,
fucking Stanley. Stanley, he just called in. He just woke up, dude. Just like me, we're rolling.
I'm already feeling the fatigue.
I took a nap. I mean, you take a power nap and you just wake up reinvigorated. All of a sudden, then you burn right back out.
I took a more than a power nap. And I'm already fatigued. It didn't take you long.
You probably slept.
All right, next story. After students' arrest, Trump vows more. And I'm not going to read this long ass. It's unfortunately I get the print edition somehow or another. Not the digital edition, so it doesn't come with a reader. I think it's probably cheaper, but anyway, because the Wall Street Journal is expensive as shit.
Nah, Stanley, do you have Apple? You an Apple guy?
No, my son has one. I don't.
Well, listen, you can use his subscription for Apple News, and you get Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal. You get about 10 different things on Apple News.
Oh, really? Well,
I use that.
Before I do that, maybe I'll do that when I see him this weekend, because we're going to spend a whole week together.
Well, tell me you want to use his Apple News.
I'm doing the show next week from Savannah, from my grandmother's old house.
Yeah, you get Apple TV, Apple News. You get a bunch of them.
I have Apple TV.
Apple News rocks. So hold on, you already pay for Apple TV?
I don't pay for it. I get it through T-Mobile. So I pay for it.
You might get Apple News. I mean, because it's got like 100 publications that you get for free. Wall Street Journal's one of them.
Really?
Yeah, it's got Bloomberg. It's got, I think, Politico. I mean, I get a feed with about 20 different, National Review, which you probably wouldn't like because it's left right
Oh
leaning.
no, I love. Hey, Kevin McCarthy. Not Kevin McCarthy.
You
Kevin.
like National Review?
Oh yeah,
I just,
I'm a
I think it's
Bill.
well written.
I'm a left Bill Buckleyite.
Wow, that's funny. Well, that he's National Review was right leaning, which you got to go into it knowing, but
I
it's
know
very
exactly.
well written.
I know what National Review is, and
Yeah, Charles Cook.
I know what it's about. It's barely readable to a person like me, but I always like to know what's going on in the right mind.
That's funny. Well, I think it's a good. You just got to bear in mind it's like when I read the New York Times, I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yep, that's pretty much.
That's what you do at National Review.
National Review out with the New Republic. You gotta keep the balance, the force and balance.
Yeah, it's not Mother Jones. Like Mother Jones left is, I think Fox
I'm
News
not.
is.
I don't generally read Mother Jones unless I come across an article.
That's pretty much communist at this point.
This is interesting. Let me scan this. Well, I won't even bother. Everyone's aware of what is it? Mahmoud Khalil, American wife. He was a
Let me
green
teach you
card
how to say it.
holder.
You gotta say it like
And
Mahmoud. You gotta say
yeah, well,
Yeah,
my Arabic isn't as good as yours.
no. I'm just saying that's how you gotta say it. It is
Was he Iranian? What's his nationality?
I'm assuming it was Palestinian.
Oh, okay.
However, he is a green card holder and married to an American woman. But they basically snatched him up, and he's in Louisiana, some facility in Louisiana. Again, I don't know how this is going to work. He's got. I mean, he was here legally, but apparently, the new policy is going to be if you piss Trump off, and they can't prove.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh
Okay,
man,
no,
Stanley,
what
I
you're
think
going to
I know
do
that
is
dude.
not it, Solid Snake, not tonight.
I know.
So basically, I don't want to go through this because this is quite a bit to read. But the charges they are holding him on are kind of nebulous. They haven't charged him with anything specifically. Um, it's something like activities in alignment with. Let me see, can I find the exact quote here?
I mean, is it a law?
No, he broke no law.
Oh, well, you can't really.
And the
I mean,
thing, well, no, Trump can do what he wants apparently. But the thing is that what people don't seem to understand is that a lot of constitutional rights, if you're here legally, you have a lot of the same constitutional rights that American citizens do.
Of
And
course.
one of those rights is First Amendment rights. And he was basically expressing an opinion. And, Trump, and they say it a lot with people like, what's her name from Minnesota, the representative from Minneapolis.
Oh, Ilhan Omar.
Yeah. This whole you should be thankful to even be here attitude, I find repugnant. Especially if you're like a U.S. citizen. They say it, sometimes in these far right black conservative circles. I hear it all the time.
You mean from Mulatto? Mulatto wants to throw her out.
Checkmate.
No, you've heard the sentiment. Hey, black people should be glad that they got snatched from the shores of Africa and brought to America. Otherwise, you'd be sitting in a mud hut somewhere.
I've heard that.
Eating lion like Garion's relatives.
Yes.
Stanley, can we back up a minute?
Okay, no, we're not going to back up a minute. I'm giving you no quarter.
Hello, London.
Okay, Stanley.
You and 12th,
Wait,
you and 12th man need to understand that
why you always gotta relegate me to 12th man? Let me
you
tell.
guys crossed the line, and I'm not inviting you back. You're lucky
Okay,
to be
but
on
Stanley,
this planet.
don't drift off this topic.
No,
What we
motherfucker,
talking about is legal
you better
American
start doing more
citizen.
listening than talking, because
Okay, well, here's my
I'll drop
point.
your ass like a rock.
Okay, so if they
No,
can
no, no,
if
no.
they can
Don't
exonerate
say
this guy from the
okay.
country,
Don't say okay and keep going on. Okay, you and
if they
12th
can
man,
accept this guy from the country,
motherfucker. You and 12th man are in my 12th circle of hell, and God damn it, I'm not suffering. So I'm dead serious, Solid Snake. You better fucking figure out how to not be Solid Snake on my panel. I'm
well,
fucking
Stanley,
serious.
Why is
Motherfucker,
she so upset
I'm
with
not.
me?
You're coming back up here doing the old Solid Snake routine. It is not welcome anymore. And I don't give a
I
fuck
respectfully
if you don't
disagree.
like it. I don't give a fuck who doesn't like it. John Galt, I don't give a motherfuck.
Oh man, stop acting like
No,
little old
no,
punk.
no, 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 no. You don't seem
Oh,
to
I know what
understand.
happened.
No, you don't seem to understand how annoyed and like, dude, just hearing your voice annoys me. You don't seem to goddamn understand it. Everybody thinks it's funny except me. You better fucking heal or just don't come on the panel. I'm nice enough to let you up here. You better be nice enough to recognize my sensitivities. Okay, the drunken fucking Otis the clown in the hood routine is fucking over.
But the
Or don't
level of
come up.
authoritarian faggot is
Okay,
the
motherfucker. You know what? Here, this is what I'm gonna do. Now I don't have to worry about it. I don't know who the fuck you think you are, Solid Snake. But if you got a problem, go fucking talk to John Galt. And you can come back when you fucking realize who you're talking to. The fuck? This motherfucker must think I'm some pussy or something. Damn. And I don't like losing my temper like that, but dude, you better fucking get your wits about you. Maybe come up sober sometime. Huh. Anyway, this dude I think is getting a raw deal, and Trump once again, cruelty is the point. It's a bad look, and places like Michigan, I forget that town in Michigan where
Dearborn.
he got a lot of the Arab vote.
It's Dearborn. Dearborn. It's a,
Dearborn. Yeah, the dude has done nothing particularly wrong, and I think this is a bad look. And if I'm pretty sure this is just like, hey, we're going to make an example of this guy, so everyone else knows not to do it. And I think, Colombia is going to catch shit. They've already yanked $400 million in grant money or something. Yeah, this vindictive streak that Trump, everyone knew he was going to do it. So there's no surprises here. But, the folks going Trump was kidding. But Trump ain't kidding. So feel sorry for the guy. Apparently his wife is 8 months pregnant. If his lawyer
Stanley, do you hear my mic, Stanley? Do you hear my mic?
I was hearing it. I don't hear it now.
Fuck. Hello, Stanley.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, your mic is really loud too.
Oh, it is? Oh, good. Okay. It's normally not loud. I'll try to be quieter. So, what does Colombia have to do with Khalil?
What is what?
Columbia University have to do with the
Oh,
Palestinian gentleman,
he was a grad student there, and he led those
the
protests, the
protests? Oh,
Palestinian
okay,
protests.
okay, got it. Okay.
And basically they're saying that, hey, your activity was in alignment with Hamas. They can't connect him to Hamas, but they're basically saying what you were doing was Hamas like, and it
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
anti-Hamas.
Taking
It
people
was
hostage and stuff.
Well, no,
Taking
they
people
didn't take
he
it.
took hostages.
All he did was protest and exercise a First Amendment right. Now they don't get into the actual nature of the protests, whether they were legal or something. But even if he was protesting illegally, that's not necessarily a federal matter. But because he's a green card holder, they just want to revoke his green card.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, they're going to make an American citizen and their future American citizens suffer, you know, for his daring to challenge, you know, uh, the status quo on a college campus. As a matter,
Well, I
as a
would
matter
I
of
would
fact,
agree with that.
Columbia suspended him, but the suspension was overruled.
I think Columbia is paying out millions of dollars in litigation for allowing anti-Semitic activity on campus. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays in a court, up against this situation.
Silent Snake, I understand you're upset and probably but this statement right here, don't come back on this panel until you apologize. Period. The only way you get back up here is to apologize, and I know that's going to go against your moral code. So I guess I'll be talking to you on other panels. The fuck do you think is going on here? What code switch? I cursed your dumb ass out in proper English. All right, sorry for the interruption. What were you saying, Ryan?
Oh no, I was just saying that it'll be interesting to see how these anti-Semitic there's litigation against Columbia for allowing a lot of anti-Semitism. In other words, abuse. Really, a lot of the Jewish students was a very hostile environment at the protests versus how this will play out, because this is kind of the opposite, where they're going after a Palestinian guy.
So there's actually a lawsuit?
Absolutely, yeah.
I
And I
can
think
respect.
Columbia is already settled. They're settling it. They
Okay.
allowed a lot of bullshit on campus. It was really disgusting.
Well, I'm sure there was bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, you remember they took over that whole building,
Right.
and even
But
the
I
people
don't
working
know.
there were made to fear for their lives.
Were there injuries or something? Do you know?
Uncle Fatty, I hear you.
Yeah, let me turn him down a bit because it's not that loud on my end.
Oh my God, my end, it's triple the loudness.
Do you have on headphones?
Yeah.
Try it now, Ryan. Ryan?
He sort of dropped out. Yeah.
Am I being too loud still?
Is it still loud, Tom?
It's fine now.
Okay, I can turn it down more. What was I going to say? I was going to say maybe there were injuries or something. Maybe that's the basis of the lawsuit. But I'm going to tell you from my personal experience and my personal thing. I'm kind of like my father. Years ago, Forsyth County, Georgia, they'd run their blacks out back in the 20s or something. And there were a couple towns in the Atlanta area that was the case. So somehow or another, all this wound up on the Oprah Winfrey show. So, from the Oprah Winfrey show, the whole thing just kind of mushrooms. So it wound up, in an organized march. Hosea Williams and some of these old civil rights leaders who were, looking for something to do, apparently, on a cold February Georgia morning, organized a march. And, for instance, Hosea Williams, I think it was, his protest was going to be to drive a mule cart through Cumming, Georgia. But anyway, I was at the University of Georgia, and I remember I had a cold that day after a night of partying. I was feeling kind of miserable that Saturday morning, and I wasn't planning on going anyway. But some friend of mine calls and goes, "Hey, hey, I'm heading out. Are you going to the protest?" And I'm like, "What the fuck do I have to protest? And it's cold." You know what? My father, one of the things he used to say is, "You're going to college to get an education." And I understand the youthful exuberance. I understand that some causes are closely held, but too many students get away from the main purpose of why you're there in the first place.
I totally
And
agree.
it's really not to protest. So,
I totally agree.
people are going to call me. Education is one of the few issues. I know I'm to the right of everybody on this channel. I take it extremely seriously.
Me
And
too.
if you're going to
Stanley,
spend
I'm with you.
if you're going to spend Columbia money, even if you're on a scholarship, it's still expensive. No. Protest after you get your degree, and preferably don't come back to the damn campus to do it.
Yeah.
To stir up the other students.
Well, when all those Columbia students were, they ended up being on the quad out in the front of the campus and in tents, and they were out there for like weeks in tents. I told my daughter, I said, if that was you and I was paying all that money for room and board and you were sleeping in a tent outside, I would no longer pay for room and board as long as you went to that school. So, because it's ridiculous, So, sleeping out in the tent when I'm paying when I'm paying Columbia 80 grand a year for room and board, you out of your mind?
Only 80 grand? I think it's more than that, isn't it?
That might be more than that, but
maybe it is including room and board, but New York's just expensive to begin with.
Yeah.
So, that tuition is just the beginning of, the expenses. But the good thing, I don't even know if they know how to protest on my son's campus. Those fucking nerds.
Yeah, they probably don't. Yeah, they're probably all nerdy and shit.
They
Good
cease
for
to
you.
exist. They cease to exist if they leave their labs for more than a few hours.
Well, they just never
place.
never get around to protesting because they're drawing up plans for the protest.
Exactly.
It takes them a long time,
Someone was telling me that on football Saturdays, like the students actually come out, like by Monday morning, the campus is so clean you wouldn't even know there was a football game. They take that, and fucking you better be to class on Monday.
Well, the way Georgia Tech's been playing, you wouldn't know there was a football game watching the football game.
Hey, they beat North Carolina.
Yeah.
I haven't even kept up with basketball because I don't even keep up with sports anymore.
But Duke just stepped all over UNC.
Yeah.
So.
Well, back in the day, this is interesting. In Trump's Washington, Florida becomes a MAGA pipeline to power. 3 days before President Trump's inauguration, Florida mega lobbyist Brian Ballard threw a party at Mastro's Steakhouse near the White House with bites of filet mignon, heavy pours of red wine, and a crowd that included the incoming Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and several senators. Ballard, who raised more than $50 million for Trump in the 2024 election, would soon have plenty to celebrate himself. The first 72 hours of Trump's second term, the president made two moves that benefit Ballard's clients. On the first day, Trump signed an executive order delaying a U.S. ban on Chinese-owned TikTok. Cha-ching. Then his administration withdrew a Biden-era proposed ban on menthol cigarettes, the top lobbying priority for Ballard client Reynolds Tobacco, according to people familiar with the matter. Yeah, that's the other comment. Someone, I think it was Sam Cedar, made about like his chief of staff is a former lobbyist. Like there are a bunch of former lobbyists
Shit.
in the administration.
Not,
So
not, not very drain the swampy.
yeah, people who think he's actually draining the swamp are delusional, and it is.
You mean by adding a new department of Doge?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hey,
That's
listen. I got to. I'm getting ready to take my daughter to breakfast, Stanley. Let me rock. I'll be back on in an hour.
all right. Tell her hello.
It's
Tell
teacher
tell
breakfast
her
day.
hello from the John Galt Urban Landlord family, will you?
All right, that's cool. I'll see you guys.
Take it easy.
I see you.
I tried to do my best David Letterman impression on that one.
Yes. Well, he turned his mic off, but I'm pretty sure we'll still be able to hear him.
How you doing? We'll be able to hear that. I'm sorry. I'm listening to it on my computer speaker, and it just didn't. It wasn't.
God.
It wasn't making my ears bleed.
It's actually still too hot, but that's okay. None of the end of the world.
I should probably next time I'll start wearing my earbuds at least. Let's see. The chief staff is the architect of P25 and the CEO. Oh, I didn't realize that dude was in. Oh, was she? She's the C. She was the chief. I'm sorry. The head. I thought the head of the Heritage Foundation was that guy. Maybe he just did the Project 2025 thing. I thought he was the president. Maybe there's a CEO and a president. But anyway, yeah. But I'm not going to say that Trump is doing anything different than other presidents as far as the lobbyists and the connections to money. My contention is that the MAGA, the populists among the MAGA folks think Trump is this working class hero and or a hero to the working class, and he is nothing of the sort. He's business as usual. It's just a little bit more showy and a little bit more cruel. So, I don't like these Wall Street articles because they're, these print editions, a little bit annoying. And then Democrats try to leverage on shutdown. I got a story later on that. Democrats are just, they make me sigh. The editorial board of the New York Times. Musk doesn't understand why government matters. And I must hear this bleeding heart essay. I haven't read it, but I'm gonna let the auto reader do it because I wanna see why they think government matters.
Doesn't understand why government matters. This article is by the editorial board and read by an automated voice. Elon Musk's life is a great American success story. Time and again, he has anticipated where the world was headed, helping to create not just new products but new industries. His achievements, from his pioneering role in online payments to the construction of SpaceX's satellite network to the mass production of electric Teslas, have made him the world's wealthiest man. But Mr. Musk's fortune rests on more than his individual talent. He built his business empire in a nation with a stable political system and an unwavering commitment to the rule of law, and he built it on a foundation of federal subsidies, loans, and contracts. Mr. Musk's companies have received at least $38 billion in government support, according to an analysis by The Washington Post. NASA has invested more than $15 billion in SpaceX. Tesla has collected $11 billion in subsidies to bolster the electric car industry. Now, as an influential advisor to President Trump, Mr. Musk is lawlessly tearing down parts of the very government that enabled his rise. As the head of an agency he conjured and named the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, Mr. Musk has suspended billions of dollars in spending and discarded thousands of scientists, regulators, and other government workers. Brandishing a chainsaw during a recent appearance at the Conservative Political Action Conference, he shouted, "This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy." Chainsaw. Mr. Musk claims that the government is a business in need of disruption and that his goal is to eliminate waste and improve efficiency. And he's right. The federal government is often wasteful and inefficient. Taxpayers, business owners, and recipients of federal benefits all know the frustration of navigating the federal bureaucracy. There are huge opportunities, in particular, for the government to make better use of technology. But DOGE is not building a better government. Instead, its haphazard demolition campaign is undermining the basic work of government and the safety and welfare of the American people. Mr. Musk directed the firing of nuclear safety workers, necessitating a frantic effort to rehire them just days later. He ended federal funding for Ebola monitoring, and despite his subsequent acknowledgement that it might be a good idea to keep an eye on Ebola, it still has not been fully restored. The government at Mr. Musk's behest has disrupted cancer research, delayed work on transportation projects, and sought to close the agency established after the 2008 financial crisis to protect consumers from being robbed by banks. Even worse is that Mr. Musk, with Mr. Trump's support, has demonstrated a disregard for the limits that the Constitution places on the president's power. Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump insist that voters want change. DOJ's slogan is, "The people voted for major reform." But in their campaign to shrink the federal government, Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump have defied laws passed by Congress, and they have challenged the authority of the federal courts to adjudicate the legality of their actions. Mr. Trump recently referred to himself as a king and then insisted he had been joking, but there is no ambiguity in his assertion of the power to defy other branches of government. It is a rejection of the checks and balances that have safeguarded our nation for more than 200 years. Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump are not trying to change laws. They are upending the rule of law. Even where Mr. Musk's actions have remained within the bounds of the law, he has shown little understanding of the differences between business and government. Mr. Musk built his rocket company, SpaceX, by repeatedly launching rockets that failed until he learned how to launch rockets that worked. Even now, the company often conducts experiments that fail, and Mr. Musk has argued compellingly that if things are not failing, you are not innovating enough. But managing the nation's air traffic control system or its social security payment system requires a different calculus. Businesses can take risks in pursuit of profit because it's okay if they fail. Americans can't afford for the basic functions of government to fail. If Twitter stops working, people can't tweet. When government services break, people can die. While governments are often guilty of inefficiency, it is in the public interest to tolerate some inefficiency when the alternative is a breakdown of basic infrastructure. I think we're just moving a little too fast, Representative Rich McCormick, Republican of told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution in late February after constituents booed him at a town hall meeting. He suggested the Trump administration should pause to think before acting. We're moving really rapidly, and we don't know the impact. Mr. Trump, responding to similar concerns from members of his administration, reportedly said at a cabinet meeting on Thursday that cabinet secretaries would be in charge of future cuts in their departments and that Mr. Musk would be restricted to an advisory role. But it remains to be seen whether that will happen. Our system of government is obdurate by design. It is stable even by comparison with other democracies, many of which are governed by parliamentary systems in which the results of a single election can sharply shift public policy. In the United States, where power is divided among three co-equal branches of government, it is relatively rare for one political party to gain such sweeping power for any period. The stability of the nation's laws and of the government's role has caused frustration throughout American history. It is also a kind of secret sauce, facilitating the private sector investment and risk-taking that are the wellspring of the nation's prosperity. That stability is now under assault. The United States has experienced a marked increase in political volatility and even political violence, most notably in the aftermath of the 2020 presidential election and in the assassination attempts against Mr. Trump. The World Bank's Index of Political Stability ranked the United States in the 66th percentile of all nations in 2013. By 2023, it had dropped into the bottom half of the rankings. Research has shown that even small declines in political stability can deliver enduring blows to economic growth, mostly by discouraging investment. In a chaotic environment, like post-Brexit Britain or Mr. Trump's America, entrepreneurs are less likely to pursue big ideas, and investors will hesitate to make long-term commitments. Doge, of course, is merely one way that Mr. Trump has increased instability, along with his flurry of executive orders purporting to rewrite environmental policy, the meaning of the 14th Amendment, and more. His on-again, off-again tariffs, and his inversion of American foreign policy, wooing Vladimir Putin while disdaining longtime allies. Mr. Musk has made clear that he holds caution in contempt, but the president, whose power Mr. Musk is wielding, should listen to those in his party who are raising concerns about Mr. Musk's methods and priorities. There are already signs that the chaos is hurting the economy. Inflation expectations have risen, stock prices have tumbled. Americans like to take risks. To do so, they need a government that is steady and reliable. Source photograph by Eric Lee, The New York Times. The Times is committed to publishing a diversity of letters to the editor. We'd like to hear what you think about this, or any of our articles. Here are some tips. And here's our email, letters@nytimes.com. Follow the New York Times opinion section on...
Well, they mailed it in on that illustration, didn't they? Jesus.
I wonder how much the illustrator got paid.
As he probably works for the...
This is like a Ryan and Solid Snake special. As soon as you start critiquing or criticizing the current administration, they revert back to talking about Sleepy Joe. It's boring, gentlemen. How about stick to the point? And many people on this channel have problems doing it. When a point gets brought up, diverting off to your comfort zone is not an effective argument. And, Solid Snake in particular. And yeah, I'm going to beat on you while you want to keep sniping from the chat. Dude, if you could stick to the point, you wouldn't be so verbose. Just yap, yap, yap about everything but the point. It is not a sign of intelligence. All it is fluff. It's a double stuffed Oreo. That's what you are when you start doing whataboutisms. And we all do it. It's just some of us are better at it than others. So Sleepy Joe has nothing to do with nothing right now. You don't even see him in the news. I guess he's off in his post-presidential twilight. Bringing him up does not make an argument or a counter-argument. Okay, apparently the long arms of Elon Musk extend across the pond. He's pissing people off in the British government too. And I'm just going to have a portion of this read because it's a longish article. If anybody wants a copy, it's another Substack author. And, Substack has some good stuff if folks aren't aware. Over the years, it started with a friend of mine who started a Substack. And then Heather Cox Richardson, she's kind of like, the popular historian. Oddly enough, she grosses the most money on Substack. A PhD historian, I think she still teaches. She makes like over $1 million a year on her Substack is called Letters from an American. Who knew that history could be so lucrative? But I guess you have to be her caliber. So anyway, Musk's toxic brand of politics has hit a wall in the UK. And again, I'll just play a few minutes of it. And if anybody wants the rest of it, I can drop the link.
Musk's toxic brand of politics has hit a wall in the UK. He is using legitimate public anger over the government's handling of a past grooming scandal for illegitimate extremist ends. By Steve Davies. Having hacked American politics, tech billionaire Elon Musk is now using his considerable influence to meddle in the political affairs of other countries. His ideological ambitions are global, not national. as the United Kingdom is realizing. Prior to his acquisition of Twitter, Musk was less politically active than he is today. Since then, his full-blown radicalization into reactionary politics, that he backs with his financial, digital, and ideological support, has positioned him at the vanguard of radical, right-wing causes not just in the US but around the world. He is now an all-purpose super-backer of the global far right, while his admirers see him as a counterpart to George Soros, a comparison Musk himself has embraced, despite also demonizing Soros as a humanity-hating supervillain. It is a false comparison. Soros, after all, never repurposed critical digital infrastructure in service of his political views, doled out million-dollar checks to swing state voters, or publicly demanded that a political party in a foreign country dump its leader for not being radical enough. Deep-pocketed donors are a fixture in politics, but Musk represents something entirely different. He is both banker and booster, and has a level of international reach and influence not previously seen. Global supersponsor of the far right. In the last year alone, Musk publicly vilified Brazilian authorities in defense of Jair Bolsonaro and his allies who had tried to pull off their own January 6-style insurrection, endorsed and repeatedly promoted the far-right AfD party as Germany's only hope for survival, cozied up to various ultra-conservative leaders around the world, such as Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, and Dutch far-right leader Geert Wilders. But outside the US, Musk has pried into British politics more than anywhere else. Why the UK? Because it has perfectly teed up two of Musk's core ideological obsessions. The idea that immigration is an existential threat to national identity and that liberal democratic regimes are inherently corrupt. Both of those found a fortuitous convergence for him in a decades-long, organized grooming scandal in the UK involving Pakistani men. So Musk decided to resuscitate this ugly episode. More on the specifics below. But he has not just resurfaced it. He has also mass-amplified some of its graphic details to gin up outrage against British authorities, the current Labour Party government in particular, and rehabilitate far-right hardliners like Tommy Robinson, with whom he shares a deep-seated distaste for liberal democracy. London calling. Although it is true that British authorities, both liberal and conservative, failed to address this scandal with sufficient resolve, Musk misdiagnoses the causes in an ideologically self-serving way. A dispassionate assessment of this scandal reveals that it had less to do with wokeness and more to do with bureaucratic self-protection. The latter, of course, is not any less damning, but the point, contra Musk, is that the scandal is less amenable to a simple ascription of blame to any particular political party or movement. If Musk were truly interested in seeking justice for the victims and to hold the political class feet to the fire for its hidebound ways, he wouldn't be campaigning for thuggish and violent agitators like Robinson. But the unfortunate reality is that Musk's efforts are all in the service of far-right politics, to advance his crusade against wokeness and discredit liberal principles like multiculturalism. Even those who reject wokeness and multiculturalism, however, should find Musk's efforts to use violent figures and groups to advance his agenda.
That's enough of that. I think we all get the gist of it. Here's the deal. I, being a fan of the Constitution and, liberal democracies in general, they have, of course, they have their flaws. The problem is progressives and MAGA. I see them as, roughly equidistant from the center, one on the right, one on the left. And to get everything that a populist, to get everything that the oligarch part of MAGA wants, and to get everything that the progressives want, you're basically going to have to use violence, or you're going to have to rough some people up. You're going to have to disrupt an economy, either permanently or temporarily. In other words, you're going to have to break some eggs to make either a left omelet or a right omelet. And the question's going to come down to, can Americans of either ilk accept the pain? And my guess is no. America has always tended, in the end, to spend more time in the center or center-ish positions, like a pendulum. You don't spend too much time at the very far end of either side. You wind up spending, most of the time somewhere in between the two extremes. And in my opinion, there is no moderate MAGA. There is no moderate progressive. Um, to sound faintly biblical, there is no middle but the middle. Um, and the only point I have to say, because I think progressives, just because of the history of America with communism in socialism to a lesser extent, but socialism, communism, they're all the same in America. MAGA stands a better chance because it's more white, it's more American, it's more or less homegrown. Um, I have said that MAGA is basically oligarchs who rode the back of Be Brave all the way into office. And I know Brave says he's a socialist, but he's just not much of anything, in my opinion. He's just Be Brave. They rode the back of the working man into office, and now that they're there, they're going to feed the working man bitter medicine and tell him it's actually good for him, but what it is actually good for them. And I think that's going to slowly be revealed. And, we'll survive it probably. But in the meantime, it's going to be bumpy riding. There is no way to have a President Trump and have a tranquil 4 years. And the other thing, people like a Marco Rubio, like a DeSantis, and others don't want American history taught in detail or even correctly, because that will tell you that the founders literally feared democracy, or anything like populism. They feared the rabble. The country was literally founded as an elitist enterprise. That's why property is probably the most important thing, that America was built on: protecting property. And the First Amendment, Second Amendment, First Amendment, you get to hang out with people who you want to hang out with. The Second Amendment is there to defend your property. Um, it's obvious if you take some time to actually read a history book. And you don't have to be some big fan of history, but what I'm trying to say is that it is easy to pull a fast one on a populace that does not know how and why the United States was founded. And it wasn't all for nefarious reasons, but it wasn't all to make a shining city on the hill either. It's somewhere in the middle. We spend a lot of time in the middle, America does, back and forth between extremes. And it saddens me to see people, still going on and on about the great things Trump does. And there are a couple things he's getting right. Immigration, though I don't like his method, I actually agree with getting that under control. There's some other things that he's doing. If nothing else, he's going to send a shock through the system. What I don't like is his need to go outside of the Constitution to get it done. This country was founded. There are three co-equal branches of government for a reason. The checks and balances, there for a reason. The House of Representatives, believe it or not, they did not. There were factions of the framers that did not want, that much exposure to direct voting. Originally, Congress was going to be like senators, basically the state state houses, state legislatures were going to pick members of the Congress too. And the fear is, oh shit, if we do this, the hoi polloi are gonna get pissed off, and there's gonna be unrest, and it could cause problems. So we'll throw them a bone and let them elect a House of Representatives. Not a bad idea, even though the reason was kind of a little bit looking down the nose. But America was not founded to be a direct democracy or even run by the people. They need the people's consent, but they don't need the people to actually do anything. They just need you to consent to it.
Well, a lame duck president with control of all three branches practically has very little, there's no deterrent for them to be anything but a bull in a china closet if they choose to. They know they're not going to have to run for re-election, and if indeed both houses of Congress are on the party of the president that's in power, they don't really have to worry about a legacy or re-election for those people either necessarily. We'll see how things progress, but that's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. Is that need to even leave things in that old camping thing. Leave it better than you found it. There's no motivation for that either. Take only pictures, leave only memories. There's none of that.
I think, and maybe I'm giving credit where it's not due, but I think Trump realizes that he can break things in a way that either can't be easily repaired or remain permanently broke. And the IRS is one of the things these rich boys want to break. The other thing in my last point, because I'm not a monologuist, I don't particularly like it, but I kind of got my dander up. The only reason we have a constitution was because of Shays' Rebellion. It scared the elites, and Monroe and some others said, "Oh shit, we can't even get up a decent militia to keep the rabble under control." Again, history can be useful if you know that the Constitution was just there because they figured a central government would be more effective in putting down whiskey rebellions and Shays rebellions when the common men, soldiers in Shays Rebellion, former Continental soldiers, you know what? They were promised something by the elites. The elites were not delivering, and they went on a walkabout, to the Massachusetts governor's mansion or the state house. I can't remember now, but you need to understand that the Constitution wasn't some lofty, God-given document that God inspired, the founders or the framers to write. It was in response to the rabble getting pissed off. So I'm not impressed by populism or populists. And if people actually knew some things about the nature of the country, that might, sway some decisions. You might still vote for Trump, but at least you know what you were buying. So that's the end of the diatribe, the daily diatribe. Maybe I'll make that a segment.
You should make everything a segment. Everything you possibly can.
And then the dying cockroach. When I was in Army ROTC, one of the things that they would make people do, it was a joke. Hey, get down and do the dying cockroach. That's what you're on your back and your legs are just kind of flailing. Legs and arms are just kind of flailing in the air uselessly. Turtles do the same thing if you turn them on the backs of their shells. That's what the Democrats are right now. In this line, I'm not going to even bother reading the article, but the part that's highlighted here says Democrats offer short term alternative to House GOP spending patch. The 4-week measure would buy more time for a bipartisan deal that Republican leaders aren't currently interested in. It's basically the Democrats trying to seem relevant, and I'm unimpressed.
Let's kick the can down the street.
They're kicking something. They're kicking Lucy's football.
Yeah.
And MAGA is Lucy.
Yeah.
Yanking the ball away. And then this final story is a local story to Atlanta. And I don't know that I even covered it in the first place. But a few weeks ago, a couple went out boating on Lake Lanier. And Lake Lanier has an interesting history. It's a reservoir, and at the bottom of Lake Lanier is a former brown town, or whatever the town was called. It was a settlement or a small, like, little cluster of black families and businesses and churches and stuff. And whites didn't want them in the county. So what they did is they chased them off. They left their property and all their belongings to get the hell out before the white people came shooting up the place. So they left houses, they left whatever, they took whatever they could carry and got out of there, and then they flooded it to make sure that the blacks didn't come back to reclaim their property. If you want it, you can swim for it. So supposedly it's haunted also. But anyway, this couple went boating and somehow or another had an accident. But one's a coach, one's a teacher, I think. I'll read the story in more detail. But they found the woman who was the girlfriend, and they just found the guy a couple days ago. So it was kind of a mystery, where he got off to. But he was found dead. Let's see, details. That's a picture of the guy right here. His name was Gary Jones. He was a missing teacher. And I want to say the girlfriend was like an administrator. There it is. Jocelyn Wilson was a Spelman College instructor. So they went out on February 8th for his or her birthday. And somehow or another, there was an accident. So if you're local to Atlanta and you want to read the story, just let me know. I'll drop the link. I know a couple of you are out there. Earlier this month, singer and rapper CeeLo Green took to social media to mourn Wilson, saying she was like a sister to him and no one deserves to perish in that fashion. She was a math instructor at Spelman. He was an 8th grade basketball coach and head of track and field at the track and field of Middle Westminster. Okay, it was a private school apparently. Middle school science teacher, 8th grade basketball, and head of the track and field program. So they're not saying much more than they found the body. So that's that. It was kind of a mystery around these parts. And thus ends our news coverage, at least for this moment. There's a lot of news stories. And here we are to Lady Boulay, who has something to say. The title of this is Black Americans Are Tired of This. And you can see from the picture where this might go. Let me start. Oh, wait, hold it. Damn it. Hold on one sec here. Because I wanted to get ahead of the music part. There we go.
You get
who missed out on getting an Oscar because of things that she had said about.
Hold on one sec. Sorry about this technical difficulty.
Your support. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for your thumbs up, for your comments. And thank you for sharing the videos. Thank you for all you do to support the channel and because of things that she had said about other people, including Black people. And I'm here to say that Black people, Black Americans, and I don't speak for everybody, but I speak for many when I say we are sick and tired of being everybody's whipping boy. Every time you get a little platform, you're a transgender person and you got a little platform and you have a social media account. And instead of talking about the issues in the LGBTQ community that they're always talking about, they don't get the attention that they need. Instead of focusing on the problems in the transgender community, she is going to go in on people that are not even bothering him or her. Black people, Muslims, Jews, anybody, bothering people that don't even know he or she is even alive. And so pay the price for it too. So hate didn't win in this case. Instead of this person getting the Oscar, Zoe Saldana got it. It struck at the right time and it hit just the right person. A person who is willing to go to a social media platform and spew hatred against groups of people who have done absolutely nothing to him or her or whichever is appropriate. This person's name is Carla Sophia Gascon, and this article says that she reflects on tumultuous Oscars season. The pain has been so overwhelming that I contemplated the unthinkable. Now somebody's supposed to feel sorry for them because they didn't win the Oscar. And so now they are contemplating the unthinkable, whatever that is. Well, that's what you need to think. My dad used to tell us you have to think when you're living. You always got to be thinking about what you're saying. And that's something that many Black people, especially in the South, were brought up. Like, you have to control that tongue. And my mother used to say, that thing under your nose will overload that thing under your clothes, meaning that you keep running your mouth, you're going to get your behind whipped. And the problem is that it has been open season on Black people, especially Black Americans, for so long, and people have degraded us and mocked us and gone after us for no reason because it's sport. Going after Black people is sport. I always say this. White people and these other races of people who want to be white adjacent or want to assimilate into white society bond over their anti-Blackness. But as Sister Deborah keeps talking about, it's the awakening now. Black people are awakening if we're not already woke. And so now you're getting pushback. So you lose your job. And who's supposed to care? Who is supposed to care other than Bill Maher, who hates cancel culture, because he's another one of the ones that Black people are always the default. If he doesn't have anything else to talk about, he goes after Black people. But see, now it's a different environment. It is a different environment. Less than a week after the 2025 Oscars, Amelia Perez star and Best Actress nominee Carla Sophia Gascon is reflecting on her experience as part of Netflix awards campaign for the gender-bending musical. Though Amelia Perez scored a leading 13 Oscar nominations, it won only 2 awards for Best Song and Best Supporting Actress, Zoe Saldana, after past controversial tweets by Gascon were resurfaced online in the days after nominations were announced. So there again, your digital footprint will find you out. That movie was nominated for 13 awards, and it was a front runner for several awards, including the award for whatever it was she was doing in the movie. But because her digital footprint was discovered days after the nominations were announced, people started pointing to their digital footprint, and it came up dirty. And people said, no, no. And we know who has great influence in the Hollywood community. So you don't get out here and start throwing off on them. They don't care what your situation is. They could get away with throwing off on Black people and saying all kinds of humiliating things about Black people because there's really no consequence for that. Sometimes you might get some pushback, but that might have slid under the radar. But when you go after the Jewish people, it's not going to slide under the radar. And I like that about them. And I'm glad they have the clout that they do in this particular situation to say, okay, you can go back to where you came from because you are not going to get an Oscar. So I will refer to this person as they and their to simplify it. So I'm going to talk about some of their insulting tweets about people who weren't bothering them. One of their tweets includes a cartoon of a Muslim man weeping, and they wrote, "New attack in France, decapitated people in Nice by one of the retarded people," they wrote in Spanish, according to a translation by HuffPost. They also wrote, "How many times are we going to have to expel these madmen from Europe to realize that their religion is incompatible with Western values? We do not learn." So that is what they said about the Muslims. After George Floyd's death, they wrote, "I honestly think very few people really cared about George Floyd, but his death has served to once again highlight that there are people who still think black monkeys have no rights and who consider police are killers. They are so wrong." So they're referring to black people as monkeys and saying that police are not killers. Okay, got it. Speaking in defense of Adolf Hitler, they said, "This is the same old story. Black slaves and women go to the kitchen. It's my opinion, and it should be respected," they wrote. "I do not understand why everyone is making a world war against Hitler. He simply had his opinion of the Jews. Well, that's how the world works." Okay, well, that's how your world works. And in this world, you don't get an Oscar for saying things like this. They also had something to say about the 2021 Oscars, where Daniel Kaluuya, who is black, and Yeon Jung, who is Korean, won for Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress. So they wrote, "More and more the Oscars are looking like a ceremony for independent and protest films. I didn't know if I was watching an Afro-Korean festival, a Black Lives Matter demonstration, or the 8 Miles. Apart from that, an ugly, ugly gala." So fortunately for them, they didn't get to be a part of that ugly, ugly gala because Zoe Saldana won the Oscar that they might have won if they had kept their mouth shut. People do not understand the power in keeping their mouth shut. So black people are tired of this. Black people are tired of being everybody's whipping boy. Every time you get ready to say something ugly, every time you get a platform, you come on there talking about black people. I'm glad to see the cancel culture. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I don't like who got canceled. But in this particular case, this individual was canceled and was canceled for a good reason. And there's a lesson there. There is a lesson there. Just because you can get on a social media platform or get in front of a white person, because that's their go-to, that's their favorite thing to do, is get in front of a white person. And it's a lot of these anti-black people. They want to jump in front of a white person's face and say some of these despicable things about black Americans in hopes that white people are going to approve and pat them on the head and say, "Good boy." Well, usually the white people just come back and tell what you said. Like, this is probably what happened here. And I think that's another thing that people need to understand. When you take to these platforms saying these ugly things, thinking you're just talking to your friends and subscribers, just know that some of those people that are listening might not be your friend, and they're going to tell on you. It's always somebody you know that ends up telling on you. So following the discovery of these tweets, they made something of an apology. You know, if I hurt anybody's feelings, I'm sorry, or whatever. But still, many people were upset that they were still in the running to win one of Hollywood's most prestigious awards. So what people came back and said was, believe it or not, these tweets are hurtful, offensive, and shocking, most especially coming from someone who is a member of another vulnerable community. Someone further wrote, "Muslims are part of every community, including the transgender community." So once these tweets were, they were out of the running for the Oscar. there are people who do not appreciate this kind of hatred and this kind of disrespect, especially coming towards people who haven't done anything to this individual. So, anyway, be careful how you run your mouth, even when you think no one is listening. Because where you might think what you're saying is funny and cute, somebody else might think it's offensive and disrespectful, and they might just tell on you. And then you're out here looking like a fool and losing an Oscar. Okay, y'all, let me know what you think about the video. Thank you for listening. Give me a thumbs up and have a good evening.
She sure does remind me of somewhere between my mother and her mother. Uh, uh, and actually, I wasn't going to play this upcoming video, but I can't remember if I showed it yesterday. Doesn't look like I did.
I don't think you did.
Yeah, I know she's look, she's in her 70s. Probably getting close to 80, and I'm just going to let her be her crotchety best. But the point she made about the anti-blacks is really the one that I found the funniest, and they know who they are because I am often talking about it.
I couldn't place anybody from that part. Nobody came to mind.
Well, they know who they are.
Yeah.
But this, I don't. Oh, by the way, I often agree. It's rare that I agree with all her points. I think sometimes, I give them grace because, to be honest, my father will be 82 this year, and both he and my mother, who's maybe, I don't know, a few months, like 12, 11, 10 months older than he was. They grew up in the deep South. My mother in Savannah, and my father even more south in Georgia by about 3 hours. So they didn't grow up in Jim Crow. They grew up in Jim Crow. And both thrived. Came through it fine, thrived in life, raised successful children, etc. But there were some things sometimes growing up that they would say that, like everybody, kids call me boomer, when I say something that they just roll their eyes and call me a boomer. I used to do the same thing with them. Like, where do you come up with this stuff? My life is not exactly like that. And every generation goes through that. That's kind of the cycle of life. And some things, as it turned out over the course of my life, they were right about. Some things they weren't. But I think on balance, let's just say they were about, let's go
70-30.
I'll be generous. Yeah. Same thing with me. My son will prove me to probably be 70% wrong, though I hope I'm a little bit more worldly. I've done things
I was giving it the other formulation: 70% right, 30% wrong.
No, you know what? I love my parents, and I've said this before, and I'm proud to say it. I've never really had a lot of heroes because my father and my mother too, they were really good people, and I didn't need to go outside for heroes. I remember once I was I know I wasn't in high school. I might have been maybe 11. And my father and I were on our way downtown for something or another. And he's a retired police captain. He wasn't a captain at the time, but here we are. And up ahead of us, a kid had gotten hit by a car. Now, the kid was unconscious, bleeding from the mouth, and my father's there giving CPR. And you know what? I don't know that we ever talked about it. We went where we went. We came back home. In all honesty, I know he must have mentioned it to my mother, but to my knowledge, he never talked to me about it. He never talked to my mother, at least in front of me, about it. Fucking saved a life and we made it to where we were going. We made it all the way back home, and the dude didn't even talk about it. So this is the quality of guy, that raised me, and he's still around. Talked to him yesterday, as a matter of fact. Calling to tell me I'm going to be old in a day or two. So anyway, I got way off, and believe it or not, I'm not drinking. I'm just in a talkative mood, apparently. So I never needed heroes. Lady Boulay, some of the stuff you don't agree with, just take with a grain of salt. It's worth sometimes to hear her talk about the stuff I do agree on. This particular video here, there's some people in the audience that will love what she has to say. I found it a bit cringy, but it's worth hearing because she does make a point or two.
And Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Sometimes I think these black immigrants believe black Americans when they say that they have honorary white status. Now that's what black Americans might say, because we might see them as getting opportunities that we feel like we can't get, which really isn't true. But there might be some partiality going on somewhere that I don't see. But the black immigrants buy into that. They buy into the model minority, although they're not really the model minorities. They buy into, oh, they work harder than black Americans, or, oh, they're smarter than black Americans.
I want to comment on this comment. Stank D, she's going to find Ilhan Omar wanting, not so much because of her religion. She's going to find it for a reason most people in this space won't particularly agree with, but she finds Ilhan Omar wanting. I somewhat agree with her point, and I'll comment after the video. I want to make a point about Islam and the United States being incompatible. Not so. And the reason it's not compatible is because we do not have a state religion. And by the way, I know you're going to call me a nerd. There is a book called Thomas Jefferson's Quran. Thomas Jefferson literally owned a Quran, and as near as I can tell, at least read some parts of it. So Thomas Jefferson in particular knew what Islam was. If he thought it was compatible while they were, talking about state religions and stuff, they would have just banned it outright. There's religious pluralism for a reason. It's not so much that the religion is incompatible as much as the extremists are incompatible. Okay, in extremism of all types, MAGA extremism, and I won't get into detail about why I think MAGA is extreme. Progressive extremism, I consider factions of the progressives to be extreme. I hate, well, I'm not going to use the word hate. I distrust extremism in all forms. Barry Goldwater said, extremism in service of liberty is no vice, and something about moderate being virtuous is no virtue. I mangled the quote, but the part I remember is extremism in defense of liberty is no vice. Thoroughly disagree with that. If you have to resort to extremism, unless it's a war or people are getting killed or something like that, we live in the type of democracy. If people were tolerant, they could probably negotiate it out. And then if you can't negotiate it, put it up to a vote. So the part about Islam being incompatible, thoroughly disagree. It's the extremism and the extremists. And Ilhan is a terrible politician, but not because of her religion. Oh, and by the way, just so you know, I looked it up last night, and after I watched this video, actually, Her district is 70% white. So she's not in office because of the Somalis. She's in office because white people in her district want her there. So anyway, back to the show.
Or they're better citizens than Black Americans. They buy into all of that stuff.
Oops.
And so sometimes they.
Stank D, I have not read it in total. I own a Quran. I have read a good part of the Quran. Great story, much like the Bible, in fact. Great stories. Good parables, good morals, some good moral lessons in there. Now I've never read the Torah, but that's basically the Old Testament. So, I've read it in a Christian format. In your point about what? Muslims hate America, LOL. If you could, dude, I literally have gone to school with Muslims. I have sympathized with them during Ramadan. I have worked, one of the best people I've ever met was this recent college graduate from, I think he was actually from Pakistan. Awesome guy. Every now and again, believe this or not, I've actually, we had a mosque across the street. Every now and again, I'd actually go with him over to the mosque because I'd never, done that growing up. So, and now he works for Google. Last time I heard, he was working in Japan. Little Islamic immigrant, Pakistani immigrant, over in Japan. I wonder if he can get halal meals over there. But anyway, I disagree that Muslims hate America. Some Muslims hate America. Some Christians hate America. This bullshit that people want to peddle must stop. You seem extreme.
They reach the highest echelons of politics or in the news media, and they're happily coasting along with white people, laughing and going out to dinner and having drinks and telling jokes and inserting themselves into white conversations, and they're just living it up. They think they've got it made. And then all of a sudden they get that wake-up call that they weren't looking for. And Black Americans are sitting back like, oh, okay. We thought they had honorary white status. Nobody has honorary white status. The closest that you can come is maybe something like a pet, but you don't have honorary white status because anytime they can pull the trigger on you and then you get almost a national embarrassment, you don't have honorary white status. They just let you ride in the pet lane for a while. So Joy-Ann Reid, who was a nighttime anchor at MSNBC, was suddenly fired. Now, mind you, Republicans have been calling for her firing since at least 2020, when Donald Trump lost the election to Joe Biden. And she went in on Donald Trump, and she hates Donald Trump more than anybody in the whole country. It was the nightly bashing of Donald Trump with vitriol. She was more angry and more aggressive with her attacks than the white anchors. And I believe it was because she thought she was safe in the arms of the liberal Democrats. They had her back. I believe she thought that. And she went in, and the thing about Joy-Ann Reid is actually she is more intelligent and has a better vocabulary than the average person on MSNBC, especially those women. So she actually had the vocabulary. She had the energy to go in on Trump, and that's what she did. And the Republicans have been calling for her head for a number of years now. So she went in on Donald Trump, and then when she got fired, she was saying that how she championed the issues of illegal immigrants and LGBTQ and women. She never said anything about Black Americans, and I think many of us noticed that. And the reason I'm surmising that she was surprised to get fired was that she did an interview, I believe it was with Don Lemon or somebody like that, and she was crying and talking about how much value her show had, and as if it was very important to everybody. And she was surprised. I don't think she saw that coming at all. So that was an unexpected wake up call for an immigrant who had been living the charmed life in America. And then we have Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who came to the United States from a refugee camp. She is from the East African country of Somalia, where they were embroiled in a civil war. And so many of them were brought to the United States and plopped down in Minnesota, where they have proceeded to try and turn Minnesota into their version of Somalia. So they have become something of a problem up there in Minnesota. But Ilhan Omar, with political ambitions, ran for Keith Ellison's seat in the United States House of Representatives when he resigned to run for Attorney General of Minnesota. She won that seat in 2019, and since then, she has been representing Minnesota's 5th District. But ever since she's been there, she's been advocating for the Palestinians and advocating for illegal immigrants and constantly criticizing America's foreign policies. And I'm not saying she's wrong, but when you're in the United States government, you pretty much have to advocate for the status quo. Ilhan Omar so infuriated members of the United States House of Representatives that in 2023 they censored her for comments targeting Jewish students in the United States. The resolution was passed by the 118th Congress to censure her for hateful comments and history of anti-Semitism. Now, you know you don't have to do much to be labeled an anti-Semite in the United States. To be fair, I believe she was operating on her own sense of what was right and wrong. But in the process, she infuriated a lot of Jewish people. So they censured her in the House of Representatives, and then they turned around and removed her from the Committee of Foreign Affairs. And that is not all. A Texas Republican is circulating a petition to deport Ilhan Omar. Now that's how far it has gone with some of those Republicans. Representative Brandon Gill, a first-term lawmaker from Texas, has circulated a petition calling for Representative Ilhan Omar, a United States citizen, to be deported. Omar, a Minnesota Democrat, decried the effort, saying it was truly disgusting that members of the Republican Party feel emboldened to engage in racist and, quite frankly, fascist remarks. Republicans have clashed with Omar, one of 2 Muslim women in Congress, since she arrived in the House of Representatives in 2019. Omar became a U.S. citizen in 2000 when she was 17. She arrived in the United States as a refugee during the Somali Civil War in 1995. The petition comes as President Donald Trump signed several executive orders and issued directives to carry out his promise of mass deportations of those in the United States illegally since returning to the White House in January. Trump made immigration a central theme of his successful presidential campaign. Americans largely support immigration reform overall, but disagree about how policies such as deportations should be carried out. So this congressman from Texas is going to use this deportation law to threaten Ilhan Omar with deportation if she doesn't shut up and get in line. Now, she used 2 words to describe him: racist and fascist. Okay, let's look at just racist. When we say to Black immigrants that this is a racist country, they don't believe us. They will try to gaslight us and make it about us. No, it's about you. You don't work hard enough, or you're not smart enough, or you're not doing enough. They don't believe it when we say it, which is why it's very good now that Black people are backing off and not saying anything. Let them find out for themselves. She has come up against other racist situations in the United States Congress because she's speaking truth to power. She is speaking her truth. And she is realizing that this thing about free speech in America has limitations. It really does. And so she's been kicked off the Foreign Affairs Committee, and she's been censored for doing nothing but exercising freedom of speech. But again, we can't say anything to these people. They have to learn it for themselves. So these are two very beautiful, powerful, intelligent women with a lot of energy and a lot of guts. And they want to speak their truth in America because they believe in free speech. Now, you can speak your truth, but you're not going to be guaranteed keeping a job or a position if you ruffle the wrong feathers. So, what America did with these two is a course correction. I feel like they thought these women had gotten too far out of hand. So, this was called putting them in their place. We're going to fire you. We're going to censure you. We're going to remove you from a powerful committee so you don't have any voice. And then,
Yeah, that's enough of that. Couple things here. I think that I'll be diplomatic and say I think the ultimate lesson that both, and I don't think she quite means this, but I'll translate it into a more salient point. Both these ladies forgot who they were. And my father, again, used to always say, everybody that's smiling in your face is not necessarily your friend. And it sounds like Joy Reid definitely fell for that okey doke. And, working in the media, that tends to be, especially in broadcast media, tends to be a little bit of a turnover mill. And Ilhan Omar, in a country and in a Congress where people will tell you, probably Democrat and Republican, that, hey, you need to be a little bit more grateful for the country that took you in. And to a certain extent, that's not a bad thing to say to her, but she is a U.S. citizen. I think it is a very good point that she is in the House of Representatives, not the State Department or even the Senate. Her time spent talking about foreign policy has been time. And again, her district does have Somalis. However, it's not majority Somali. So she's, in my opinion, has spent an inordinate amount of time. She got in trouble, was it last year or the year before, speaking at some Somali conference or something. And she was speaking either Arabic or whatever the local language is. And it got mistranslated. So it caused a big kerfuffle. Turns out she didn't say what she said, but people have it out for her. And she'd have done a better service had she just addressed them in English. It wasn't in Somalia that this conference happened. It was in the U.S. Too much time on things that don't necessarily concern a member of the House. She was on the Foreign Affairs Committee, but she pissed so many people off, they tossed her off the committee. So knowing who you are, knowing what your role is, and not getting out over your skis is a lesson for young people, one that I've tried to convey to my son and others who will listen. A lesson my father taught me, and no, I fucked up plenty of times, getting out over my skis, thinking I'm all that. I've been burned, like my son will be burned. Everybody gets burned. Everybody gets full of themselves. But these two kind of paid the price, and I think that her point, at least with a little more polish and translation, is on point. What she did say, and I won't say, is that, and maybe it's, I don't even know that she meant it tacitly, but there's anti-black stance. I don't know so much about Ilhan so much, but sometimes you can't serve two masters. And maybe it's just better not to serve a master at all. So I'll just leave it at that.
Two things. Number one, to your father's point, they're smiling in your face, but all the time they're trying to take your place, the backstabbers. think the OJs said that. Anyway, the second thing is Joy Reid was surprised at what happened to her. I'll tell you who wasn't surprised.
Everybody else?
Me. Because if you recall on this very program, I pulled up the numbers of a number of these shows one day that I didn't even need to watch the program. And she was so far down the list of MSNBC shows.
Well, she was number 7, right?
She was number 8. But when you have a nighttime, daily show and you're in 8th place and trending down, and you've got countless other shows that are trending up, I said it then. She's gone. She is gone.
Yeah, well, everybody over here knew it before she did. I don't know. I think sometimes when you're in the trenches, maybe you don't, it's hard to see, the bigger picture. Solid Snake being fascinated with Ilhan Omar. I happened to look her up because I went to see, I couldn't remember. I knew she was a citizen. I wanted to find out when she became a citizen at 17. Turns out, she's on her 3rd husband. And, someone that young, I don't know. She must be around 40 maybe. But someone that's been married, that many times. And I understand her first 2 husbands were probably kind of traditional-ish. I know one of her husbands was a little bit, he was thinking this was still the Middle East or somewhere. So, that was, but 3 marriages, and I'm not going to go there. I'm just saying, 3 marriages by anybody. You kind of want to, you don't want to just go on looks alone. I'll put it that way. So Solid Snake, when you meet her, don't fall for the pretty face. Dig deeper. And Ricky Tikki Tavi. Let's see, what did you say that caught my attention? Stanley went to school with a Muslim. Okay, he must know all things about them right now. Well, motherfucker, Be Brave lived in a black neighborhood in goddamn 1965, and he seems to know everything about black people, so fuck you. Take that bullshit back over to Be Brave's channel, because it won't be tolerated here. And I'm not going to ban you from the chat. You'll just have to take my abuse.
A lot of people in broadcast television mistake their Q rating for their viewership.
Right.
And Joy Reid, a lot of people may know who she is, and she may be an icon, even for the network, but if people aren't watching, you're done.
Right, in the end.
Yeah.
One more thing. The one thing I did learn, I don't know everything about Muslims, but I do know there's some good ones because I went to school with them. So I know they're at least, 4, 5, 6, 7, and their families. Fine people, the families that I met, which leads me not to make blanket statements like Islam is incompatible with America. I leave that kind of bullshit to the less fortunate and the less educated among us. So enough of that BS. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm getting all belligerent today.
It's all right.
God knows it's a good thing I'm not drinking that Bud Light that I'm going to get later today.
Well,
I'd be lighting people up otherwise.
we all have our days.
You know what? I'm well rested. I'm having a great day.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say I may have had one yesterday in the previous evening, but I just, at a certain point, I'm usually pretty easygoing and live and let live, and other people's opinions, even if they're ridiculous, they're entitled to them. But I just, every now and then it accumulates, and the surety that some people speak with when they're not just a little bit wrong, they're 150% wrong is just, after a while, it just gets a little infuriating. Now I'm back down to zero. I blew the steam, it's like a nuclear reactor. I dropped the rods down, everything's...
People take advantage of nice guys.
Yeah.
They will pick, like Solid Snake. Dude, you were there for a lot of it. 2 or 3, maybe even up to 4 months of Be Brave and 12th Man night after night. And, Ryan likes to make a big joke of it, saying he would wake up early just to hear those two going back and forth on the channel. And I don't think, what it is other shows humor them and think it's kind of funny. And it does, I'm sure it draws numbers. But the thing is nobody expects an overnight, person to have big numbers anyway. Though I know, I see, what's his name from Here for the Tease channel. He's got like 40 or 50 people in his audience. But I mean, people know who he is. He's a good guy, by the way, so he deserves it. I'm not doing the kind of show that'll draw a lot of numbers unless you're actually interested in a little bit more of a button-down approach. I don't need 12th Man in Solid Snake up here just upsetting my chi just for numbers.
Well, some people mistake kindness for weakness. And, the wolf knows me for a long time, and it's like, hey, don't go over the line too much, because I'm really not a nice person. When it comes down to it, I'm just sort of, bored with a lot of the correcting. But sometimes it just accumulates, and then you blow off the steam, and then you're back down to zero and it has to accumulate again. But man, like I said the other day, one time, be it in writing for large corporations or the news, one time I wish I could be that wrong and get away with it. Just once, ever in my career. And man, people throw stuff out that is just so easily debunked. It's called Google. AI even helps you now on Google. And it's just you heard it from somebody, now it's true. That kind of nonsense is just, and don't get in a verbal repartee with me, because that's not going to go well. It's like the guy yesterday about, the Americans, the founders, and it's like the founders weren't American till we became America. Okay? What are you, an idiot? I don't care where they were born. They were British subjects until we became a country.
Well, yeah, that's actually, yeah. Precision of language, I've kind of fussed about that too. But yeah, that's, people just kind of, it's so weird that people will just blindly, like, if somebody tells me something, at least I'm old enough to have enough of a breadth of knowledge, if not depth. I know when something doesn't quite sound right. Well, at least most times.
It's the reason for my show. There's all sorts of things that, well, not the only reason, but there's all sorts of things people think they know because it's urban legend or, cultural myth. And I hear things, and this is a very minor one, but 90% of the people get it wrong. When we beat the Russians in hockey for the gold medal, that was not a gold medal match.
Right.
The next match was the gold medal. And it's just stuff like that you're like, well, you can't expect me to take you seriously if you get the small things wrong. Why would I trust you on the big things? It's the same thing all over again.
Hey, Kelvin, I'm glad you're still in the chat. I'd like your input on this. I didn't realize Piers Morgan was still doing TV in Britain.
Oh, yes. He's on the, yes. Oh, yes. He's quite active.
He walked off that show. I thought he quit.
He may have quit that show and then subsequently been asked to leave. but he's on ITV, which is is a big network. In fact, if you look at a lot of syndicated programming from the 70s over here, the show UFO and a lot of stuff, ITV produced all of that. So,
guy on the bottom left, you mean Pierce Brosnan? He's all the way to the left. I guess he's not bottom left. Okay, so the guy from Northwest London is basically you? Oh, I hope not, Kelvin. Surely you have a nice military haircut. Anyway, this wound up in my magic algorithm. I have the best algorithm on YouTube. Does the UK have race issue like the US? I'm interested in this because I'm on a political Discord, and there are lots of people talking about England, London, and specifically.
A very polite black man telling her to do the right thing, tether her dog, which was unleashed in Central Park. Her reaction was to call the authorities and to paint him as a potential killer, to say that she was feeling threatened for her life. And when I watched that,
and identifying him as an African-American
man is threatening me and my dog. And when I watched that, I wouldn't say the penny dropped, because when I was in America at CNN, I covered many of these stories from Trayvon Martin to others, and I found them all horrific. But it was the way that she did that, this privileged white woman from a top firm in America, the way she was prepared to paint this guy who did nothing wrong as a potential killer. In that moment, I understand what you had said to me before about sometimes we don't, as white people, we may not even see that kind of thing or why it is so insidious.
That's right. I mean, it's what I would call weaponizing whiteness against black people.
Weaponizing
and
whiteness.
This is not new to us at all. And I think the reason for this is because fundamentally people don't understand what racism is. The fact that it is a systemic power construct to deny an equal value of life and liberty to black people for the benefit of white people. And it means that white people get a privilege from that. That white privilege means that they are treated favorably in comparison to people of color. So I would always say that in this discussion, the discourse, the fight, the equality for black people, it is so important to understand that racism is not just hate, that it's so this systemic racism is entrenched in society. That's why white folks need to exercise their privilege to stop racism perpetrated by other white people and by institutions. And even well-meaning, white allies who say, you know what, I'm not racist, who say, I don't see color. I don't see color is a problem. Because if you don't see color, you don't see me. And if you don't see me, you cannot possibly see the abuse I get because of the color of my skin.
Well, that was abrupt. The demographics are so different and the history is so different. Windrush generation, I think the people who identify as black in the UK is only about 5%. So, I don't know.
I think for a long time, for a long time in the UK, it was, and it may still be, I can't speak to it, because I'm not there right now, but it was class was your major discriminatory element. What status are you was the main thing, but I can't speak to it. I'm not there. I know they've had a tremendous amount of immigration from various other parts of Europe and the world, and I know that things have changed quite a bit. But and I also know that the race issue is, virulent over there just from following what they call football, what we call soccer.
Right.
People of color, they are online and even at the matches. Now, at the matches, they'll throw you out, ban you forever. They can figure out who you are. But online, wow, do they take it. They just, and it's even worse in Italy. In Italy, there's been players that have been the subject of rampant racism, chants, you name it.
Yeah, I've heard about Italy.
Throwing bananas onto the field, you name it. And the club, in more than one situation, has backed up not the player.
Right.
You know, they've said, you know, that's a kind of A-okay with them. So I'm sure Kelvin or London can speak to it much better than I can.
Well, I get the impression that the major problem they have over there is with the South Asians and Pakistanis.
Yes, there's been a tremendous influx.
What was I gonna forget? What I was gonna look at next? Wildfire. I don't think they had a Oops. I don't think they had a wildfire. Do have some pop the balloons here. Oh, yeah, I definitely want to.
After he had threatened to kill me.
Somebody, a friend of mine, Fred, as a matter of fact, put this in a Discord for me to well, he wanted me to see it. I decided to show it, but I had a little conversation, a response to this, and it reminded me again of Be Brave. And since Palomino Ricky Zeta is here, he can carry this back over to Be Brave. Be Brave likes to lurk in the chat, and then if I say something he disagrees with it, he runs like a dog who found a bone and does a whole show about it at midday. And after he's done misquoting me and taking me out of context, Palomino Ricky Z goes, "Yeah, he said that. He said that. I told you he said that." Like a little, whatever rhymes with snitch.
You mean the little horsey?
Yeah, the little horsey.
My Little Pony.
So the bottom line is Be Brave is basically not only a stolen valor white man, he's a stolen valor. He's a stolen valor just like, why is he taking shit that I say and building shows around it? Yeah. He puts my name in the title. And then when I come over there and say, hey, if you're going to do this, either invite me up to the panel, take clips, but don't rely on your Swiss cheese memory, because just yesterday, I was taken out of context and basically like words I didn't use. He weaves his own narrative around whatever it is I'm talking about. And I'm told, well, gee, it's all in fun. Well, no, actually, it's not all in fun when assholes like Palomino Ricky wants to talk about me being a narcissist and all this jazz. Someone's not taking it, with a grain of salt. So anyway, and I'm hoping Be Brave is in the chat so he can quote me correctly when I call him a stolen valor white man. And since you're such a believer in, hard and fast rules about black culture and white culture, Be Brave, you haven't contributed shit to your own culture. You have invented nothing. You have written nothing. All you do is fucking talk about shit you don't know. So maybe being the new flim flam man is what you're contributing to the culture, but that's not historical in nature. So
I'm sure deep down he's probably a really nice guy,
Oh, he's a great
we probably just got off on the wrong foot.
Well, we agree on property. There's some things we do agree on. We just see, apparently he lives wherever he lives is like a little Bantustan or something. It's not the real America, because he's talking about, black people taking the country down. And I'm like, what? We couldn't if we wanted to. So anyway, looking at this video literally reminded me of Be Brave, and I'll explain why if it's not readily apparent. Quick 6-minute video here.
I grabbed a gun and I ran upstairs and kicked the door in, and he was laying in bed with the shotgun pointed at the door and shot at me and missed my head by about 6 inches.
Willie D Live.
So it just was a lot of sowing discord. So, I mean, I would say if you are unhappy with what your government's doing, exercise your voice. I would say, because this is stuff that I wasn't aware of. Call your congressman, write letters, go to the Capitol. You can make an appointment to sit down with your congressman or organize protests, but make sure it's peaceful. I don't think, like they say, violence is never the answer. I think you're going to get a lot further if you get 1 million people in DC on a peaceful protest or a march and a movement like that, and you're going to get people to support you and donate to you and fund you to do that. And I think you'll get a lot farther, but I wouldn't advise going and storming the Capitol. No, not at all.
I read somewhere where you said, you allegedly said that you had murder on your mind or murder in your heart at the time when you went down there and you was.
I have heard that, but I don't know where that came from. That was some kind of court document or something like that. I don't know if the DA said that, but I never said I had murder on my mind.
Yeah, but here's what I want to know. Like, I want to know why.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you see the title. This guy's a January 6th rioter. That's why this conversation's happening.
Oh, white guys so angry.
Why are white guys so angry?
This is a serious question, man. I mean, I'd be really wanting to know this because y'all got it made in the United States of America. Like, the play is set up for y'all to win. Even if y'all lose, it's set up for y'all to make a comeback. Y'all, it's like white guys in America, white men in America gets more opportunity than anybody. I think we can all honestly agree to that. Why are y'all so willingly ready to burn this motherfucker down? You know what I'm saying? When y'all got everything, y'all got the deck stacked in y'all favor. Well, why are y'all so angry?
I would say, for me personally, I don't think I'm that angry, but I will say this, that
we're sitting here talking.
Okay, this is the start of where I start thinking about Be Brave. Okay, you ask, and this guy wasn't very specific. Number one, I think black people are past the point where we have to fucking wonder, how the country was set up. We all know how the country's set up. You can, whatever your take might be, nothing is stopping an individual black person from being successful, all things being equal, and often, they're not equal. But, if you have the ability and the gumption, you can make something of yourself in these United States, really regardless of pretty much race, color, creed, any of the protected classes. Now, you may have to make your own way, but you can do that too. Entrepreneurship. Where he loses me, and where so many fucking people lose me on this channel and other channels, when you ask a general question about, say in this case, white guys, bad question, bad phrasing aside, he's not talking about this white guy. He's talking about white guys in general. So the first thing that happens is he wants to tell us about his particular situation. well, his particular situation obviously is not like, an experience that a large population of people of any race probably have. No more than most people have neck tattoos. So he once you start telling me anecdotes about a larger question, a question with a bigger scope, you'll lose me. And that's where I start cutting people off. It annoys me. You ask about white guys, bad question that it might be, idiotic question that it might be. I didn't ask you to tell me your life story. And as it turns out, his life story doesn't really answer the question.
Well,
This, my family didn't own slaves doesn't do much for me.
Well, the normalization of January 6th is extremely disappointing to me. And you can't say you don't think you're angry if you took part in that. That was the attempt to interrupt the election process, the transfer of power. So if you weren't angry, what were you? And I look upon that, I'm an American. I don't care if Democrats had done it. I don't care if communists had done it. I don't care who does that. You are attempting to interrupt our peaceful transfer of power in this country. The United States of America, that's where I'm a citizen. And when you do that, they can't put you in jail long enough to suit me. I'm sorry. Yeah. I saw the video of...
I did. Shoot, I watched it live.
The people walking through and all that, bad enough. But if you see that one entrance where the cops are talking about, we got to do this in 30 to 45 second shifts because they're trying to break through that huge crowd and not that many cops, and they're pulling them into the crowd and beating them and the rest of it. I'm sorry. Again, I think I said the other day, what if that was the Nixon administration? And somebody might say, well, of course, Nixon was, law and order guy, blah, blah, blah. I tell you what, if that was LBJ's administration, when did Kent State happen again? That was a different time, and that would not have been permitted, period, end of sentence, not going to happen. And for him to say, well, I don't think I'm angry. Well, you may not be right now, but you were at one point, if the headline of this show is correct.
Well, my thing wasn't even, I didn't even care that much about the January 6th stuff. It was the way he answered the question that really annoyed me, and I guess I get flashbacks. This is why I cut people off so much. It's like I ask a question, you answer the question, and then you keep going. Or you don't answer the question, you change the topic and keep going. Or you want to tell me about your life story. And I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm just saying it, for some reason or another, people, I don't know whether it's schooling or just what, people can't stick to the point and people can't answer direct questions. And it's beyond me as to why that is.
They also they believe that their personal experience and their personal anecdote is defining for the larger group. Now it's not. It's just not, and it's never been. You can use the overall truth, statistically, whatever it is that is the reality of the point, and then use an anecdote to illustrate it, but you can't do it in reverse. You just can't.
Right. So anyway, I'll let this play out because I think there's one other point that I can't. I got to start taking notes. But there was one other thing that caught my eye.
Today, you don't seem that angry, but when you had that damn tomahawk, putting that tomahawk to work, that tomahawk axe to work.
Right.
You seem like you can really tab some shit.
Well, my motivation was not preservation, but preserving other people's lives. But I would say that my lifestyle has not been a typical white guy's lifestyle. I did 3 years in prison as a juvenile in the state of Texas in the Texas Youth Commission. From the age of 15, I committed aggravated robbery. 16, I was in a car with two guys who shot and killed a person and shot 2 more people. While I was in the car with them, I was convicted under the law of parties and charged with attempted murder. I did 3 years in the Texas Youth Commission in Gainesville State School. I was released at the age of 19. By the age of 20, my mom had married this guy who was violent and beat her and abused her. And one night I came home and he threatened to kill me. Later on that night, him and my mom were fighting. After he had threatened to kill me, I grabbed a gun and I ran upstairs and kicked the door in. And
while you're here there, Palomino, if Be Brave is not in the chat, go ahead and let him know or ask him, does this count as violent crime? Does domestic violence count as violent crime? See, it happens in the poor white trash community too. So the bullshit that he spouts over there, he needs to get out into these YouTube streets more. He sounds like a damn fool.
He sounds like a pretty easygoing, reasonable guy. If you look at his history, geez. He is not an angry guy with the violent crime and the accessory to murder and come on, this gaslighting of
it's just when he starts talking race, he just starts frothing at the mouth for some reason.
And he was protecting other people with that tomahawk. Yeah, I know who some of those people weren't. The law enforcement trying to keep you out of the building. You weren't protecting them.
Hey, Nightish, welcome. Hit the link if you want. Because I don't think I've ever talked to you. So anyway, there might be one other point. Not sure.
he was laying in bed with the shotgun pointed at the door and shot at me and missed my head by about 6 inches. So
that's how you got off. That's how you.
Yeah, well, whenever that happened, I ran downstairs and called 911, and I'm on the phone to 911, and I've got a pistol. My mom comes down there and says, "Hey, he's just trying to scare you. Don't call the cops." And I'm like, he just shot at me with the 20 gauge shotgun and missed my head by that much. You're crazy. And the 911's like, "Can you get out of the house?" I was like, "My mom is old. She's right here." Well, he comes down the stairs, and he
with the
shotgun, yeah. And he got to the bottom of the stairs, and before he could, it was probably from here to that wall over there. Before he could come around that corner and get me, I just jumped up from behind the counter with my mom right here and started shooting. I shot 11 times, and long story short, he ended up dying on the way to the hospital. So
how many times you hit him?
I hit him 11 out of 13 times, and with a 9mm. And but I was 20 years old. I was a baby, you know what I mean? In my eyes, I was still I had done 3 years in TYC at that point for participating in a gang-related shooting, just being in the car. And then now here I am 20 years old and I've killed my own stepdad, you know?
But that was justified, bro.
I know.
In fact, that was honorable.
No, and I part of me says that. The other part of me is like, that was somebody's dad. That was somebody's son.
No, that was somebody's uncivilized mutt.
That's right. No, and I agree. But it was something that tormented me as a man. Like part of me, the street side of me was like, he got what he deserved. And the other side of me was like, that was a human life. And so I struggled with that emotionally and spiritually. And after that, I turned real bad to drugs and alcohol because I couldn't cope with reality that I was dealing with. And so that led to like 3 different trips to prison and as an adult in the state.
So the argument that Be Brave. Oh, by the way, welcome everybody from Nightish's channel. Make sure you hit the like button. And if you so choose, subscribe to the channel and share the wealth amongst your friends and the world. How great we are over here at the Urban Landlord channel. And if you would, make sure you support the hosts and host. And if you, Matthew, while you're there, Frost, Subscribe to my channel. Also, it's Stanley Cross 6000. Just at Stanley Cross 6000. Frost, you especially, and anyone else who chooses to do so. And HB, whenever you want to start your show, I'm definitely willing to hand over the keys. But I'm in no rush either. So the next, excuse me, the next person,
You're not gonna finish up with that easygoing, well-adjusted, leave it to Beaver, not angry guy.
I was gonna make the point. Thanks for bringing me back, because after that, everybody hit the like button. I was about to forget. Be Brave's argument is that it happens more in the Black community than other communities. If you want to make that kind of argument, that's fine. And he does, and does it well, apparently, because people love hearing it. But for people who are actually thinking men, that it happens at all in any community. Now, there is such a thing as an epidemic versus, a flu season. I do understand that, but I'm just not into Be Brave and the hyperbole that he likes to insert into his arguments. Frankly, it's hyperbole in service of racist posturing. And he can get all fancy and talk about fucking bullshit about him being a culturalist. Sir, culturalist, if you actually go and Google it, it's already in use describing something else. Why don't you just settle for racist? It's much more true, and everybody will know who you exactly are and what you espouse if you just come clean. And as I tell people all the time, be who you are and be proud of it. So, the next lady, I just discovered her, and I'm ready for the inevitable jokes. So, so go ahead.
Play with our intelligence. Stop trying to change and stop flipping with the narrative, because again, white people have never been oppressed. So I don't know why you all are trying to play with people's intelligence, because again, white people have never been oppressed. Okay? So,
well, that's not quite true.
Trump and Elon Musk are basically stating that these white folks in South Africa are now being oppressed.
Yeah, they probably are a bit.
Stop playing with people, because again, white people have never been oppressed.
Maybe the 40s in Germany, I don't know.
Threatened.
Well, these
and feeling like you are being mistreated is because
I know
people are taking back their land that you stole from them. Basically, you stole their land. And then first of all, you should never even been in South Africa.
By the way,
because you didn't belong there.
And I promise you, Tom, this is not pick on white man day. There's just some things that, if for nothing else, what people are thinking. I want to point out, and when she's talking about stolen land in South Africa, it reminded me that I've been meaning to bring up the point that the justification for taking land from Native Americans from 1607 and probably before that, but 1607 and forward, was that God intended for the land, stewards of the land, if you're not making good use of the land, then you don't deserve the land. That was literally why Europeans, English in particular, felt justified in just taking land from Indians. Manifest destiny is rooted in it. Hey, if the Indians are just going to let it grow trees, we could grow some, potatoes on it. So that is something that people, that isn't taught in school, I don't believe. So I just had to insert that.
But then you came there, you stole people's land, and now people are taking it back. But now all of a sudden you all are supposed to be oppressed. Stop using the term oppressed, because again, you all are never been oppressed. Okay? And now you want to claim racism. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Elon Musk, stop with the nonsense. Everybody act like you're so brilliant. Everyone acts like you are so brilliant, but you're not. You're a freaking idiot. Just like Trump. Both of you all need to be together. Y'all are freaking idiots. You all are playing with people's intelligence right about now. 1 minute you're over here saying get rid of the immigrants. Now you want to bring in South Africans over to the United States. You all are so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous on what you all are doing. But don't try to claim that these white folks over in South Africa are oppressed. You should not use that term because, again, white people have never, ever, and never will be oppressed. Stop with the nonsense. It's so ridiculous. Elon Musk wants to, claim racism because South Africa do not want to have Starlink there. So now you claiming racism? Are you kidding me? But everyone say you're brilliant. You're nothing but a straight up fool. Racism? So ridiculous. Worry about what's going to happen with the United States and Canada, because the new prime minister has some choice words for you. Basically stating that the United States will not win in this case.
Hey, Webster, guess what? If you haven't noticed, the Chinese are in Africa now. They won't be begging for the white people to come back. They'll just ask the Chinese to come in and teach them.
Yeah, and I would say, I don't know, I guess she's not just talking about white Americans, which I think would be a better argument for her. But
it's not. I didn't. Maybe this is a good case, a good example of me. Maybe I should start watching these videos before I show them.
It's not your fault that she's saying these things, but there are plenty of examples throughout history of white people being oppressed. I mean, lots. I mean, and if you don't want to go with the Holocaust, which was kind of bad, you can just stay in that exact time period, in that exact paradigm, and say Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia. I mean, there's plenty of oppression throughout history. So to say never.
She suffers from the left. She's suffering the same problem that the anti-blacks on the right suffer. Just blathering out shit without any sort of background knowledge at all. And I say, both extremes are bad.
Yeah.
But I do want to point out something. Webster, what's up? Good to see you over here. I am more or less of the mind that, if the South Africans want to throw out that kind of corporate knowledge, let them. Much like voters of Trump, you're going to get what you voted for. So, you voted for it. If they F up and, lose a lot of corporate or generational knowledge, hey, they're going to have to explain to their children why they're starving. And to this lady here, who I still think is cute, maybe I'm in love with myself, but that's a joke. Comparative suffering. Okay, people comparing, for instance, the Holocaust to American slavery. Comparative suffering, much like cultural comparisons. There is actually a field of sociology called comparative sociology or whatever, comparative culture. It is foolish. it is a fool's errand to do so.
Yeah.
People who do so eventually look like fools, like this lady. Okay, compare white people never suffered. Fucking got, they're people from like everywhere on earth
Yeah.
have suffered, at some point in time.
Man's inhumanity to man is a relative constant throughout history. It's one of the few constants, as a matter of fact. And there's no, breathtaking limit to what we have done to each other throughout the ages.
So, anyway, it's, she could be my sister. No, my sister actually doesn't look anything like this. She doesn't look anything like me. Just don't let that. Apparently, Kelvin, all Black Americans look alike to you. That British black snobbery of yours is unacceptable, sir. But no. The comparative suffering just doesn't do it for me. So and she's not coming off as good as she thinks she is, and she's got a decent sized audience. So somebody's listening to her, 18,000. So I still think she's cute, and really, to be honest, that's the only reason I'm watching this. But I'll let her go on a little bit longer, then we'll move on.
And you'll pop her balloon.
And
no.
Unbeknownst to me.
You know what? That's the one thing, Tom, and you know this as well as I do. The window dressing is awesome, but once you open the package and what's in there is horrible, you're going to be disappointed in that. In it looked good, but it's not necessarily good.
Yeah.
And young men, young, dumb, and full of it.
Yeah.
They're not often that discerning, and understandably so. There's that imperative to procreate. A comparative suffering sounds like an event that would be in the Victim Olympics.
Or coursework.
If I hear Victim Olympics one more time.
Coursework at Victim University.
There's a guy. Comparative culture is actually a field of study, and it's something that people dabble in.
Yep. They do it at the History Channel all the time. What would happen if a knight from King Arthur's court took on a samurai from, and then they have him put on all the battle garments and hit him with swords and do all sorts of stuff.
All right. So let's see. I'll listen to a few minute or two more of this, and then it's of course there's only about a little bit minute and.
I did not know that Canada could flip a switch and turn off the lights in certain parts of the United States. Didn't know this. I did not know this.
Oh, that might be a show title there, Ricky.
This ish is absolutely crazy.
That is funny.
Because again,
it is.
All of it doesn't make sense. You basically lied and said that the reason why you did whatever you did with Canada is because of the fentanyl epidemic. Less than 1% of fentanyl that came across that border. Less than 1%. So you lied about that it all has something to do with the fentanyl crisis.
She looks such a liar.
Man, you are such a liar. It's so ridiculous. All of this is so ridiculous. But again, getting back to this part about white people being oppressed, stop with the nonsense, because you all would never, ever be oppressed. So stop it with the nonsense. And
you hear that, Palomino? Stop it with the nonsense. All righty. And that's that.
I made the classic mistake of thinking my...
Ooh. It's getting better and better.
Man, that is a long interview.
All right. Yeah. You can go back to this for a little while. If anybody wants to hit the link, now's the time to do it. Because I'm actually kind of out of material. I'm down to my Pop the Balloon material.
Well, is Pop the Balloon not popular on the John Galt channel?
You know what? It's mostly people. Most of the people on here seem to like it. It's people who are occasional visitors. Like every time, somebody says, oh, hey, every time I come over here, y'all are watching Pop the Balloon. Is that all you show? And, my response was, well, you just keep coming at the wrong times, I guess. Yeah. But I actually make a conscious decision these days not to show it. It's not a bad deal to show it now. I pretty much covered. I mean, I have some other stuff I could cover, but it's not really, I didn't prepare for it. So
I have to admit, I do like these sort of walking travelogue videos that put you in a town, in a place.
Oh, the ones where they drive, like now a lot of them are driving through southern towns.
Yeah. And now that the video quality is so amazing, it's even better.
Yeah, I can do that.
You really feel like you're there.
Probably have some put away because I got fascinated. There were some that were going through these small West Virginia towns.
Kelvin says it's the greatest city in the world.
You know what? And living there is the greatest boy in the world.
Well, certainly the greatest football club in the world is there. So, and I've been there. It was a long time ago, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Solid Snake, excuse me, Tom. Solid Snake, you can come up anytime and apologize. You know what? I kicked you off the stage. And I really didn't say whether you could come back up or not. No, you can come back up, but the first thing you're going to fucking do is apologize. And if you can't do that, you're banning yourself.
Well, he says he will never forgive you.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm gonna have a birthday tomorrow anyway.
Oh, tomorrow's your birthday. All right, Stanley.
No, it's tomorrow.
That's what I said. Tomorrow. Pisces.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah.
What's up, Wildest Wake Up Show? Oh, that's a great name for a wake up show, isn't it?
That is a great name for any show.
Oh, yeah. I saw you. Where did I see you? I've actually you popped up in my algorithm. Good to have you here, man. Tom Gully, another professional. Meet the Wildest Wake Up Show. Hit the link to the Wildest.
That is absolutely a spectacular name. You could have an avatar of a piece of cheese, and I'd want to watch it, just based on the name.
Hey, you know what? I had a friend in high school who used to say, Tyrone, hey, I'm just facing reality, baby. It's not arrogance. It's facing reality.
Now Solid Snake saying, why am I so messy? Well, the rest of it. Solid Snake, we're good, man.
Oh, hey, you know what? You and Tom are fine. This is between, see, this is what I mean. Can't stick to the point. They want to drag everything and everybody instead of dealing with the point.
Why am I taking...
This is between me and you, Solid Snake.
Why am I taking shrapnel? I'm collateral damage here. I think Solid Snake's great.
link
I
in the
think he
chat if
needs his
anybody
own
wants to-
channel. I think Solid Steak needs his own channel.
Oh yeah, well he's been threatening to do that for quite some time. Then when I come up, you can throw me off the panel.
Or a show on this channel. You guys got some gaps now. Of course, he's
Well, yeah, that's true too.
He's a hard-working man. He's probably working while that's happening, but I think there would be a lot of people would watch a Solid Snake show,
including not me.
Come on, Stanley. You know good and damn well you be on my panel.
Yeah, I'd come up every now and again if the topic was interesting. But I have a feeling it's going to be the Let's Bash Joe Biden Forever channel.
No, I'm concerned.
Everybody, make sure you get the likes up, please. And subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. It's right next to the subscribe to Science Fiction Theater 3000 or whatever it is. Yes, sir, Solid Snake.
How do I sound, guys? Do I sound loud or anything?
You don't sound apologetic.
Hey, Stanley, that's the lowest weapon I got in my tool. It ain't too long and ain't too abrasive. I'm sorry if you find it offensive.
Okay, well,
I mean,
you know
I can't
what?
get us banned.
You know what?
No.
No, there you go. You're off to the races again. The bottom line is I don't need
I'm just saying I couldn't.
Same old Solid Snake. I told you what my problem was, and you continue to aggravate me.
Well, he did say he was sorry.
Oh, bullshit. No. He qualified it. He was sorry if he offended me or whatever it was. The bottom line is the best way to say you're sorry is to change your behavior.
Hold on,
I know you're a grown man, etc., etc. I don't mean to treat you like a child, but it really is disruptive, and I put up with it for long enough.
Stanley, listen, Stanley, we come from different backgrounds.
Okay, and that's an excuse for?
Well, it's not an excuse for me.
Okay, well,
maybe it's a purpose
what?
for you.
You know what? I don't know what to tell you.
I don't mean to call you that. Like, I'm not insinuating
Tom and I come from different
I don't look at it
backgrounds.
like
John
that. I
and
look
I
at it
come
like
from
the South
different
Park.
backgrounds.
You know how the
See,
South Park
you just want to do one long run-on sentence.
It's not a long run-on sentence. You just got to start listening.
No, I don't have to stop listening.
See, now that's like something savage.
Sorry, start listening. Okay, you need to learn to make your point, answer direct questions, and then move on. Okay, I don't need Shakespeare's sonnets to answer a simple question.
Well, that's what you deliver.
Maybe to you.
No, don't you sound that good. You don't flatter yourself, Stanley. Don't flatter yourself.
Well, you were comparing me to Shakespeare. I was kind of flattered.
On an Apple iPhone, and I don't like the way Apple run their keyboards, man.
Oh, look at this. Fuck your feelings, Stanley. Oh, come on, Ignorant.
That's what I'm saying, Stanley. That's what everybody says.
No. I don't give a... Wait, hold it. Have you not heard me? Have you not heard me low these past few months? I don't give a fuck what people think of me.
Why you so irritated and angry?
Okay, you know what? You haven't figured that out when I spelled it out for you.
See, you always want to meet me.
Now, who wasn't listening? I think you should work on your panel manner.
Well, okay, fine. I think you need to learn on your civilian.
You know what? I'm civil to those who act civilly. Oh, for God's sake. I think your mic's acting up. Yeah, Tyrone, all I have to say is you saying that doesn't worry me one bit. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know I'm not acting white, right?
Well,
I don't want to hear any more shit about Stanley's acting white. You have confirmed me, Tyrone. I'm a real one.
Solid Snake, the volume on your microphone just went super low.
Sounds like he's having like a static problem.
How it sound now?
Now it's perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, I got this new iPhone, man. I don't know if it's a real one or a fake one. It feels real, but you know, it's a 7-year-old model. The iPhone XR. I always wanted one.
Well, let's see.
I want to try it out. I want to try it.
I guess I'm gonna have to resort much dragging and screaming into a pop the balloon here. Let's see what we got.
What's wrong with what we talking about? What's wrong with what you watching on the screen? What is that? What you
watching people walk around London?
Yeah.
Well, if that's entertaining, y'all perfectly fine with me.
Saying, you just had London on the panel in the chat. What happened to London?
I don't know. She probably has things to do.
I don't know why. See, that's what I be saying, man. We could have had London on the chat, man. We got London in the chat.
She knows she's welcome.
I couldn't wait to say that, man. I had it waiting on her. We got London in the chat. Oop.
She knows she's welcome to hit the link. She might have been busy. Ignat, you know what? You're not man enough to fucking call me anything other than sir. So you need to stand the fuck down.
Yeah, I wanted to say it on the panel, but you put me in the back. As soon as she showed up, I was like, God damn it, why you gotta rage me out now?
Well, probably because I couldn't rein you in otherwise.
Well, why you always want to rein somebody in, Stanley?
Dude,
what is that?
This gotta be so. I know maybe you said your background is different than mine. Did you come from chaos?
Well, my thing is, I live by a chaos theory. So
yeah, okay. Well, I don't.
Yeah, I get it. And it's not right.
It's not right. What's not right again?
Like, don't nobody want an echo chamber, Stanley.
Believe me, what the John Galt channel is not is an echo chamber.
Mm-hmm. Sound like when you on the panel, the only person that talk is you.
Hey, you got two or three other shows that are chock full of anti-blackness, and just because
someone, they got to do with us?
Just because, wait, you can get your fill of bashing black people on the other shows. I'm not going to do it on this show.
Okay, but we're not bashing black people, Stanley.
All y'all do. All y'all do.
Look at it that way.
Dude, all y'all do is N-word this, N-word that, black women can't, black women can, hood this, hood that. It's wall-to-wall anti-black to a point to where sometimes it's hard for me to watch. God damn it, why are you interrupting me? Okay, dude, I literally wasn't finished with what I was saying. I literally wasn't finished with what I was saying. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. Okay, whether you want to hear it or not, my opinion is that there's a whole lot of anti-blackness going on. It's encouraged, and if you're looking for that here, fuck off. There's enough shit going on in the world without having to bathe in it. And again, that is my opinion.
I'm pretty sure when John gets some Swedish residents that's pretty ghetto and everything. He's gonna give us all the information and all the tidbits.
What are you talking about?
When it happens, I mean, we got to be opportunistic, Stanley.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, we losing on the scoreboard, Stanley. That's all that is. You ain't got to take it personal.
I have
it don't
no
reflect
fucking
all
clue
black people, Stanley.
what he's talking
That is
about.
so
Does
racist
anybody
that
here
you
know what
actually
he's talking
take the
about?
political points that we talk about, and you basically
Y'all
take it in
don't
your
talk
mind and say
political.
that we
Look,
talking about
let me
all
tell you
black
something
people.
right now, and I'm gonna sound arrogant as all get out. Y'all don't know shit about politics. You think you do, but you don't. Okay, the first place you start with politics is knowing American history. So the shit about political points, I laugh when I hear you say that.
I don't give a damn what a nigga did 30 years
Okay,
ago.
well, you can give a damn or not give a damn in the back. CK, what's up?
What's up, Stanley? What's up, Tom?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm still in the middle of watching that video that you sent. At some point, I'll try and finish it today. You gonna want to come up and talk about it, or you just need my thoughts? Because I figured, I'll show it tomorrow night, and I can go, or tomorrow morning, and can get in detail about it.
Oh yeah,
My thoughts is,
that's cool. It's just I like to see the show a different narrative. You know what I'm
well, you
saying?
know what? My thing is, I'm not, it wouldn't be my cup of tea. But if what they're saying is happening, getting those kids like into college early and all that stuff, it
Yeah,
sounds that.
yeah. That's what I mean. I like what he's doing because I watch the guy on Instagram a lot. He'll sit there and he had the kids work out like math problems or different
Right.
like equations, or they'll talk about like grammar or science and stuff like that. So that's what I like to I like to see things like that.
Well, I think if the results are as they say, it's way better than average. The only thing I worry about is burnout. You get kids into ready for college by 16 as a goal. I can guarantee you, or at least I think I can guarantee you, there'll be rebellion. Um, what I used to call, because the type of high school I went to, we used to call it the expansion factor. You've been cooped up and militarized for 4 years. All of a sudden, you're at the state university, and there's no one to tell you you can't. And because of that, you will. And it's kind of getting used to making your own decisions and making good decisions. But I kind of worry about I just my concern is that hopefully it's not a pressure cooker.
Yeah, I don't think it. I don't think it is. So you saying it's kind of it's like a bad thing?
Oh no, not at
Or
all.
oh okay.
Everything. I'm not that African centered. I'm not a Pan Africanist by any means. So, but if you want to raise your kids that way, hell, there's no better school that I've heard of. I mean, they're doing what Umar couldn't.
Yeah, and and that's what caught my attention is that this guy, like he said, I don't know how far you got, but he said him and his wife started in the basement, in their basement at
Yeah,
home.
I'm about
And I guess
halfway.
I think they got it like a school now, but
Yeah.
well, pretty hectic.
Now it's
That part,
interesting, and I haven't gotten far enough. Maybe they'll tell me, but wanting to build schools in Tanzania and forget, was it Ghana? Um, I mean, are they going to take? Are they going to all migrate to Africa? Are they going to have African students? I
so
haven't
I
quite
think
got.
he mentioned on his website that he sells um his curriculum. So
Oh,
I guess you can buy like that's kind of how he like support like the school is like I guess
okay.
he has like a magazine and the curriculum him and his wife came up with, like you could buy it. So I guess other people buy it if they want to homeschool their children and stuff like that. So that's how he's funding like the school. and I think like other like donations. He say he doesn't ask people for like donations. He doesn't do that. It's just like if you buy the magazine or if you buy the curriculum, that's how he supports like the school.
Well, you know what? I like that.
Yeah,
you know, it
but it's
sounds
crazy because he had mentioned that he got kids into like MIT, into Harvard.
Yeah, I heard that.
His son got into, I think he said his son got into Howard at like 15 or something like that. I'm like, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of scary though. I don't know that I'd be wanting to. You know, my son could have graduated early, and luckily he wanted to graduate with his class. But I was kind of dreading that, you know, he'd be wanting to go, and I'd be like, I don't know, even 17. I don't know that I, you know, definitely not.
I don't know if y'all got it in Georgia, but here in Ohio, we got a state program to where it's like the kids and they can start taking they can go to the community college in 7th grade.
Georgia. Georgia. I don't know about 7th grade, but I know in the high school, I mean, you can take, you know, like calculus. There was a choice to take calculus through West Georgia College, or take AP calculus. So yeah, and then there's a trade school. There's a part of the trade school that's literally on the same campus as the high school. My son's school was a really good school, and it's not, you know, it doesn't make it into like the top 10 or 20 schools in Georgia. Don't know why, but last year and the year before, my son's junior and senior years, the principal there was just walking down the hallway. I've never seen high school kids kind of gravitate to the principal. It was like he's walking down the halls and these kids are gathering around him, you know, like he is some sage, and I'd never seen that. So whatever he's doing there, he's definitely popular with the kids.
That's a good thing there.
I don't know. I think if you're inclined, now that's not something. I know your daughter goes to a private school. Is it anything like that?
Like the guy that I'm seeing?
Yeah.
No, I think it's well, it's not African centered. Like, you know, it's not. Besides like that part, but they do a lot of they do like coding and a lot of other stuff like there too. So it's a good STEM school that she goes to.
What do you think about the African centric?
I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's like I think with him, he's not so much focused on that. I think it's part of like what he's teaching, but he has them kids, you know, ready to take like the, you know, ACT, SATs, like, because he was like, they were them kids score very high. So I mean, that's the most important thing, you know, about them getting into college or whatever. But he said he doesn't force them like to go to college. If they want to pick up a trade or something, he get them like the kind of like the decision that, you know, that they can make on their own.
Well, I think that's a good thing. I just tend to distrust, you know, decisions like that. But I mean, you know what? I'm not going to. If he's getting kids into MIT, who am I to tell him?
Yeah. He said MIT. I think his son got into the med program.
Yeah, that's right. Now he didn't say whether his son got into med school. I heard him say that his son was going to be a senior or something like that at Howard.
Yeah. He said he got into. I don't know if you probably missed that part, but maybe he mentioned it.
Yeah, or haven't gotten to it.
Yeah. He said his son got into the med program. Yep.
Well, no. Pre-med at Howard, did he get into a medical school?
Oh, you know, I need to check his. I'm gonna check his Instagram because that video was like 3 years ago.
Okay. Oh,
yeah,
shoot.
It's 3 years.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
but no, I'll finish it up today, and I may just put it up and run through it tomorrow. You know, it's a little dry, to be honest.
Yeah.
But you know, it's worth people here seeing, I think.
Did
just
you
to know what's
doing
just to
time
know
go over
what's
the
out there.
He's doing time go over the video you sent me.
I'm sorry.
I said, did you show time the video that you sent me?
Yeah, I did that last night. I'm
Oh, okay.
sorry, yesterday. But I wanted to get your thoughts on it. Um, he makes some excellent points, and it looked like something that you would be interested in, especially being in the Navy, because in my opinion, the military is probably the closest we come to almost a pure meritocracy.
Yeah.
Now, I could be wrong. Somebody will probably say, no, well, X is more like a real meritocracy. But, with the medals and the rewards and there are consequences to your actions, both positive and negative. And I've never quite been in a atmosphere that, the results were so immediate and sometimes dire. If you fuck up, you will know quickly.
Oh yeah, definitely in the military. Yep, definitely.
And if you do a good job, you'll get a medal.
Yep.
If you're into that sort of thing.
I got a couple awards on both of my deployments, so I know.
Right, but just watch it at your leisure. There's no rush, but and it's kind of dry if you're not. Guy's a lawyer, but he had some interesting things to say. And the thing is that the meritocracy has been a pet thing I've been thinking about now for years, because it's come up on this Discord I'm a part of. I've talked quite a bit about it, and so seeing somebody talk so cogently about it, was kind of made me happy. Somebody had actually, and he's written a book, by the way, which I haven't.
I put it in my Amazon cart. I wanted to get
it. Black gloves mean that. Oh, hey, Kelvin. By the way, have you ever heard of the Black Farmer? I want to say there's a store of his. He's got a whole business. He's like first generation Windrush or something like that. I think his parents came over here. Yeah, I'll find you. There was a guy, an American YouTuber, who did a decent interview with that guy. I'll see can I find it and put it in the chat for you. Probably won't be able to do it today, but if I remember, that guy seemed pretty solid. Forget his name. He's an older guy, but he started a business pretty much from scratch in a country that's not particularly conducive to Windrush people opening up big businesses like that. But I want to say it was in Kensington or Nottingham or some more upscale part of London. But the store looked really nice. Tom, you remember Hickory Farms?
Oh my gosh, yes.
That's what the store kind of reminded me of.
The Cracker Barrel of the mall.
Yeah, well, but my sister and I used to love Cracker Barrel. Used to love Hickory Farms.
Nothing wrong with Cracker Barrel. Hickory Farms was just all those sausages and meats and cheeses and
jam.
Yeah, jam, but yeah, very homespun. Oh, you could get popcorn there, caramel corn and some other stuff, but big on the sausage and the cheese.
Hey, you know what? I used to go over there lusting after all that stuff. Kids with the bottomless stomachs.
Yeah.
But
after Orange Julius, Hickory Farms. Hickory Farms was a place where they were always giving out samples.
Yes, exactly.
So you could go by there and stock up a little bit. But
now we didn't have Orange Julius. The first time I ever saw one was in Atlanta, maybe.
I know you had Hot Sam.
Nope.
The big pretzel place?
Nope.
Oh, we had Hot Sam's. That was a big deal as well. And there were places. I mean, I never saw an Orange Julius unless it was in a mall. If they had them outside of a mall, it's news to me.
So, Kelvin, you work somewhere near the Ferris wheel or whatever. What's it called? What's
the Eye of London, I think. Isn't it the Eye of London? I'm not sure that's what it's called, but.
So, Kelvin, are you working today?
The London Eye, there it is. Are you working today, or you experienced one of the 7 months of vacation you guys get over there?
Let's hope your boss isn't mad at you being on the internet while you're working.
He's working remotely. I tell people they get 6 weeks of vacation in Europe, and they think I'm crazy.
You know what, Tom? I did an AT billet in Italy for like 2 weeks. When I got out, I did like a year in reserves. And when I got there, it was like probably like 8 in the morning. Got my rental, got to the hotel about 11:30, and then I was hungry, so went outside. Man, the whole city was like, it was like nobody was like outside. So I went back inside the hotel, like, yo, where can I get something to eat at? And he was like, the whole city shut down at noon.
Yeah.
And that is crazy. And they
where was this? You said Italy?
Yeah, I was in Naples. Yep. Naples.
Oh, Italy. Yeah. Spain too. Yeah.
Yeah. The whole city shut down. So I ended up going to sleep, got back up. It was like 5, 6. And it was like everybody and their grandmother was outside on scooters, drinking tea, coffee. Yeah. It was crazy. The whole city shut down. I know.
Yeah. It's
a different life.
Yeah, we're lucky that now, I'm sure Stanley remembers this. They used to give you, once you'd worked there a year or whatever, 2 weeks of vacation, and you had like 5, 6 sick days. And now they just, so many people are, I'm sick, I'm not coming in, that they're like, no, it's just paid time off, and you get 3 weeks. We're not playing that anymore.
Yeah, people abuse the privilege.
They used to also, like at the end of the year, if you didn't use all your time, they would give you that time in cash. Now it's use it or lose it. So at Christmas time, a lot of businesses, nobody's there because they've got to use the time. They don't have any choice. In advertising, all the ad agencies I ever worked at had the same speech from HR. Now, we're not saying that we're going to do this year, but we have for the last 50 years. Starting about December 15th, nobody's required to come in until the turn of the year. So you knew you were going to get your 3 weeks of paid time off, plus 2 or 3 weeks during the holidays.
Right.
You might have to come in one day or something like that, but that's really great because subsequent to working for agencies and certainly radio, it never stops. So you're never getting that time. But working directly for a company and doing their advertising and marketing, you're in the office doing nothing during that time. They have a completely different viewpoint on it. You're just there.
Right.
There's nothing to do. All the clients are on vacation and they're doing, so you're just there, which is kind of drudgery, but I envy the folks in Europe that have that work-life balance, at least mentally, to where they take their time off in the summer.
What was I gonna ask you? Oh, have you ever sold advertising, like radio or newspaper advertising?
No, they would all. Now, I've gone on the sales. When I had a talk show in Indianapolis, I went on a lot of the sales pitches to sell the advertising for my show, but I wasn't the sales salesperson. I have made the presentation to win business for ad agencies, which is, I guess, kind of when you're landing a $25 million piece of business, that's kind of sales. But no, and I wouldn't do that. That is a rough business. That is a rough business because, you have a good month and then it turns to the next month and you're at zero again. And, and you don't make any money till you hit your goal. Right. And I wouldn't do that. In a lot of smaller communities at radio stations, a lot of the on-air people also are salespeople. And I've had a few people say, would you work here and do that? And I'm like, not in a million years. I am not. I don't have that kind of personality. If I'm presenting creative, I can do that great. But I get paid the same whether we get the business or not. So if I was a salesperson and I went in and said, "Hey, we got a great station. Here's our ratings. We think that it jives well our format with your product. We've got the people that you're trying to reach and blah blah blah." No, I'm not interested. Okay, see you. And salespeople don't have that mentality. They're gonna sell you, and I couldn't do that. I would be like, "No, you don't want it. You don't want it. See you later."
Yeah, I'm with you there. You tell me no. No means no. I'm not gonna sit here and pester you.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't really want to wrestle you to the ground for a weather sponsorship or whatever else it is.
Well, let's see here.
But when I had my show, I was more than happy to go on those sales pitches because I wanted my show to be sponsored. That would ensure that it was on the air. I worked at one station where the station manager got angry and fired the entire sales staff. That was career suicide. Like it or not, that's, they're the lifeblood. They're the ones that make the money.
Entire DC government urges GOP to reverse course on devastating $1 billion cuts. John's going to dance a jig when he sees that. So apparently they're gonna bring DC under heel. The mayor and DC council warned that the city would have to find over $1 billion in immediate across-the-board cuts, impacting every area of DC government if the bill passes. I think what they're trying to do, they want to nationalize DC. I guarantee you. Wish John were here to comment. Or not.
I don't know. Maybe his occupancy would go up.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of out of work people looking for places to stay.
Let me ask you a question. You work for the State Department?
Ooh. Let's see. It looks like it's going to be a slow news day.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, something could break.
Yeah, did figure out what happened to Gene Hackman and his wife.
Well, apparently, you told me, didn't you?
Yeah, they know sort of the timeline, but they don't know,
right,
or at least haven't released the details, and they haven't gone through the cell phones, and they haven't done the dog
they're
autopsy.
Thinking like they got info from his pacemaker or something like that.
Well,
the natural causes, and apparently his wife was just like that hantavirus.
Yeah. What happened was she went out and did some things on the 11th of February and made some phone calls and stuff. But she died of a heart attack, brought on by the effects of the hantavirus.
Mm-hmm.
And the pills they found, everybody thought, oh, she was committing suicide. No, those were for her thyroid. Those were thyroid pills. But she went down on the 11th. He, according to the pacemaker, went down on the 18th. And nobody heard from either one of them after the 11th. So his Alzheimer's was clearly so advanced that he either didn't find her or found her and forgot and was just sort of meandering for a week. And then they didn't, enter the house until the 26th. So he'd been gone for roughly a week, a little bit more. And then she'd been gone for 2 weeks.
That is the strangest tale I've ever heard. And you know what? I actually, because my father's getting up there in age, it made me think that she probably took on more than she could chew.
Well, perhaps, but she's wasn't that much older than you or I. It's the hantavirus.
Yeah, I know.
That's what got her. I mean, if she didn't have that, she'd probably be okay. But that is insidious. It goes after your heart. And
yeah, it's weird. And it's kind of like my wife. Like one Saturday, we were sitting there, drinking moonshine. They sell moonshine at the liquor store. So we bought a jar of it, sitting around just bullshitting, having fun. And next morning, she was in the emergency room. So it was, no symptoms, no nothing. It was fine until it wasn't. Just that sudden. And apparently that's what happened to her.
Well, the hantavirus is weird because right when you get it, you get a flu.
Mm-hmm.
It presents as a flu. And then a lot of people, it's kind of dormant. It's doing its business, but you just don't notice it. And other people start to have issues. If you catch it early enough, I think they can either get rid of it or treat it. But
Right.
if you don't, it comes after your heart. And there's a variety of ways to get it. The most common, of course, is rodent droppings that are the dust, airborne. And when
Yeah.
you live in a climate like that, Santa Fe, I don't know whether she was cleaning out an outbuilding or what the deal was or how she got it. You can also get it from urine or saliva, but there's also some bugs that can give you the hantavirus. The assassin bug can do it. And man, you do not want that. You just don't want that. But
Well, it's so weird. They were like really not into the I'm rich and I have all the help. Being kind of humble, down to earth folks.
Yeah.
Kind of, worked against them. A lot of people have a housekeeper once a week or a chef once a week, especially if you have someone that's that advanced, if for nothing else, just to give the caretaker a little bit of breathing room, so maybe they can go out and do something with friends, just to, spell them for a bit.
Right.
She just took on, apparently she thought she was Superwoman. And I'm not saying she did the wrong thing. I'm just saying, man, it's just, it just did not work out. And looks, from all accounts that I've read, they were just stand-up people.
Yeah. I mean, one of the last pictures of him publicly was throwing some trash away, his own trash at Wendy's. So they weren't putting on airs or anything. But when you get that advanced with Alzheimer's, it's he could have seen her, figured out what happened, and forgotten 5 minutes later.
Right.
So it's a sad end to what, by all accounts, was a very well-lived life. And in, the large age difference, she was 31 years younger than he. So, and tonight on the Tom Gully Show, we'll be covering the movie Hoosiers, starring Gene Hackman.
Yeah, I'll drop your link there.
If you want, I don't recommend it. Really, very different channel than the John Galt channel. Not quite.
It's actually entertaining, folks.
Not quite as contentious, perhaps at times. Although it depends. You get me on the wrong day, and during our call-in segment, which Skype is going to be shut down May the 5th.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What's replacing it, if anything?
Well, they're going to migrate everybody over to Microsoft Teams, which is fine as a way to communicate with people, but I need that phone number. I want that phone number. I want people to be able to call in from their phone. And just because that's the easiest way to, make it available. And I guess I can go ahead and pin a link in my chat at some point, but yeah, whatever. Skype, the well-known, well-used, that was your first.
How long has Skype been around?
2010-ish, I think, something like that. But that was sort of your first widespread face-to-face video way to contact another person. So,
oops. Let's see here. Control C. Oops. Damn it.
Hey, there's Big Ben. Wonder if Big Ben will ever go digital.
Let us hope not.
I have nephews
that will be end times.
I had nephews that didn't know what clockwise and counterclockwise meant. I'd explain it.
Yeah, my son went to school in Northern Virginia, and I have to say I was pleasantly surprised that I guess it was in the second grade. They taught cursive, and part of it was either kindergarten or first grade. They taught the kids how to actually read an analog clock. So
might have to make a sundial someday. Never know.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so here, this is the Tom Gully Show link, everybody, for tonight's show.
Pay no attention to the number of views of yesterday's disastrous Gerald Ford assassination show.
So the regular gang wasn't there, or it was just
they were, but we normally get a lot more than that. I assume over a certain period of time we'll get more. We'll get more.
All right, everybody, hit the like button. The likes have been kind of sitting there for a while, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. You will love the content here, so spread the wealth. Let everybody far and wide know.
Stanley, I swear, if you persuade your son to be on the show one day, the numbers will go through the roof if you can promote it at all. They will go skyrocketing.
Yeah, one or two people, probably you and Portia would be. It's like, break him in gently.
Everybody would want to see that show.
Let me put it to you this way. You get his dander up. He has a sharp tongue too. He doesn't suffer fools gladly either.
Well, he's almost a character on the show without ever having been on the show.
Well, I don't know that I would call him a character.
Well, you know what I mean, a personality, a presence, if you will.
Yeah. Who knows? For all I know, I know my father and my sister know about the show. I don't know that they probably heard it once or twice and went, "Oh, this isn't for me."
My sister's the senior lecturer in psychology at Ball State. Behavioral psychology is her specialty, and she's trying to come up. She's trying to come up with a test to give me that I would take off the air, and then she will analyze it on the air. That's coming up on the program.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Well, we'll see. A little scared of that myself, but yeah.
Well, she's your sister. Just trust her.
I trust her. I don't trust me.
Yeah. Was she part of the design of the test?
Well, she hasn't picked one yet. She hasn't. She's looking into what she thinks would be the best thing to do. That's Brian. That's actually not her name, but thank you. Thank you.
What did he say?
It says Teresa Gully. I don't know if that's supposed to be some sort of, conversion from Tom.
Number one, you misspelled Teresa.
No, that's I've seen it spelled that way before.
I've never seen it spelled that way.
But her last name she's married, so that's not.
That would be Teresa, wouldn't it?
Could be. Hey man, if SADE can spell Sade, do whatever you want, pronounce it however you want. I've always been, I'll call you whatever you want to be called. I don't really have an investment in that. I know. No, it's Suzanne. Okay, fine. Suzanne. Sorry. Spelled exactly the same way as every Suzanne on earth. But if you want it to be Suzanne it is. Don't really care.
Let's see. I don't want to get his dander up then. Come on now. You don't like those quaint little old-fashioned Victorian style I don't know what will you call those things? Old-fashioned words?
Colloquialisms? Maybe?
Yeah, colloquialisms. That's a good word. Looks like you're enjoying this, Kelvin.
Kelvin ought to make us a video. Just walk around one day. We'll call it Kelvin's London.
Yeah, you need to take us to a place that serves tikka masala.
Need to walk by Emirates Stadium and the statue of Thierry Henry and Dennis Bergkamp.
Kelvin, would you say most of the people milling about aimlessly here are tourists? Because they don't look like they're, I mean, it would be, if this is indeed live, it would be afternoon there.
They do look very touristy.
Yeah, they do. And as a matter of fact, this people walking around with short sleeves. And shorts. Wait, is it that warm there?
Well, that or it's an old video. I think I saw some sign for some 2023 Expo in one of the previous shots. But
why do they say it's live?
Their seasons are like 4 weeks ahead of ours. So it's much further into the spring there than it is here.
Interesting. Okay.
Hold on. I got to turn something off real quick.
Fish shops are better, huh? Well, all I have to, the word I want to use is pasty. Even the people of color look pasty. All right. Well, I don't know. Enough pasty watching. What? People with racist memorabilia? What are they walking around in Nazi pointy pointy helmets? All right, well, you know what? Let's liven up the joint here. We'll just do this pop the balloon. Ooh, I like this dress on her.
It's coming on here, son. She told me don't come on here, so I don't wait.
Oh, wait,
the damage has been done.
Pop the balloon or find love.
Hey now.
No blacks, no Irish, no dogs.
Is this a particular town or?
My name's Drew. I'm looking for a cool type lady to my vibe with.
Yeah, it's Houston.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love, Love Mountain Edition. I'm your host, Deshae Shelton. And with me, I have a lineup of some beautiful single ladies. Hi, ladies. All right. Are you ladies ready? Okay. All right. Let's call up our single gentleman. Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
My name's Drew. I'm 36. Red Quartet.
All right. Well, you have no pop balloons. I'm going to give you an opportunity. Okay. Well, you have two. Let's find out why the ladies popped. Can you start by telling us your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Kiana. I'm 30 years old. I will be 30 on the 3rd of March. And I am a teacher and a entrepreneur.
And why did you pop your balloon?
First, I popped my balloon because I saw him outside before we came in. And I spoke to him and he didn't really speak back. And then now you're like not talking loud for me. Like mumbling a little bit.
My bad.
No problem.
Okay. Let's find out why she popped.
Mama.
Okay, can you tell us your name, your age, and your occupation?
I'm Pebbles. I'm 32, and I'm currently a student in school. I'm getting my bachelor's degree in psychology.
Okay. And why'd you pop your balloon?
Because he looked like my child's father.
Charles Barkley.
That's a good thing.
No, my child's father.
Okay, fair enough.
Wow.
Her outfit looks like the late 60s, early 70s.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be funny if he
I'm going to
was?
give you the opportunity to ask the ladies a question.
I don't mean like it's
y'all
from
from?
that era. I mean it's representing
Start
that
with you.
era.
Tell us your name, your age, and your
No, I was
occupation.
saying, it would
Hi,
be
my
funny
name
if
is
he
Dawn.
wasn't a
I'm
child.
35 years old, and I work in healthcare, and I'm from Florida.
Okay.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Bree. I'm 38, and I work as a therapist.
And where are you from?
Oh, New Jersey.
Okay. Your age and your occupation.
I'm Ish. I'm 40. I'm from Ohio, and I have a body contouring business.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, got you. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Hi, I'm Miss Lede. I'm 36. I'm a Western artist and influencer, and I'm from Houston, Texas.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Crystal. I'm a CAD designer and marketing specialist, and my age is 33.
And where are you from?
I'm from Houston.
Okay.
All right. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Jamila. I'm 38. I'm a CDL driver.
Okay, and where are you from?
Southwest A-Leaf, Texas.
Okay, A-Leaf.
All right. Okay, you do have one pop balloon. Okay, let's find out why she popped.
I think I popped my balloon similar to the first contestant. I'm looking for confidence when you speak and just a certain.
My first time here.
Okay.
It's all right.
Mine too, but it's fine.
All right.
Okay. Okay, now you're gonna have to pop 2 balloons.
2?
Let's make it 1.
All right.
Yeah.
Ignorant, you're the only dude I've seen wearing a dress around here, brother.
Okay. And why did you pop her balloon?
Yellow dress.
She from Alien.
Well, that's why I say he from the north side.
Nah, I'm from 3rd Ward.
Oh, okay, that's the trade. Lucky 7, what's up?
Nah, I'm sophomore.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
You know, he almost reminds me of George Gervin, at least in his build.
Yeah. He's going to do a finger roll in a second.
Gervin used to be one of my favorite players, actually. You know, he was like a 6'7" guard back in those days. That was really tall for a guard.
He lighted up too, San Antonio Spurs, and he, because the Pacers were in the ABA and he was in the ABA. We got to see a lot of George Gervin. Yeah, he was lights out, man. George Gervin, and that finger roll, good Lord. Like, middle, top of the key, just finger rolling that thing.
You know what, Deacon Dave? It's not real hair, so I'm not that worried about it. So, I know that y'all get wrapped around the axle about purple hair, but it's woven into whatever hair she has. So, Yeah, I have a problem with the non-purple strands too.
I like the purple hair. I don't mind purple hair. I have a bigger objection to his Dickies shirt.
I didn't know they made shirts, but now we know.
Oh, they make everything. They make wallets. They make everything. It's good stuff too, by the way. But he looks like a NASCAR, for crying out loud.
Yeah, he almost does.
So because she's from A-Leaf, what's wrong with that?
I don't like them people out there. No, I'm playing.
I get it.
Y'all cool.
Thank you.
Too far for you or
Yeah,
something?
too far.
Okay, fair enough.
Winch ropes? Where do you get this shit?
Okay, we're going to give the ladies an opportunity to ask.
What's the deal with the knee bands?
What makes home?
His pants. He's got those 2 stripe. I don't know whether he wrapped them or whether he was laying grout earlier in the day. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what that is.
I'm thinking they were work pants. So maybe that's. I don't know what to think about that.
He just got done roofing or something before he came to the show.
So maybe he rode his bike over. You know how sometimes they'll tape.
Yeah. To keep the leg from getting in the chain. Yeah.
Winch ropes. Where does he get this shit from?
Well, they've got it's probably Cockney of some kind. Wench rhymes with, trench and who knows.
A home for you.
What makes home? It's peace and quiet. Someone just after a hard day, just come home in peace.
Okay. Good.
Peace.
Okay. Your question?
Do you have any kids?
Yeah, I have 3.
Okay.
What are their ages?
12, 11, and 10. 12, 11, 10.
Are they all back to back?
Yeah, they're back to back.
Okay. Your question?
What's your 5-year goal?
I have a 5-year. I'm short term.
A short-term goal is cool.
Have a business by next year.
What kind of business?
Trucking business. Yeah.
Okay, so you do have some pop balloons. Let's find out why the ladies popped.
I heard you say that you had 3 children.
Yeah.
And I didn't hear the ages. I heard 10 and 12.
No, 12, 11, 10.
12, 11, and 10. Okay. Yeah, that's why I popped.
Okay, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And why did you pop your balloon?
Oh, he didn't seem confident enough about his business. I'm an entrepreneur, so we're gonna make this money or we not.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, and why did you pop?
Pretty much same as what she said. You just wasn't confident in the business aspect, and I'm an entrepreneur and the 3 kids too.
All right.
Mine almost done. I need.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm done anyway, but all right.
Okay. Unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right.
My name is David. I'm looking for a woman that's real fun and enjoyable. I like to do different things and adventures.
Okay, let's welcome our next single gentleman. Hello.
How you doing?
Good. Your mic.
Hello.
Okay, can you start by telling them your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is David, 25 years old. Damn. I work in sports philanthropy.
Okay, you have some pop balloons. Let's find out why the ladies popped. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Kiana. I am 30. I will be 30 on the 3rd, and I am a teacher and a entrepreneur. I popped your balloon because you're 25, baby. You're just a baby.
That's cool.
Yes.
Okay.
And
your name,
a
your age, and your
and
occupation.
a
My name is
entrepreneur.
Dawn. I'm 35.
Teacher
I work
and
in
a
healthcare.
entrepreneur.
And I popped my balloon because of your age.
Not an English teacher.
Yes.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
Hi, I'm Bree. I'm 38 and I'm an occupational therapist, so it's just the age difference for me. But I think it's great what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, what do you call him,
Your
man?
name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Ish.
Oh,
I
there,
am 40.
there you
I am
go,
an entrepreneur.
Dave.
And it's the age. I don't play with babies.
Oh, for God's sake. Did
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Miss Ladae. I'm a country western artist and influencer, and it was just the height and the age for me.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Pebbles, I'm 32. I'm a student. I'm currently getting my bachelor's degree in psychology. You want to pop my balloon? Yes. I can't look up at you. I need somebody tall.
It's cool.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Jamila, 38, CDL driver.
And why'd you pop?
You didn't walk up here too confident.
I'm just chill. I mean,
Oh, it's kind of like you ain't want to be here.
I do want to be here. I'm in here. I mean,
Yeah.
just having a good time.
Yeah. Well, I do think you're handsome, though, but that's it.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. This is new. We got one, so
Oh, this is new?
yeah, all and then only one balloon left. You have
Damn,
to ask-
I'm the first person for real. Well, shit, I'm finna be. Well, my mama told me I was gonna be famous coming on here, so she told me don't come on here, so the damage has been done.
Okay, I'm going to give you the opportunity to ask that lady a question.
Or what? Come on, any or does?
Oh my Lord!
It's just a balloon.
You only have one
Okay,
balloon.
that's cool. Oh, I can ask any question.
Yeah.
Why you didn't pop your balloon?
Because I was curious to know more.
Okay, that's good. I like that. Where you from?
I'm from Houston,
Okay, south side, north side.
North Side,
North side, or Cypress, or like
Cyprus.
same. I
Yes.
mean, I'm from Dallas.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So what you know about Cyprus?
I want the Prairie View, so like,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
So you're familiar with the area?
yeah,
Okay.
very familiar. What's your occupation?
I'm a CAD designer and marketing specialist.
Okay, I'm kind of in the same field. I'm in philanthropy and marketing and grassroots foundations for sports.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
And how old are you?
I'm 33.
Yeah, I'm 25. I didn't know my age now. And that's the reason why.
How old are you?
25.
Okay, no, I can't.
Oh my God.
Okay.
That's cool though.
I kind of like him. Is that the damage has been done?
Okay. Unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped.
Roz, I didn't know you were from
It's good to
Houston.
have you here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
All the way from Dallas. Look at it.
Oh my Lord. What
Poor
a good
guy.
Hi, my name is Prince. I'm looking for someone that I can relate to, talk to, and possibly build something special.
Okay, let's bring out our next single gentleman. Hello.
Hi, hey, everybody. How y'all doing?
Cougars and balloons.
All right. Let's start with you telling them your name, your age, and your occupation.
I go by Prince. I'm Air Force, retired Air Force. I'm 43 years old. I'm really simple. Looking for someone I can connect with. I have no kids. I've never been married.
Jesus.
Oh my Lord.
Okay. And
wow.
I do well for myself. You know, I'm just looking for someone I can relate to, but also hang out with, and like, yeah.
Okay. Now you do have some pop balloons. Let's find out what the ladies pop.
Someone who won't pop my balloon.
Hello. Can you tell us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Why don't you join?
Oh, I'm Ish. I'm 40 and I'm an entrepreneur, and you have no kids.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to make no more babies.
Okay.
He must have babies.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Miss Lede, I'm 36 and I'm a country western artist and influencer, and it's the same. The baby making factory is close.
Okay.
Why do you think he's got to have baby? What?
You know when you want kids, right?
He's 43. He hadn't had none.
My name is Crystal. I'm a
Hi,
marketing.
Crystal.
Hi, how are you? I'm a marketing specialist and CAD designer.
Okay.
And then what else you wanted to know?
Why did you pop your balloon?
Just the attraction. Yeah.
Okay.
Man, this crowd is
your name, your age, and occupation.
I'm Pebbles. I'm 32. I'm a student. I'm getting my bachelor's degree in psychology.
Awesome.
Just because of the age gap, I already been in a committed relationship with an older guy, and I just want somebody my age this time.
That's understandable. Understand.
Oh, and you been married?
I've never been married.
Oh, you never been married?
I've never.
Okay.
I'm single, completely single. Never married. Never married.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Too.
No
But
kids.
that's pretty
I
much
don't even
it.
have a dog.
Oh.
Yeah. Seriously.
Okay.
Stanley, I got a question for you, real quick.
Okay.
What's your personal experience? I've got two brothers that were in the military, and you know, one of them was married and then got divorced, and the other, well, both of them were married and got divorced. But I happen to also know a lot of guys that were not, I wouldn't say career military, but like 15 years in, and they didn't get married because they were in the military. They were extremely busy. They were all over the world, and it just didn't make any sense. What's your take on military as far as?
You know, I don't know anyone that ever got married, at least in my peer group, that got married. Once the folks that I knew that were married like really young before they came into the Navy. You know, they were married like right after college or right after the Naval Academy. I don't know anyone. Now, the funny thing is that I knew in 2006 a captain colonel in the other services who wasn't married, and that actually can hurt your career, believe that or not. You know, the military is just weird like that, but it seems to me, because one of the reasons I got out is I was never home, I was never able to put down roots or anything like that. So him being 43 and not married, it's not rare.
Right.
Now the problem is, let's see, if you go in at 18, you'll get out, around 38. I don't know how long he's been out, but you're 38 is still young.
Yeah.
Him not being married, that he doesn't have kids, isn't that surprising either, because you never lay down roots. Now there are people who kind of quote homestead. They'll find a place they like and do everything they can to keep getting reassigned, or if you have to go, you come right back. But he's not unusual.
Well, that, and what would you prefer him to say? Yeah, I'm married. I've never been married. I got 5 kids.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, me neither.
Look at Deacon Dave. Oh, Dave.
I saw that. Yeah.
Oh, Dave.
You'd think as a deacon he would just promote love. But
you would
no.
think. Now, let me
No.
tell you something that was really odd that I didn't know about until I've been in the Navy for a while. Like the senior enlisted black folks and some of the junior officers, there is a little bit of a fraternization thing that goes on. I know a lot of people who say you're married is you're enlisted. You know, the wife becomes an officer, then the husband becomes an officer, or there were quote mixed couples where, one might be an officer and the other's like, very senior enlisted. There's a little bit of, that fraternization, but there's so few black people in the Navy. I won't say it's overlooked or people look the other way, because, folks don't flaunt it. But I found that a very interesting phenomenon. There was a little bit of fraternization, but, these were enlisted people and, mature people who weren't going to go around and, advertise it because by the book, it's not allowed. So I don't know about the other services so much.
Oh boy. Relationships based off fear last longer than relationship based on love.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it was fear. It's just by the regulations, it's not. It's not allowed.
Well, no, I'm just repeating Deacon Dave there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. And this white woman thing, you know what? I'm one of the few people you'll meet, if you're attractive and smart, they're I don't really care. I just need to get along with you.
Brian Nichols, Brian Nichols, clearly a musical genius, says YMCA made the greatest Navy song. The same band did a song literally called "In the Navy."
Oh, yeah, you didn't know that?
Brother, it just
Kelvin, forced love is ideal. Really? If it's forced, is it really? That's called Stockholm Syndrome.
Okay, now you do have some unpop balloons. I'm going to give you the opportunity to ask the ladies a question.
So, who's the mom?
Wow.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Some hesitation there.
All right. And like, who's actually looking for something real?
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Kiana. I'll be 30 March 3rd, and I'm a teacher / entrepreneur.
Okay.
The question I have for you is, why are you 43 years old and not married?
Oh, I was
have
hustling.
never been married, or don't have kids at all?
I really wanted to do all those things, but like I was really geared to being like getting my education. I was in the military for a long time, and then I come from a big family, so I was providing for my family before my mom and dad died, COVID, and it was like taking care of them and kind of set me back.
So that's why you've never been married or have any kids.
I've gotten there, but really, when I bought my house in 21, that's where I was trying to establish. It took me a while to get that house. It is what it is, but I'm doing good now, and I feel like I really want something that is solid.
Okay.
And now his question was, are you looking for something real?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I'm a grown woman. I definitely need something real in my life.
I like that. I'm liking what I'm hearing.
How about some hair?
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Yes. My name is Dawn. I'm 35 and I work in healthcare.
Okay.
And I am looking for something real.
Okay.
I'm a real one.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Bree. I'm 38 and I'm an occupational therapist. And I'm definitely looking for something real.
Okay.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Jamila, 38.
Hi, Jamila.
Hey, CDL driver.
Okay.
Are you looking for something real?
Yes.
That's a good question, Roz.
So am I supposed to pick you? I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Okay, I'm going to give the ladies an opportunity to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
We're going to start down here because we always start here.
Good point, CK.
And what's your question?
When you're in a relationship, do you go 50-50?
I mean, I take care of everything in the house for myself. Like, I have a pretty decent house, so like, I take care of everything in my house. I decide like if a woman comes along in my life, she's supposed to come on and be a helper, and help when you can. If you love your family, I feel like you're gonna invest in it. You know what I'm saying?
Great answer.
Okay.
Plus, you're traveling
what's your
everywhere.
question?
You never know if you're going to be deployed somewhere else.
What were you studying?
Yeah, I these women, like CK said, they don't really understand what the military is all about. You just really, a lot of it depends on what your occupation or what your job is. If you're a line officer or you're, any sort of line MOS or rate, um, say you're like a quartermaster in the Navy, if you're on a ship, these ships, they're going all the time. Even when you're in port and not on deployment, you're still out a week here, a month there. And part of it, funny enough, you're actually relieved when you push off from the pier because you get inspected to death. When you're on, when you're tied to the pier, you're constantly getting ready for inspections. So it's a busy life.
Did you ever have Cinderella Liberty?
What's that?
Cinderella Liberty, as I understand it in the Navy, is when you are assigned another ship, but that ship is not due to dock where you've been left for a period of time. And so, you don't necessarily have any duties. You're not specifically assigned anywhere. There's actually a Gene Hackman movie called Cinderella Liberty, and it's about a guy in the Navy that gets, assigned to a ship. And in fact, in that movie, he doesn't know what ship he's going to be assigned to next, but he's off the ship that he's on, and yeah, he's just there.
In my experience, that doesn't happen too often. Now, sometimes, if a ship's coming back off deployment, you'll go TAD, maybe you'll get attached to the group or something. They'll find busy work for you. It doesn't make sense to fly you somewhere to meet a ship that's, in the middle of the Atlantic coming back. Usually they'll stick you in, when I say a group, like, if every ship will be assigned a group, and there'll be a Commodore for that group, and they are basically kind of like the admin for the ships. It's kind of hard to explain, but they will find something for you to do. It's very rare you're just going to be like, hey, go do what you want to do. Because, they'll want you to muster. They want you accounted for some way, shape, or form. You won't be left hanging in the wind. At least that's been my experience. But personally, no.
Well, actually, it's a James Caan movie, and he has to check into the naval base's medical facility, and then because of his test results and things being delayed of what they're going to do, he can't rejoin his ship. They give him a clean bill of health, but he has to wait at the base for reassignment to another ship, and he gets a Cinderella Liberty pass that allows him to come and go from the base until midnight curfew. So, anyway, it's a decent movie.
Oh wow! This actually, what's that? Is that Marsha Mason?
Yeah, and Eli Wallach.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll look this up.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie. Burt Young's in it. Paulie from the
yeah.
Dabney Coleman, Bruno Kirby.
I know who Bruno Kirby is. He was in the Love Bug movies.
Yes. Also in Godfather 2, I think. Plays the young Clemenza.
Yeah, CK, needs of the Navy. I was headed to Charleston, and my ship wasn't there, oddly enough. And they sent me to Norfolk because an emergent need came up, and they're like, "Oh, we got a spare ensign."
My buddy that was on the Mahan, apparently they had to
Yep. As a matter of fact, I knew a CO of the Mahan.
Well, Captain Supaset. Yeah, he had to. They were re-outfitting the ship and doing a bunch of stuff to it, and so he spent a month or two in Philadelphia, just kind of there. And but typically that ship was on the move most of the time, according to him.
Oh yeah, especially during the height of the Cold War. Mahan's kind of a famous ship.
Yeah, he was in the I think early to mid 70s is when he enlisted.
Right. The strangest experience I ever had, my first deployment, we were on little minesweepers, and what they did is they rotated whole crews because the crew was only about 100 people. So they rotated crews, flew the whole crew over to the Persian Gulf to meet the ship. So they rotated crews. So we flew from a base in Warren, Rhode Island, because I was stationed in Newport, down to the Philadelphia airport. So we had a layover. We had like 100 sailors, tooling around the Philadelphia airport, and basically left our own devices, So of course people were hitting the bars, and it was controlled chaos, and the senior people have to keep track. It's like herding cats. And when it's finally time, because they chartered a flight, when it was time for the plane to depart, of course, where there's your one or two stragglers. You got to go out into the airport and find out where the hell they're drunk and passed out at. So that was a mess.
Yeah, the buddy that sort of lives next to my best friend that was on the Mahan, he was a chief petty officer on minesweepers during Vietnam, and he's got lots
I
of
don't
stories.
even want to think about that.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stories.
Yeah, minesweepers were tough duty, but for a really young officer, it was actually really good duty, it turned out. Because you wear a lot of hats.
Yeah.
Ryan, your buddy misbehaved. So he'll come out to play with you later.
In the military.
So I was a jet engine mechanic.
Ooh.
And I worked on jets, and then I came out engineering,
Air Force,
process technology, oil and gas. So I kind of took a while, a lot of education, but I think it was overly done. But yeah.
Okay. And your question? I heard you say you're looking for something serious.
Yes.
Are you looking for a wife?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Most definitely.
Are you looking to be a husband?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. Now here's the hard part.
Okay.
You have to pop one balloon.
All right.
You have your. I think I dropped mine.
Dave, you want to say it.
Okay, she wants her balloon back.
Ooh, she wants to be in the running.
I heard about that oil and gas down there in Houston. She knows what that means.
Okay, do you have a question for him?
Making that money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make it tough.
You do have to pop one balloon. Where's your toothpick?
Oh man, he ought to just go ahead.
Okay.
Should have just told her, don't get it.
Okay.
Win one, lose one. Oh, I like
Now,
her.
why did you pop her balloon?
Really, I kind of knew right off back who I'm kind of interested in. Honestly, to be honest, not trying to lie. So yeah.
You're exact. These women. I think that.
And we do have a pop balloon. Let's find out why she
what's up.
popped.
I just popped my balloon because I don't know that we would be completely compatible.
Okay, makes sense. I mean, I think you're. Everybody's here good looking. Okay, don't get me wrong. Like, but I kind of knew, like, as soon as I walked out here, who I was going to be interested in.
Good for you.
And it wasn't you.
A question.
Okay, yeah, you have 2 unpopped balloons.
Okay.
And I'm gonna let you go ahead and ask the 2 ladies a question.
And it's not going to be Medusa.
I mean, what is an ideal? What are you ideally looking for?
Okay,
that's a good question, actually.
What am I ideally looking for? I'm looking for a partnership, somebody that I can value. We value each other. With open space, you know. I'm looking for more kids, a smart man, definitely. So that's why I got my balloon back.
What are you ideally looking for? I'm looking for an intellectual partner, someone that we can just talk for hours and hours, and even sit in silence
Yeah, I
together.
kind of agree with you
And
there,
someone
HP.
we can be each other's support, and also someone to grow a family together, someone that like wants to just be in that like familial support system and grow together.
Support system.
Okay. I'm gonna give the ladies an opportunity to ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
One, how soon are you looking to have a family, and are you actually able to manage all that comes with?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with relationships,
I'm 43.
it's an investment.
In the military.
Yeah, because like I think Americans, the way we do our courtship, it should be more just that courtship. It's not dating. It's like, hey, I'm interested because I'm serious. So that's where I'm at. I'm not trying to like play any games. Like, I think it's responsibility involved, being that committed. So
Okay, your question. Integrity is really big for me. So no one else was watching. No one else was looking. What moral or value do you hold dearest to your heart?
Spiritual. Okay, I'm a Christian guy. Like my dad was a pastor. So yeah, God first, everything. Like, so like, I'm very much, trying to be the man that God wants me to be, like, and pass the torch, the spiritual torch. So yeah.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Do you have another question for the ladies?
Not really.
Okay.
Really.
Well, if you don't, you do have to pop one balloon.
We know.
Sorry.
Really?
Oh,
okay. Now let
got
me
the
ask you, why did
turncoat.
you pop her balloon?
I mean, honestly,
Not the turncoat.
It's like it's hard because y'all all beautiful, like y'all all gorgeous. Actually, like, so it's
Well,
just for me,
we were wrong.
I think I was naturally attracted to her just right off that.
Absolutely.
So
Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is. Okay.
it's a
You
yes
have
for
a question
me.
for him?
Yeah. Attraction is not, I don't care about attraction.
You see it too,
like,
huh?
a lot of guys are attracted to me. It's not about attraction. It's about like connection wise, energy. So I don't think I feel safe with you anymore.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped.
Fickle.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time coming out. And,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey man, I got to duck out. I got a meeting coming up here. So
Okay. Well, it's good having you up here.
all right, man. I'll
See you later.
Yeah, checkmate.
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 Yeah, HB, I kind of, because she looked like she was kind of into him. That first one, giving up the balloon and getting it back, and she didn't, she wasn't floating my boat anyway. The second woman there looks like she could even cook. So, HB, are you going to start up a show? So, yeah, we'll go ahead and start this sucker up again.
All right, my name is Marbo Beach, man. I'm just looking for something authentic, Southern Belle, real Thundercat.
Okay, let's welcome our next single gentleman. Hello.
How y'all doing?
All right. Okay, let's start by you telling us your name, your age, and your
All right,
occupation.
my name is Marvin Lewis, Marble Beach. I'm a special education teacher, been teaching for 15 years, and I'm also a producer, artist on the side, and content creator.
Oh boy,
Okay. And how old are you?
39. 35.
Which one?
I'm 39.
Okay. Okay. You have no pop balloons. Now I'm going to give you the opportunity to ask the ladies a question.
All right. What do you all believe in going 50-50? What do you all believe in going 50-50, half with your partner? Do you believe in that? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Kiana. I will be 30 years old March 3rd. I'm a teacher / entrepreneur.
Okay. You're a teacher.
What's up,
I work for ACC Community College.
Okay. Bet. Okay. And how do you feel about that?
I feel it depends on the situation.
The situation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't have a problem.
These women are tricky.
Expound on that. What you mean the situation?
If we are just now joining in as one, why wouldn't I?
Right.
Now we've been dealing with each other for some time now.
Do what now?
And let me elaborate when I say
it's not too much to pick from here. Not
I like that second lady from the left. She's a little hefty, but I don't know. I like her looks.
Yeah, I like her too. That's about the only one I would pick. She
Very
looks like
matronly.
Yeah. She looks like the owner of a haberdashery or something.
Hey, excuse me 1 minute. Ryan, you hanging out with Be Brave, apparently you've got old man wax in your ears too. He's also a special ed teacher for 15 years. So he does the other stuff on the side. That's another thing people don't do. Listen.
Yeah.
These folks are fucking listening with their eyes and not with their ears.
Yeah. To me, I don't think there's anything wrong with having hobbies. It's honestly, especially for men, it's what kind of separates you from the crazy people. You got to have some type of hobby.
Well, yeah, Ryan, 3 jobs. A lot of them have 3 jobs, but I can tell you right now, I've never been a teacher, but my sister's a retired teacher. My mother was a retired teacher. Believe me, teaching is a full-time job. The other 2 are either part-time or hobbies. And the thing is in the summertime, if you decide not to teach summer school or, work on a master's or something like that, you have free time in the summer to do a second job. My brother-in-law, who's a principal now, in the summers back when he was just a teacher, he'd work at a golf course over the summer. It was basically a second job. So, come on now. These rich white men just look down upon people who don't make $500,000 a year like Ryan does. It's really, really disturbing.
Yeah. And I mean, Be Brave is a content creator. You wanna keep it real. He's if he was on one of these shows, he'd say, I'm retired, but I'm also a content creator.
And a racist. So he's got 3 jobs too.
Well, I don't think racism is a job.
No. Believe me, that's his content.
That's more of a ideology. I don't think that's
no. I don't know where you get these weird definitions from. Being a racist is more than an ideology. It's a way of life. It's an attitude.
All right, Steve.
No, I'm dead serious. Racism is not an ideology. It's who you are. I'm a fisherman. I love to fish. Being a racist is kind of like being a fisherman. It's just who you are.
I mean, could you?
I gotta come up with this.
Can you put
Hold on,
racist
hold on.
on a
Oh yeah,
resume
that's right.
though?
He's a bottom feeder too.
You can't put
All right, so,
racist on a
so hold on.
resume though.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it depends on where you're applying.
Oh yeah,
You
that's
know,
true.
if you're going to be the groundskeeper of the KKK compound, they won't hire
Go
Mexicans, so
ahead.
they hire
Go ahead.
somebody.
And begin. Stanley, I just want to know, every last guy, almost every guy says the following. I'm a, and then he lists his full-time job, right? It could be whatever. And then the following two jobs are content creator and producer of some media bullshit, right? Every one of them. John Galt even commented on it. I was like, why always these two things?
John Galt comments on a lot of things, and you know what?
Do you introduce yourself as a content creator ever, Stanley? I bet you don't. I bet you don't.
I don't what?
Do you tell people, oh, I'm retired and I'm a content creator?
I don't tell them shit. When they ask me
Well, what I'm saying is,
no, I literally tell them, I'm
retired.
Them, no, they ask me what I do. I say nothing in particular.
Well, that's a little different. But usually you just state your career. But all these dudes say they'll list 3 jobs consistently. And I'm like, just tell them what you do full time and you're good. You know, you're solid. You don't have to state all these other things.
What I'm saying is that if you got to kind of take it case by case. The guy.
Oh, by the way, I'll give the special ed teacher some graces because in the summer he's not working, right?
He said that was his first thing. He said, I've been a special ed teacher for 15 years.
Yeah, I saw that.
And on the side or something like that, I also do content creation or producing or whatever. So he did list his primary job. And because anybody who knows anything about teaching, it's a full-time job. It must be that the other 2 things are things he does. You know, everybody has a side gig these days.
Well, it's all I was saying was it's usually the 3 items: producer, content creator, but as a teacher, you give them some grace, right? Because in the summer they don't work. But I've noticed, I'm a truck driver, and then they list those 2 jobs.
Teaching work, by the way. I mean, you can teach summer school or something like that.
Well, I'm just saying, it's always 3 jobs. I've noticed with the guys, always 3. 1, 2, 3. Just take note because you'll see, it's always those 3 jobs. There'll be 1 job will vary, and then the following 2 are the same.
All I'm saying is that I've noticed what you've noticed, but I also kind of take everybody on a case by case basis. So,
this guy gets a little
your point about what are the chances? Well, he's got a real job. I guess his chances are as good as the retired military guy.
It's a really interesting thing. Like, why is it always those 2 extra jobs though? They're not like, oh yeah, also I work at a golf course, and I work at Jiffy Lube on the weekends. It's always those 3 things.
You got to think, and this is just a guess. I don't know this for sure, but it's a particular type of person who would even go on a show like this. I would argue that these pop the balloons aren't necessarily a broad spectrum of the types of things Black people do.
I guess I'm a content creator then.
Yeah, you're a content creator too, right? But I think most of these guys,
not really.
Most of these guys are trying to promote their online footprint. So
they're trying to get little booty.
They put that out there so you look them up and follow them.
I would just say, no, I get you on that. Some of them are pretty obvious with it. Like, remember that girl that was on there that kept on saying her brand, www.
Yeah.
Like, listen to this woman. So, but no, I just noticed those are the 2 jobs that they'll add to the back end of it.
And
I'm an attorney, and I'm a content creator, and I'm a music producer.
Ryan, they never say what type of content they make either. I mean, some of these guys could be like,
OnlyFans.
No, no. I mean, they could be talking about quantum physics or something stupid like that. Who knows? Like they never say
Well,
it. They just say they're a
yeah, they
content
never
creator.
say, and they don't say YouTube, or they don't give you a what it is, right? They just say content creator. So,
Yeah,
I mean, how do you even define it? What is it? Isn't it a person that has a YouTube channel, or
Well,
are we
no.
creating content now?
There was a guy
Yeah, we're
on
content
our
creators
Let
right now.
show a couple days
Wow.
ago. And he was like some sort of promoter or influencer. So, his content wound up on TikTok, YouTube, and there was maybe it was Facebook. So, I mean, there's more content besides YouTube.
I know TikTok would be content too, but I guess everybody's a content creator. If you end up ever on a channel, you're a content creator.
Yeah, I know a guy that just uploads natural disasters on YouTube. He's a content creator. Just uploads videos of natural
That's awesome.
disasters. That's it.
That's really great.
Well,
I've often said I'd like to start a channel called like Riot TV, and you could just show riots around the world.
There's
Like
already
uprisings.
a Riot TV.
Oh, is there?
I don't know that they show riots, but it's called Riot TV.
Just like political unrest, like in fucking wherever. It could be in Sri Lanka on site, and then they go to another one. It's just a steady feed of
It sounds
unrest.
like you got an idea, man. I think you need to go ahead and just, be a content
I don't want to be a content creator. I don't want to do that shit. Okay.
Sounds like you got a solid idea, man.
The old misfit sector is already covered.
Well, look, I'm just saying that when, like, anytime there's any kind of protest, I'm usually like, oh, let me get the popcorn. Let's watch it. Because you never know what's going to happen, Crazy shit can happen. You don't know. It's like, let's get the popcorn out. They have a cause. I don't give a shit about the cause. I'm just like, let's see what happens now. So I don't care what it is.
Leave Ryan alone, Kelvin.
Oh, look, Al,
what's he
the
saying?
reporter caught a rubber bullet.
What's a reporter? Yeah, exactly.
I will say though, Stanley, the host today, yeah, she's looking mighty fine today.
Yeah, it's an older show. It's been in the hopper for a while. Yeah, that woman is.
I don't have autism. I don't have autism.
Right. Come on, Ryan.
I swear. I didn't test on the spectrum for autism. I swear.
Let's see. If you go on panels and don't use your real name, you're a content creator. Well,
is that what it is? Is that really the definition?
I don't
probably kidding there.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
She got the what sticking out?
She got God.
No, that woman is in shape. She is. I can't tell. I think she might be married. I think I've seen a ring on her finger. You know what, Palomino? What you want is a woman that acts like Solid Snake, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Snake. Why? By the way, why did you subjugate and also penalize Solid Snake today?
Dude, he and 12th Man are past. They're in my red zone.
But you gotta look. You gotta admit, Stanley. You
Ryan,
did
let me finish here. Okay, there is no grace period or like leniency or grace. They have gone well beyond my capacity for that, and they need to fucking understand that.
Yeah.
And if they can't go on one of the other panels and cut up there, I don't give a good goddamn what they're like, how they feel about it. They've had their grace period. And if if they can't be an adult up here, then fucking go somewhere else.
Yeah, I was just observing. It seemed
I saw Solid Snake on here for the Tease channel, and the drunker he got, he did wind up, being the Solid Snake. But for the longest time, but you were on there, HB, for the longest time, he was fairly contained.
Yeah, she had to
He
get
was
him out of
solid.
there though.
Yeah,
She had
He was
eventually,
solid.
but he was not the solid snake that usually comes up here and runs him up.
And it's a Jekyll and Hyde, isn't it? Just like 12th
You
Man.
know
When he's
what? What
sober.
it is drunk and drunker. It's drunk, drunker, and drunkest. He's got three settings.
Yeah.
And you know what? I have nothing against him. I know he wants to have his fun and all that. But dude, if I'm actually up here, like, showing a newspaper article or something like that, why the hell would you get up here and derail it?
He was a little out of control.
He's always out of control.
A little.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe this
Like
morning
I
was a
said,
little
you know
jacked
what?
up.
And then, when I'm like, hey, I've had enough, he wants to get in there and start calling people gay and all that shit. Fuck that. Okay, I don't know who the fuck he thinks he is, but if you're gonna drop down after behaving like that, drop down into the chat and then do the same shit 12th Man does. Oh yeah, you're just a gay liberal. I understand. Yeah, I
That's what he did.
understand
That's
that
what he did.
all of that is in good fun, but too much of a good thing. Come on now. Like Ignat
gay
knows
conservatives too.
Ignat knows to stay his ass in that chat, because if he comes up here, there's gonna be problems. So stay.
I didn't know that. I didn't know you had an issue with Ignat.
You and your rainbow can stay in that chat and hug each other.
I didn't know that you guys had conflict. You guys have beef as well. I didn't know that, Sam.
Hey, I don't. You know what? I have a beef with no one because I speak what's on my mind and it's over with. And Be Brave is about the closest I come to a beef. And his problem is he'll come over here and lurk in the chat and then scurry away like a rat with a piece of cheese back over.
He might be Ricky Palomino. Might be the same guy.
I don't give a fuck.
To be fair though, Brave does say he does give you props. He says that he gets most of his content from you.
But you know what? If he's gonna do it, at least quote me in context and quote me directly.
Well, that's not anything.
How about if you're gonna be fast forwarding it, just take the whole video over there and show the part that offends you.
Well, that's not funny, Stanley. That's no fun.
Well, it's all in good fun for a while, but the other day, me and Tom and I forget who Uncle Fatty, looking at this video about meritocracy. Some excellent points this guy's making. And then I started saying, well, that rising tide floats all boats. Because the question was, hey, if you were, say, working class or working poor or something like that, and you're doing better, you're not starving, you pretty much have just barely enough to cover all the bases. You don't have a lot of extra, but you're making it. The question was, well, hey, if you were getting all your needs met, why would you want to, you should be okay. Why would you complain? The guy brings up an excellent point, that the fact that wealth in the United States is power, basically more money, more power. So if even though you're covering the bases, the rich people like an Elon Musk have enough money to get into power, so they get to shape the government or they get to shape policy because people are listening to them because of their money. Right. Someone at the other end of the spectrum might be getting the needs covered, but what about his pet projects? What about, his policies that he cares about? He has no influence at all. So the wealth disparity is a power disparity. And the reason that person at the far end of the spectrum who's not rich, yeah, he's getting a little irritated. He's getting a little agitated. If it gets bad enough, he's going to rattle some cages or take to the streets or civil disobedience. That's why a guy who's, quote, living like a god, we all live like gods, well, he's living like a god, but damn it, there's abortion still happening, and he feels deeply about that. So that's why he's gonna go and act a fool, or write his congressman. He's gonna agitate somehow. That was the point. I brought Be Brave up, the living with God statement, and that was the end of it. Okay, I didn't get into the stuff that Be Brave usually gets into. Well, I brought up his name. I talked about living like gods. I brought up money and power. And this motherfucker takes everything I was talking about and he's trying to stuff it in to his narrative. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I wasn't talking about. I used your term. I brought up your name so everyone knows, if anything, I was giving credit. He's the one who came up with that living like a god stuff. Anyway, he wants to stuff my meritocracy point and my wealth disparity point into whatever his fucked up narrative is. And I didn't appreciate it. If you're going to fucking bring your ass over here, okay, at least take his words. I fast forwarded through it. Motherfucker, obviously fast forwarding basically puts you in a position where you think I said something or meant something I didn't mean. And I'm offended at that. So for someone who takes ideas seriously, like he supposedly does, like I told him, that's fucking sloppy. Okay, if you're supposed to be an ideas guy, well, at least get the goddamn idea right. And it fucking, I very rarely get that level of pissed off. But yeah, Be Brave, in my opinion, is more dangerous than he is useful. And what he's doing over there, taking my shit out of context, motherfucker, if you don't understand what I'm saying, you can come up on the panel. You can take the whole video and watch it, but telling me you fast forwarded it and then taking something that I said, twisting it, putting it up your asshole to shit out your bullshit, I'm fucking pissed off.
A Stanley enema?
And
Is that what you're saying?
Palomino fucking Ricky Ticky Tavi here is over there in the chat going, yeah, he said it, Be Brave. That's what he said, Be Brave. You know what? You're not even a goddamn snitch.
What's Ricky Ticky Tavi from? I don't remember that.
A snitch might get it right.
What's Ricky Ticky Tavi? Is that a poem or something?
Hey, Palomino, y'all don't know how much you pissed me off. As far as I'm concerned, neither. See, I actually
go over this way.
You can make the argument that I take myself too seriously for this shit.
Go.
Bottom line is, if you're going to take my words and take them out of context, take them and put it in your retarded narrative. Yeah, I'm going to get a tad annoyed.
Yeah.
It's assholish is what it is. So I'm done with my diatribe.
Well, I think Stanley, I think that is his goal.
You know what? Well, then he accomplished it.
Yeah.
I don't think he's any smarter, but hey, if he can get a couple fucking views to fuck up some more minds over there, more power to him. And to be honest with you, I'm not positive Be Brave is the biggest problem over there. Yeah, Tyrone, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm not. It sounds really cool, though. I'm not gonna lie, it sounds cool.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds
that's
cool.
kind of like Be Brave, just using some words and, hey, this sounds good.
Cool. Yeah,
so anyway,
really good, though,
like I said, I just won't be going over there very much anymore. The only reason I wasn't going over there, but in my algorithm, it popped up and I saw my name and I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck could I have possibly said that would piss him off?
I like Lee.
Or it wasn't anything that he talks about. He does, goddamn right, he doesn't talk about the meritocracy because he was never in it. You know, you have to fucking be in the meritocracy to know about it. Oh, fuck no, I don't like Leaked. But you know what? I haven't had that much interaction with her, so I can only go on the one thing that I thought was hilarious. But Be Brave's a fucking 70-year-old man literally acting like a high schooler over there. And fucking Palomino, I like licking Be Brave's balls. You can quote me on that and recommend that he listen to the video. He didn't even get the time. He said, well, it was towards near the end. It wasn't anywhere near the end of the video. He just goes and he fast forwards through the thing, doesn't take the time to listen to it.
Which video was it? What are you talking about?
It was the one from yesterday.
Wait.
Morning.
Hold on a second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
You
Roz
were
girl.
up here, as a matter of fact. We were talking about that meritocracy video.
Oh, hold on. My monkey video?
No.
What about my monkey video?
No, not the monkey video. The one.
Well, the monkey video was the best video of the day. Let's be frank.
The lawyer was talking about meritocracy.
Hold on. I just gotta say.
You don't even fucking remember, do you?
I just gotta say one thing. To Roz girl, Stanley's channel is TheUrbanLandord 6000, all one word.
Yeah, it's kind of like Mystery Theater 3000. I went 3000 better.
Yeah. TheUrbanLandord 6000. Don't ask what the 6000 is for.
YouTube tacked it on. I don't know why they did. It's the Stanley Cross channel, but to get to it, you have to do at TheUrbanLandord 6000, all one word. But, like I said, I mean, I understand I sound a little shrill on this, but I'm one of these guys who actually does take ideas seriously. And, it's my thing. Okay, if you're gonna quote me, at least get the context right and get the quote right, and to fit it into his racist fucking rot. As a black man, yeah, I'm kind of fucking pissed because this motherfucker tells black culture, it's all fucked up. Well, motherfucker, you're talking up white culture and how great it is. And then when I tell you about a book I read or I talk about data, like the two things supposedly white people excel at, you and CT tell me, oh, no, you don't need any of that. I just know.
Okay.
So these are the motherfuckers talking about how great white culture is, and they just don't even use white tools.
So you were banging on the day CT and Brave were both up there.
Well, that's kind of incidental to that. The bottom line is, it's kind of a side thing. These guys, he and CT, are talking about Western values, Western culture, white culture being so great, and it built America. But when I bring up data in books, these motherfuckers act like, oh, I don't need any of those. I'm like, what is it?
Nobody likes
Western culture's good enough to read the shit it puts out. Or
you got a lady in the chat. You wanna give her a good morning?
Who?
Brownie Ellie. Got a new lady in the chat.
Yeah, she looks good.
How do you know she's a lady?
Well, I hope she's a lady.
Deacon Dave, the only one. Well, apparently she's Deacon Dave's lady.
Oh,
okay.
Well, all I have to say, and I'll wrap this up. If he's so white and he's into white culture, he needs to act white. And read a goddamn book every now and again. White people write books, right?
Yes. My main issue is that there's no real analysis done, which I really like.
Right. Well, if Western culture is built on analysis and data and stuff.
It really is. So that's
the
problem.
You would think someone talking up white culture would have data leaking out of his ass.
Oh.
Yeah. I frequently I'll say
I
that.
hope you'll get my point. The man is criticizing black culture for all this stuff, yet he doesn't use the tools supposedly his white heritage trained him to use. The
I'm trying to.
motherfucker is stolen valor white. Okay,
I've tried to get him straightened out.
He's over here criticizing black culture is white culture don't want him.
Well, here's what I said. I said, look, you can at least say it this way. Based on my 70 hours of YouTube, I've compiled X data. He can build his own data, but he says he doesn't want to do it.
Be Brave wouldn't know data if it told him, hey, white man, do you know how to use data?
I'm like, you need to.
He can't use the tools that are his birthright.
That are his heritage and shit, right?
Oh, look at this dumb motherfucker. Some things are too obvious for data. You know what? That's about the dumbest thing I've heard a white motherfucker say in quite some time. Yeah, y'all. And just so you know, I haven't had a drop to drink. I'm just fucking pissed off.
Yeah, hey, Palomino Ricky Z, Solid Snake got him going this morning. That's a fucking explosion. Woo! You went from zero to Stanley. You went from 0 to 100 on him.
All I have to say is he can use my name or whatever the fuck he thinks he needs, but I have no reason to go over there anymore. That's the other thing. I go over there quite a bit because it is entertaining occasionally. It's the same goddamn thing over and over. There's never anything new. So anyway, we can go back to Pop the Balloon or wherever it is y'all want to go.
Wow. Yeah, this off the dome, Stanley.
You know what, Palomino? I'm going to tell you right now, and I say this with a lot of self-confidence, I could outperform your dumb ass on any math test, any reading test, almost any test that's out there. Motherfucker, I don't fear dumb white boys like you and your daddy Be Brave. I fucking
think he's
living outperforming white boys and then rubbing their noses in it when I did it.
Wow.
Y'all don't fucking know the real Stanley. I will fucking outperform you, tell you I outperformed you, and then when you don't perform, I'm gonna fucking not recommend you for the job. That's a dumb white boy right there. Don't hire him.
Wow.
I've done it before, son.
Wow.
Stanley, you're really getting very triggered this morning.
You know what?
Hey, relax, Ryan.
Relax. It's been a long time coming, bitches.
Oh, whoa.
But I'm done ranting. Thank God I'm not drunk because I would be going on quite some
Tom
time.
even hung off and shit. He was like,
but y'all need to Palomino, I know you have fun plucking my strings and all that, but you need to know how substandard you are. I read what you write. Y'all, you're not impressive.
Wow.
So back to the show, folks.
All right, let's get back to it.
Be brave. Oh man, and then CT gets Be Brave over there. Oh, you don't need data or books. You got me and John Galt. I'm like,
well, I did suggest that he needed some data,
dude,
even how to present.
Dude, they're gonna lead you off a cliff. This is a 70-year-old motherfucker believing that cockamamie stuff. Yeah, just listen to me and John Galt. We won't lead you astray.
That's hilarious.
Oh, I busted out laughing when I heard that. I'm like, CT, you devious motherfucker. You're gonna make a fool out of that old white man, aren't you?
That's the goal.
Well, I think that's mean.
That's the goal.
But you know what? I'm not gonna say anything about it. Be Brave says he knows what he's doing, and I believe him.
Yeah, Be Brave.
You and Be Brave should host a show together, I think.
You know
Brave
what?
knows what he's talking
It would have to be. It would have to be like on something like antiques, something just
What
totally
about
from politics and culture.
what about the Be Brave? Remember the John Galt and Be Brave Racial Variety Hour?
Why isn't
It's
that happening?
closed. It's closed. They closed up shop apparently. So
Well,
Yeah,
I was
it
wondering
was.
if maybe John and Ben Thorpe could do it.
Nah, it was. You know, there were some people outside of the show that didn't want that show to happen. So it was kind of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was kind of. You know, there are entities that kind of.
well, I see you got what direction the show's going because I noticed that John Snell John wanted to have an interview with Jason Kessler. That was interesting.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Like, oh my God, what's going on over here?
You know, I actually kind of agreed with Brave with that Jason Kessler guy. I thought he was just more of like he just kind of was like in the right place at the right time, and just as a grifter now. You know,
I don't even know him.
You know, if you look at somebody like Kyle Rittenhouse could have did the same thing, but like Kyle Rittenhouse pretty much did everything in his power to move away from that. He didn't want to like be used by the right and the you know, white supremacists.
I don't think he was really. I think Kyle Rittenhouse was just there with a gun. Some shit went down, and then he's just trying to live his life, you know.
Right. I watched some of his podcasts, and man, the dude's talking about trapping animals and shit, and you know, guns and stuff. He's not even political, you know. But I
don't think he is. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of people that wanted him to be political, and you know, it's you know, so, I don't know. It's so I kind of get.
Well, he got pigeonholed as a white white nationalist.
Right.
But then he had said that like he supported BLM in the beginning of it. And I'm like, well, I think the dude's just trying to do the right thing. I think he ended up with a gun in his hand. Shit went down. And now he's in the middle of all this bullshit, which you would want to be in the middle of all the bullshit.
Yeah.
Seems like a real bad rap. I mean, it sucks, you know. But that's why 17-year-olds shouldn't be walking around with guns and shit.
We talking about
Well, his mother
Rittenhouse.
There, right?
Rittenhouse.
Yeah. John Galt. What's up, buddy?
You know, John, he has a podcast. I watched a little bit of it.
Rittenhouse?
Yeah, Rittenhouse. Yeah, he's just talking about trapping animals and you know, outdoorsmanship stuff, and he's not political at all.
Yeah. He got out of that.
He got right out of that. But I'll never think he was really there. I just think, you know,
who wants to be in the middle of all that shit, right? Who really wants to be in the middle of all this bullshit? Both political parties are fucking terrible.
Someone who's committed.
Grifters want to be in the middle of it.
Well,
I think Young Be Brave would have ate it up.
They want to, you know, grift off of certain demographics of people. You know?
Yeah.
So, I guess we'll.
Why go around life though being you know, it's kind of like that girl. Now, what's that girl that got hit in the head with a volleyball? She's going to end up being a scapegoat, or not a scapegoat, but a figurehead of some sort. What's her name? You got hit in the head with a volleyball, or the one girl, Lake and Riot, or no? What's the one girl? The loss of Leah Thomas. Now she's in front of everybody.
If they know what's good for them, they should have not been on TV at all. Those parents, both sets of parents. I'm a little upset that you know, TV was the last place they needed to be, unless they were those two track girls. You know, if you're gonna be on TV, you should be with a lawyer.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, I mean, I think the victim had the right to come out and say she didn't need a lawyer.
Oh, the baton? You talking about the baton people?
What the hell the victim need a lawyer for?
I'm talking about the parents.
Oh, well, I mean, shit, the parents of the victim. The parents of the victim, I don't think they need a lawyer.
The baton woman? You talking about the baton girl?
When court
Yeah.
papers are served, you want a lawyer.
I mean, yeah, but it's a pretty open and shut case. I would
I don't
imagine.
think it's an open and shut case. I don't
There
agree.
was one got hit with a baton, the other one didn't.
Yeah, well, life between the ears of John Galt tends to be simple.
That's what I'm saying. If it was
in
an
real
accident,
life, when
Yeah.
there are court papers involved, you want a lawyer.
yeah. Well, maybe they. I don't know if
So
they.
we're not doing hood law. We're talking real law.
Hood law.
Yeah, John. That baton, it's white supremacy. You see, and it hit her in the back of the head.
Well, I'll tell you what. What's the white supremacy is getting them out on TV saying all kinds of shit. Seriously, you saw the part where the father or one of the parents is holding court papers. When court papers get served in something that is fairly obvious, you want your lawyer present.
I just think, at the end of the day, like I said, at the Olympics, they started out dropping the baton. Now they're using the motherfucking baton.
Okay, I don't even. You know what? If you're ready to start the show, we can do that right now.
John's in the house. John's in the house.
It's about. Well, no, John. Hey, I don't have a problem with John being in the house. The problem is I'm not going into all that anti-black bullshit.
Come on, Stanley.
We can do it on another show.
Come on, Stanley. Nobody.
No, you know what? Today is not going to be a day that I compromise my principles.
John didn't hit that lady over the head with a baton.
Okay, well, those two, the baton hitting didn't happen at the Olympics either. So why the fuck are we talking Olympics?
Well,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Well, I didn't bring up the Olympics.
Okay, of course you didn't. You just fucking laughed maniacally at it.
Look, Stanley's mad at you now, HB. He's having a rough morning.
You know what? I'm having a fine morning.
I get it.
Tomorrow's my birthday.
Oh, congratulations.
So that's right. I'm gonna be the big 6-0 tomorrow. So fuck y'all.
Oh wait,
Good
John
for you,
is
John.
John just
Good for you.
right.
John what?
John just went live. You want to bring up his live? John just went live. You want to bring up his live?
Oh yeah. Hold on one sec.
Ooh.
Hey, good morning, chat. Black Knight, man. Good to see you. Dirty dude, salute.
Yeah, Black Knight, where you been? You've been scarce.
I think he's been undercover, man. Black Knight was at January 6th. He's still undercover.
You know what? I believe that when I see it.
Good. The volume sounds real good, real
12th
good.
man, good morning.
It's about time. I think my camera's messed up. I need to get the cameras right.
Yeah, go ahead and get in John's chat, 12th man.
Always. Gotta get the camera.
Thank you, Black Knight.
What do I need to do?
Oh yeah, we're gonna turn up for Stanley's birthday, man.
I was traveling yesterday.
I was hoping that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I got a nice young lady ready to twerk for you, Stanley. We're gonna
on camera.
Yeah, on camera.
What kind of joint are you running?
The hell is wrong with my camera, by the way?
Just joking, 12th man.
Cameras here. Always some shit with these fucking cameras. Reload them, reactivate them sometimes, and give me one
okay.
Reactivate this camera again. Let's see.
Sean Simeon.
Got some good stories for you guys.
I don't know what he's talking
about. I can reload this cam again.
No, I don't drink rum anymore.
Deactivate it.
But is Patron? Is that there's a?
And then that works.
There's a Bacardi Patron, I thought, or is that champagne?
Perfectly. Yeah, I am that nigga. Jungle.
He's starting early.
And then I may come back and we're going to do another topic. Or topic that we talked about this a while back.
Yeah. Patronus tequila, Stanley. Tequila.
Oh, is it? See, I don't really drink a lot of liquor anymore.
Supplanting the old line.
Oh, I'm not doing tequila. That's a drug.
Lockheed Martins and all that.
We gotta get Stanley turned up.
Calling me early. I'm not gonna be able to take this call right now. I got a couple phone calls I gotta make. We need to call the dead man's fiance. And then we need to call us. Someone else we need to call. Who do we need to call? Let's see. We need to call this nigga right here. I think we need to call this nigga.
John is already reached the
John just love the N-word. He loves the N-word.
He's already reached the nigger limit today, man.
He loves it.
You gotta relax, John.
Jesus Christ. 10:45.
You know who he reminds me of with that jacket and everything?
Yeah,
you remember
but how much
Hunter
money
S.
do you have
Thompson?
on you right now?
Yeah, I got $6 on me right now.
That's one more than you had last week. That is. $6.
John, one of your audio things needs to be muted.
I want you to hear something, boy. You ain't
There
gonna
you
believe this, nigga. You want to hear this? Nigga, you want to hear this? Can you hear me, Philippe?
Yeah, what's up?
I want you to listen to this, nigga. Listen
Oh
to
no,
this.
it's
You ready? Listen,
it's
nigga.
two
This is one of my
anti-blacks
tips.
for the
Nigga.
price of one.
Yeah, but how much money do you have on you right now?
Yeah, I got $6 on me right now.
That's one more than you had last week. Nigga said he got $6 motherfucking dollars. He a lawyer. Philippe, you know, we know some lawyers, nigga. We know some black ass lawyers, don't we? Huh? We know some black lawyers, don't we, Philippe? How they working out? How they legal shit working out for them niggas? Them legal beagle niggas that we know. How it working out for them?
Let's say they're not practicing law.
What they practicing there? Civil rights. They practice right?
Well, you know what?
You broke my rights.
Shake me out.
Yeah, shake me down like a sock.
Hey, Virgo.
They ain't no lawyers. Shake down artists.
Oh.
So Philippe, you know, I got this nigga here. He disbarred from being a lawyer. He disbarred, nigga. What he say he got? He said,
No,
he
Frank can't do that, Ricky. I'm too old for that stuff. I feel it the next day.
What you got, nigga? Tell us, guys. Yeah, but how much money do you have on you right now?
Yeah, I got $6 on me right now.
These niggas be broke as some motherfucking up.
Oh no, I was gonna.
He's on right now.
That's a recording of the nigga that called me yesterday. He said, man.
I was gonna ask you why you can't have him on your speaker. Put on your headphones.
Mr. Galt, he said,
These legs $2.
Oh shit.
You ever heard that Fleet? You know where they come from, Fleet?
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know how to.
Last $2.
I don't know how to set the.
You never heard the last $2, man?
Warp or whatever you call it, the transport over to John's chat.
Taylor,
I'm gonna wrap this up.
These legs $2.
So y'all going over to John's show? I'll see y'all at 3 this morning.
$2. So Philippe, you know,
and
I'm bringing back the Jerry.
Everybody, make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Subscribe to the channel. Support the show. Support the host. And subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 at Stanley Cross 6000. That's the Black channel. And I will see you all tomorrow. Right? I'll see you tomorrow.
Remember that, Philippe? Say the truth. So what we gonna do right now is say these big ass. You remember we used to talk? We used to call niggas like big ass, oversized children. Remember we used to call that? Remember that?
Nope.
So I'm out of here. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. check though.